Welcome to this special meeting of the Planning Commission this Tuesday evening, June 9th. I now call this meeting to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening and welcome. We are excited to be here in person with options for virtual participation. Thank you for your cooperation and for helping us maintain an efficient and accessible meeting environment. There are several ways to participate. For those attending in person, complete a yellow request to speak slip and hand it to the clerk. Oh, thank you, Vice Chair, pointing out I've already made a mistake. Heleva, could you please call the roll?
Chair Patel.
Here.
Vice Chair Clafter.
Here.
Commissioner Bush.
Here.
Commissioner Shumkel.
Here.
And Commissioner Williams.
Here.
Thank you. You're ready, Adam. If participating remotely, use the raise your hand feature in Zoom and you will be called on at the appropriate time. If calling in via phone, press *9 to raise your hand, and when called upon, press *6 to unmute. These options for public comment will remain available until I close the public comment period for each specific item. For members of the public watching on YouTube who wish to provide live public comment, please note that you must join the meeting through the Zoom webinar using the access information listed on the agenda. And finally, we welcome speakers providing public comment, but please be advised this is a limited public forum. As such, speakers must stay on topic if speaking to a particular agenda item. If speakers fail to follow these rules, they will be warned, and if they continue to disregard our rules, their opportunity to speak will be ended. Next on the agenda is public comment. Members of the public wishing to comment on any item not appearing on the agenda tonight may address the Planning Commission at this time. State law prevents Planning Commission from taking action on any matter not on the agenda. Your comments may be referred to staff for follow-up. This public comment section is generally limited to a total of 15 minutes. However, that is subject to the Commission's discretion and can be extended if the Commission wishes to do so. If needed, an opportunity for additional public comment may also be provided later in the agenda. If you are in chambers and wish to speak to an item not on the agenda, please submit your yellow request to speak slip to the clerk now. If you are online and wish to speak, please raise your hand now. Heleva, do we have any members of the public wishing to speak on general public comment?
Through the chair, we have no requests to speak.
Okay, thank you. I will go ahead and close the general public comment. The next item on our agenda is a public hearing. Item number 1, 616 South B Street, new 8-story commercial residential mixed-use building, PA-2025-039. We will start with a staff presentation, followed by the applicant presentation, followed by public comments. Members of the public will be given 2 to 3 minutes to speak, depending on the number of speakers. Once the public hearing is closed, I may ask staff to respond to any public comments. The Commission will ask clarifying questions, deliberate, and render a decision. If a decision is made tonight, the decision of the Planning Commission can be appealed to the City Council within 10 calendar days. Can we go ahead and have the staff presentation, please?
Sure, thank you. Planning commissioners and members of the public. My name is Liz Gagliardi. I'm an associate planner with the Community Development Department, and I will be presenting tonight's item for the proposed 8-story mixed-use commercial and residential building located at 616 South B Street, also referred to as Nazareth Vista. Quick overview before we dive into the presentation. I'll first start with some background on the project, then move into a code and policy review, wrapping up with a summary of the public notice that was sent out and staff recommendation to the Planning Commission. So starting off with some project history. This application began with a preliminary application under the Housing Crisis Act, or Senate Bill 330, which was initially filed in March of 2025. The applicant then held their required neighborhood informational meeting in April of 2025, followed shortly thereafter by the submittal of the formal planning application in June. Since the initial submittal, the project has been reviewed by staff, refined by the applicant to ensure compliance with applicable codes and state laws, and has also been reviewed under CEQA for a Class 32 infill exemption. So before we dive into the current application, I wanted to highlight here that this application does follow a prior project approval, which was made by the same applicant for a similar scope of work, another mixed-use commercial and residential building. That prior approval was originally approved by the Planning Commission in December of 2023 and expired last year. So this chart shows a quick comparison of some of the stats between the prior application and what's currently before us tonight. So the past expired approval was for a five-story building with 48 residential units, 5 affordable. It had around 9,000 square feet of commercial space at the ground floor and 72 parking stalls. It also included a basement level for parking. The current application is expanding a bit on that initial scope for an 8-story structure with 94 residential units, 10 affordable units. It has around 7,000 square feet of commercial area and 114 parking stalls. One notable change is that they are no longer proposing a basement level for the parking. And this slide just shows a comparison between the prior expired approval on the left and the current design on the right. Moving on to the project location, this map shows the project site highlighted in blue, which as you can see is south of downtown San Mateo and the Caltrain station and not close by to Central Park. It's currently 2 parcels which are proposed to be merged and is around 0.64 acres in size. This slide shows a 3D aerial view of the project site, which gives some additional context for the surrounding existing buildings. It's surrounded by a combination of residential buildings of different sizes, some commercial and mixed-use space as well. This is a closer look at the existing condition of the project site from the street view. It contains 2 existing 1-story commercial buildings, the Kelly Moore Paint Shop and Tap Plastics, which will both be demolished. Here we see a closer look at some of the adjacent commercial buildings. Across B Street is a 1-story office building and 2-story commercial building. Across 7th Avenue at the corner of South B Street is Nazareth Terrace, a 4-story mixed-use building. Here we take a closer look at some of the surrounding residential uses. So across from 7th Ave and South B Street is the Gramercy, which is a 6-story residential building. Behind the project site on 6th Ave is the Stradbelly Court, a 5-story building, and the Stratford, which is 10 stories. And then on the same block along 7th Avenue are several lower scale residential buildings, which range from 2 to 3 stories in height. This slide just shows the project site in relation to some other projects that are in various stages of entitlement and construction or have been recently completed. In the interest of time, I won't go through these in great detail, but happy to return to this if there are any questions. So now that we've seen the proposed project location, we can dive into what's proposed. As mentioned before, this will be an 8-story building with ground floor commercial uses along South B Street and residential units above. There are 94 rental residential units proposed on floors 4 through 8. For parking, there are 113 stalls proposed with an internal parking garage on floors 1 through 3. This chart shows some more detail of how the 94 units are distributed. It includes a mix of studios, 1 and 2 bedroom units. And of the 94 units, 84 will be market rate and 10 will be affordable at the very low income level. This is a view of the ground floor plan of the project site. The commercial uses are oriented along South B Street with trash collection and the loading zone on 6th Avenue. Project driveways are included at 7th Avenue and 6th Avenue, and the rear portion of the building at the ground floor will be used for parking. For this application, there are 3 planning entitlements required. The first is a site plan and architectural review to review the new mixed-use building. This does require city council approval since it exceeds the general plan height limit of 6 stories for this site. There's also a site development planning application for removal of major vegetation, including 6 trees to be removed, 2 of which are protected trees, and the applicant proposes replacement planting of 12 trees along all frontages. The project it also includes a tentative parcel map to merge the two existing lots into one. So moving on to our code and policy review, starting with the general plan. The project site has a general plan land use designation of mixed use medium 2. This sets the height and density standards for the site. Under this general plan, the maximum allowable density is 99 dwelling units per acre, and the maximum height is 6 stories. This project does include a density bonus request, which I'll get into in some more detail later on in the presentation. And I'll also note here, since this is a mixed use project, that the maximum floor area ratio is 4.0 under the general plan. Moving on to the zoning code, the site is zoned C1-R5, so neighborhood commercial with a residential overlay, a mixed-use zoning district, and is also within the downtown area plan. This chart includes a summary of the applicable development standards from the zoning code. I'm happy to revisit this if there's questions around these standards, but in the interest of time, I'm gonna move through those quickly. In addition to the local codes and policies, there's also several state laws that apply to this project. So the first one I'll highlight that I've mentioned before is state density bonus law. This project proposes a 50% density increase, so it's providing 1.5 times the allowable density on the project site. The base density allowed is 64 units, and they are increasing that to 94 units total proposed. Under the state density bonus law for providing additional affordable units, the project would also be eligible to receive up to 3 concessions and unlimited waivers. The project takes full advantage of their allowable density increase, as I mentioned before, going up to 94 units. And with that, the applicant has requested 1 concession and several waivers from different development standards. This slide includes a summary of those concessions and waivers. I'll just point out the concession that's requested here is to the architectural style, features, and materials established by the downtown plan, departing from the Spanish architectural style that's described in that document. And then there are several waivers that are also requested, and happy to come back to revisit those if there's questions on any of them. In addition to the state density bonus law, there's a couple of other state laws that apply to this project. This includes the Housing Crisis Act, or Senate Bill 330, which in this case vests the project to the date at which the preliminary application was received. In this case, December 22nd, 2025 is that vesting date. Next is the Housing Crisis Act. I apologize, I mixed those up. The one I just described is the Housing Crisis Act, Senate Bill 330. The next is the Housing Accountability Act. This one limits the local agency's ability to deny, reduce the density of, or render the project infeasible if it meets objective standards. And finally, we have Assembly Bill 2097, which removes minimum parking standards for projects within 1/2 mile of major public transit stops, and this site is within that radius of Caltrain. In addition to state laws, the project must also meet the city's local below market rate inclusionary program for affordable housing. This project does meet the local requirements with the very low income affordable units provided. It provides 15% of the base density, or 10 units, as affordable. The BMR units are distributed throughout the development and include unit sizes, types, and designs that are proportional in line with local standards. Moving on to our design review, here we have a rendering of the project from the corner of 7th Avenue and South B Street. Here you can see the defined corner feature and the podium style of the building highlighted, along with the commercial uses proposed along South B Street and residential units above. Here's another view from 6th Avenue, from South B Street looking out towards 6th Avenue. You can see the project in relation to the existing mixed-use building across the street. This is a view of the garage entry for retail and visitor parking, which is off of 6th Avenue. and a view from 6th Avenue and South B Street. Again, this is the one of the retail corners, and you can also see the vehicle entrance there off of 6th Avenue. This view is from South B Street looking out towards 7th Ave. And here from 7th Avenue towards South B Street. This is a bird's eye view of the rear elevation of the building. It includes a step back here with a residential amenity deck provided on that 4th floor. And on this slide, I wanted to highlight the ground floor retail area, which is shown shaded in that purple color along South B Street, so you can get a sense of where that's proposed in relation to that frontage and the other parking area and the residential amenity, which is the other corner space that's not shaded there, which is proposed to be a gym to serve residents. This shows how that retail frontage will look from South B Street. As you can see, it's defined by the tall glass windows with a parapet, some signage, and distinct from the residential units above. This project includes some recommendations. So towards the end of the review process, the city actually began working with an experienced retail consultant. So this consultant was not involved from the beginning of project design, but we did want to include that review since it is a mixed-use project. And as a result of that review, the retail consultant provided several recommendations, which are shown here on the screen. They including access internal to the building for the retail spaces from the parking lot, specifically for deliveries and trash collection, including infrastructure in the retail spaces for food businesses, so things like grease interceptors and ventilation for vent hoods for cooking. She also recommended looking at retail ceiling heights to ensure that there's adequate clearance for tenants to be attracted to that space. Around 12 feet was the recommendation. Ensuring that restrooms would be installed at time of construction for each retail tenant space, and also that each retail space would have separate utility connection with adequate amperage, and also to allow for separate metering of those spaces. So these recommendations were discussed with the applicant, and they did verbally agree to look at including these during the building permit phase of review. And in addition, staff has recommended the addition of a new condition of approval to strengthen and build on some of those recommendations, which is shown here on the screen if the Planning Commission would like to include that with the project approval if the applicant is amenable. And I can include that again towards the end of the presentation if we'd like to go back to it. But I will move on now to the transportation impact analysis. So a TIA was prepared for this project by Hexagon Transportation Consultants, and it was peer reviewed by city staff. This included a review of vehicle miles traveled, or VMT. No impact was found. The project actually meets screening criteria for exemption from a detailed VMT analysis under CEQA. However, there was a local transportation impact analysis that was required, which looked at level of service. So at key study intersections, looking at the number of peak hour trips. And it was found that the intersections would operate at acceptable level of service under existing opening year and cumulative conditions. However, since the project would generate over 100 net new trips, there are requirements for it to comply with Transportation Demand Management Plan requirements. This is a checklist that's established by the City County Association of Governments, and the applicant can select from a variety of different TDM interventions to achieve a minimum of 25% trip reduction. So with that requirement, they have selected reductions that would result in 32.5% reduction. This slide shows a summary of the impact fee estimates. I will note that these are estimates and actual fees will be assessed closer to the time that those are collected, but the project would be contributing to the various categories shown. Finally, looking at environmental review, the project was determined to be categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, under Section 15332, or also known as the Class 32 Infill Development Exemption. A CEQA memo was prepared by a consultant hired by the city, finding no unusual or significant effects with implementation of conditions of approval. Finally, this slide summarizes the public noticing, which was prepared in accordance with the zoning code requirements. Additional notification was provided via email and the planning e-newsletter. And I'll also mention here that staff received several public comments, both prior to the agenda report publication and after that publication. Some noted support for the project and the added residential units and business opportunities near downtown, while other comments, including a petition that was signed by a number of residents and included as an attachment to the agenda report, noted some concerns around the building height, traffic impacts, and pedestrian safety. So I'll just revisit that suggested condition of approval regarding the commercial improvements. Happy to come back to this if we'd like to look through it in more detail. And I will end with the staff recommendation before you on the screen to recommend that City Council approve the project as shown. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions or revisit slides as needed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll have the applicant presentation.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Evan Sokolowski with Arctech, the designers on the project. Excited to be in front of you again. Seem also excited to be presenting another project that does more housing than jobs, since I know that's important. So again, Liz did such a great job on the presentation. I don't want to go through and take too much time, give you a chance for questions and comments. Again, Nazareth Enterprises is a local developer here in San Mateo. In fact, some of the projects that were relayed in Liz's slides referred to some of his other projects. This will be their third project in San Mateo. Again, Liz covered the project site. I think we're all very familiar with it and the existing conditions. You know, some of the project data, again, we've increased it up to 94 units, taking advantage of the increased density as well as state density bonus. You know, again, secure residential parking, above grade now, still including a mix between studios, 1 bedrooms and 2s, which I know is always very important to the city to include more 2 bedrooms as opposed to only studios and 1s. Liz touched on some of the amenity space, a very nice outdoor shared amenity space on the 4th level, as well as the proposed fitness center down on grade level. And then the 10 very low income units is kind of an item that's included, but is also obviously very important to the city. Project history, this one's kind of interesting. Obviously, it's another project that had been entitled previously, and when San Mateo chose to pass Measure T, Munir came back to us and wanted us to look at opportunities to increase the density, take advantage of that. So with the new general plan, the densities, as well as the opportunity to go up, we were able to do above grade parking, increase the project up to 94 units, and getting that density and that above grade parking allowed this to be a project that's very viable to build, and we're excited to be presenting it. It was one of the earlier projects to go through the new process. It's also one of the projects that's kind of faced the challenges of the overlapping general plan and zoning, which I know you're having a study session to talk about the adjustments later on that. So we'll be excited to continue on processes when that's aligned. But working with staff throughout the process has been great. So we work closely trying to work through the design and the ODS. How we started the project was really reimagining the previously approved project. Had received support on that, going through the process and the approval. So we wanted to take that as our baseline and start working within the ODS, working with the higher density design. One of the other, I think, challenges but exciting parts of the project is how do we take an above grade garage and create a very attractive building that doesn't look like a parking garage. And I think both the design and input from staff, I feel we've been very successful with that. I think the renderings show a building that doesn't necessarily look like it has parking on 2 levels behind, creating a nice strong podium. Another thing that you'll notice on some of the renderings is although there are 5 levels of residential above, because of the step back on the top level, the perception is that there's only 4 levels from most views. So I think that is actually one of the elements of the ODS that is included, but it's also a very nice design feature that creates a different look in that. Again, much of this has been gone through. We do have retail and visitor parking on grade accessing off 6th Avenue. Our residential main entry is off of 7th, and the majority of B Street is retail frontage. This just highlights that as well. The 2nd and 3rd levels are our above grade parking, also long-term storage. You can see the 4th level is predominantly units. The shared outdoor amenity space and community room opening off of that. Again, a generous setback off both at the ends and deeper setback in the middle to the adjacent properties. And then going up, again, additional floors of units. And then the 8th level, you can see that step back that wraps the 3 street frontages that give you that view. This is one of the views that, again, you can't necessarily see that 8th level from this perspective, which I think is a nice feature. It also gives those very nice balconies up at that level. And this kind of highlights on that 2nd and 3rd level, that is the parking garage there. But I think between the additional screening by the fritted glass, as well as the way it's articulated, I think it's an interesting treatment for the garage itself. And this is a view from across 6th, looking, and that's the access, as Liz pointed out, to the visitor and retail parking. The lower right slide is the residential entry, which is highlighted and framed over the bottom 3 levels. With the residential above, and you can see the step back to the residential up at the 4th level that steps significantly back from the frontage. A couple of views of that shared amenity space, that outdoor space, really we feel will be an attractive, very utilized space up at that 4th level. And then the views, this is actually shows a little bit of the view. We worked very closely with Liz and Steve on some added articulation on that 0 lot line wall. Obviously, those are false windows, but trying to create some distinct articulation there to create some depth as well as interest on that facade. Again, I went through that quickly, partly because Liz did such a good job, but also to give you ample opportunity to discuss. So we look forward to taking any questions and happy. Oh, sorry, one more thing. Did have some discussions with Liz regarding the retail items. Most of those items we were already, had already talked about, and including obviously what we're looking for is the most flexibility to attract the right tenants. At this point, we're showing the opportunity for multiple entries there. We're not showing anything specific beyond as far as the rear access or restrooms until we know the tenants. Obviously, restrooms access is planned to come back through there, as well as looking to provide the potential for, if there is those restaurant uses, those food service uses, we understand the importance of providing those grease traps and that ventilation in advance. It's also one of the benefits by doing an on-grade project as opposed to below grade. It makes the ability to introduce a grease interceptor on site much easier than if we're trying to take it below grade and do, pump it up above. So we do, we're looking at flexibility on our retail tenants and bringing in the right, so it's an active and viable, but understand the importance of those recommendations.
Thank you. Now we will go ahead and open the public comment for this item. If you are in chambers and you wish to speak on this item, please submit your yellow request to speak slip to our clerk now. If you are watching online and you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand now.
Through the chair, we have a total of 12 requests to speak.
Okay, thank you. With 12 commenters, that will be 2 minutes for each comment.
We will begin with our in-person speakers in groups of 3. We'll start with Norman, and to follow Peggy and Stephen Mel.
Hello, my name is Norman Cohn. I'm one of over 200 residents of the Gramercy and the Stratford that sent you a petition this past summer. Though we have concerns about the marked expansion of this project, we also support new housing and recognize that new state regulations place constraints on you. So I want to focus on the huge concern with pedestrian safety in our neighborhood. I myself, over the past 2 years, on 5 different occasions, have had to literally run to escape being run over at various downtown intersections. I also have a number of areas of concern, but I would especially highlight the dangerous T intersections at 5th Avenue and Laurel and the virtually unprotected one at 5th Avenue and Ellsworth. The traffic report for this development projects over 900 daily additional vehicle trips from the site. The unfortunate consequence, even without counting future anticipated nearby construction and despite hopes of TDM, is that there will be more pedestrians, more cyclists, more cars, more service vehicles, and more trucks. So an already precarious safety environment will just get worse. If the city approves more housing in our neighborhood, I feel it also has a responsibility to try to balance this somewhat by significantly enhancing pedestrian safety. I sincerely hope that you will do all you can to ensure that meaningful safety improvements are implemented. I'm also concerned that many seniors and young families use 6th Avenue to enter Central Park. But we already have a large number of trucks there, including Recology, moving vans for the Gramercy and Stratford, service vehicles, delivery trucks, and large commercial and large food trucks, many of which partially block 6th Avenue. With this new building there will be additional trash collection, commercial unloading, and commercial parking on 6th. We ask that at least tenant moving vans for 616 enter via the much wider and far less densely populated 7th Avenue, and that all tenant agreements require all residents to move in and out from 7th Avenue, which already has the elevator nearby, and have that agreement added to conditions of approval for this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Hello, my name is Peggy Mendelson. I am an owner at the Gramercy since 1994. Our building worked with both the city planning and public works when Draggers was built, and you really helped make the streets safer for our elderly neighbors by improving the crossings. You required Draggers to change the direction of their fans and vents on the roof, worked to keep the noises down by having trucks enter on B Street, and you also helped us get more greenery around the building. These issues face us again with the Draeger building, the Talbot block, and 616 South B Street project. The 616 project would be much safer if moving vans used the 7th Avenue side for deliveries. 7th Avenue is wider and less populated. The project, the Gramercy and the Stratford already have move-in vans, deliveries, and Recology clogging up 6th Avenue daily. I request that all tenant agreements require that all residents to move in and out on the 7th Avenue side, and this requirement be added to the conditions of the approval of the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening. I'm Stephen Larry Mell. I'm an owner at the Gramercy for 2 years. We welcome thoughtful development, but taller, new buildings bring a concerning surge in cars, pedestrians, and cyclists to our streets. First, we urgently request the city to maximize pedestrian safety at our local intersections through high visibility crosswalks or traffic calming devices or relevant new technology that may become available later. Second, we ask you to condition the project's approval to require tenant moving vans to load and unload from an alternate location, not the commercial loading zone. Finally, please implement measures to protect our neighborhood's safety before a tragedy occurs. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your comment.
Our next speakers will be Ashok Baid, Rokpa Baid, and Doug Deanna.
Good afternoon, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak to you directly. My name is Rupa Bhede, and I'm a resident at Gramercy, and my unit faces directly onto 6th Avenue. And from my balcony, I have a full view of the whole street. As you know, the 6th Avenue side of 616 has 3 buildings, the Gramercy, Stratford, and Stradbally. Most of the residents are seniors. Many do not drive, and some are even mobility challenged. We already have a lot of traffic, foot traffic and truck traffic, such as moving trucks and recology trucks for all 3 buildings, plus food supply trucks for Stratford, which has already been mentioned, but here it is. We understand that you wanted downtown living, and when you choose downtown living, c'est la vie. I mean, this is given, we get that. But I think the problem is more the safety issue that we're concerned with seniors, our grandchildren, and other young children that are in the building. And we would appreciate your taking into consideration one item specifically that I'm going to mention, and that you make make it conditional upon approval of this project, that all tenants in that building, residents and tenants, agree to move from the 7th Avenue. I understand there is an elevator that's going to be there, a service elevator, so that should be, obvious. I think it should be accessible. And I also understand.
I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you.
Oh, okay. But anyway, so that was my point, that please make the access from that side.
Good evening. My name is Ashok Bhede. I also live at Gramercy, and my colleagues have mentioned many of the items. One I'm going to cover is the intersection of 5th Avenue and Ellsworth. That intersection is very hazardous, and for our tenants to get to the downtown, that's the only way to get there from closer to the B Street. And I'm hoping that the safety improvements would be covered for that intersection also. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening, I'm Doug Deanna with the South Downtown Parking District. The traffic study lists my street, Laurel Avenue, as study intersection number 2. The city's own guidelines require a local street access analysis when a project has direct access onto a local street. I could not find that analysis in the record. I do not oppose the project. I'm asking the commission to direct staff to provide that analysis to me and to enter that analysis in the public record. And here's why it matters. The city created the RPP specifically to protect residential streets from traffic generators. This project qualifies as one. Yet the traffic study doesn't mention the RPP or the streets it was designed to protect. Why not? My question for the commission: which city program is responsible for evaluating traffic impacts on the streets the RPP was created to protect, and why was that analysis absent from this traffic study? And I see I have 60 more seconds, and I'd like to address the city's own notification code, which reads like a no refund sign at a thrift shop. The code says, 1, the city can send a defective notice that nobody receives and the hearing still stands. 2, if the information is wrong, the fact that we sent it, that's good faith. 3, if the recipient can't read English, the fact that we sent it, that's good faith. 1 notice, 1 postcard, no return receipt, no confirmation of delivery, no follow-up. The city acknowledges that it may send out information that is factually incorrect, and the hearing still stands. The city sends 1 postcard, 1 language, no liability, and that is good faith under 2708.050. That's not the standard the commission wants to stand by. I know, San Mateo, you can do better. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Our last in-person speakers will be Davida Rambino, Elaine Gilbrich, and lastly, Joshua Gersh.
As a resident of the Stratford, I represent one of the over 200 signatures on the petition sent to the city of San Mateo. The project size of the building at 616 B Street is of concern due to the lack of planning for the surrounding streets. Given the anticipated increase in vehicle traffic, pedestrian activity, bicycle use associated with this development, and other planned projects nearby, it is essential that city planning take proactive steps to improve safety throughout the neighborhood and the downtown area. An imperative issue to be addressed is the urgent situation of pedestrian and bicycle traffic at the intersection of Fifth Avenue and Ellsworth, where pedestrian protections are currently inadequate and do not reflect the level of activity there. We have experienced an increase in pedestrian car accidents where the impatience of the drivers imperils the ability to cross the street safely. I am able-bodied, yet the speeding traffic does not stop for me in the crosswalk. The dangerous intersection at Fifth Avenue and Laurel has a flashing light, but cars intermittently ignore this. Stoplights should be there, as well as on all the cross streets that are in the vicinity. Investment in traffic calming infrastructure should be prioritized to ensure that the growth does not come at the expense of resident safety and quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioner Patel, and Planning Commissioners. My name's Elaine Gilbrecht, and I live on 7th Avenue in San Mateo, right next door to Nazareth Terrace and right across the street from the proposed Nazareth Vista. I'm here to speak in support of the project. I feel it's a solid plan in the right place and the right time. And all of our experiences of living on 7th Avenue during construction and afterwards have been pleasant. Every time we've needed to talk to anyone at Nazareth, like Monera or anyone, it's been very thoughtfully addressed with consideration for all of our concerns and questions. So I have only positive things to say. I could go on and on about that, but I mostly want to say I do feel this is the right project, the right time, and the right place, and I'm in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you, Planning Commission. My name is Joshua Gersh. I live at 225 9th, so 2 blocks from the proposed development. I've lived there for 7 years. I walk along this stretch of South B Street every day. and I want to speak in favour of approval of the Nazareth Vista project. So as you all know, what's there now is car park, single-storey retail. It's a dramatically underused land on a stretch of South B that could be so much better used. There's two things that I particularly like about the proposal. The building is right-sized, it's not out of scale, it fits the block, it's actually shorter than the Stratford next door. It's a low car dependency building in a place that's close to Caltrain, that's close to retail. And like we heard earlier, it's a building that encourages more housing than jobs, which if that's something that the city wants to focus on, then this is a development that would make sense for San Mateo. And that stretch of South B Street is sleepy now. There's good, small, new and existing businesses. There's Anatolian Market on that stretch. There's Ramen Dojo, Ramen Parlor, Ravioli House. But this development would bring more customers, more locals to those small businesses, and it encouraged the development of small businesses along that stretch as well, which as a resident of the area, that's something I would personally love to see. So I hear and I agree with some of the concerns about the traffic in the area as well. Certainly there's things that we could do better on those intersections at 5th, but I don't think it makes sense to condition this development on traffic changes 2 blocks away. So in short, San Mateo needs more homes, but we'll only get them if you approve the good proposals in the right place at a reasonable scale, and that is what Nazareth Vista will bring. So thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I encourage you to approve the development.
Thank you for your comment.
Through the chair, we do have an additional request to speak, totaling a total of 13, still granting the time of 2 minutes each. For our participants in our virtual environment, we will begin with Les. Les, you may speak. Hi, Les, can you hear us?
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. My name is Les Kiak. I want to say that I fully support the project. I own and manage 3 buildings in the downtown area, 2 of which are really close to the subject property on B Street at 301 South B and on 4th Avenue at 164 East 4th. Then I have a 3rd building that's on the other side of downtown at 77 North San Mateo Drive. But as a neighbor and someone who's fully committed to the long-term vision of downtown, I am really excited about the project. It's absolutely gorgeous, I think. It's the right property at the right time for the downtown corridor. I like the low-income component, which is much needed for the downtown area to help with some of the workers that come and work there. It also adds vibrancy and density to an area of the downtown that's currently suffering from a lack of density. Currently, this area is, challenging for retailers. There's not enough residents. I also like the design of the project. Currently, the area is populated by outdated buildings, which are no longer functional in today's environment. And I think that residential over retail will be a big plus, bringing residents to be customers of the retailers in the area. So for these reasons, I fully support the project.
Thank you for your comment.
Our next speaker will be Arona Blackman. Arona, you may speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I am challenged, and I use a walking aid, and I like to walk in Central Park every day that I can, and I am very concerned about the amount of traffic that is going to be directed. I live at the Stratford, right across the street from the park, and I'm very concerned about the traffic issues that will come up 6th and up 7th. So to interfering turning, you have to turn either left or right. when you get to Laurel Avenue, and that will definitely have a very severe effect on our ability to cross the street there to get to the park, which we like to enjoy. I'm 92 years old, and I would like to see lights there at those intersections to protect people who want to walk and want to go to the park. And I think that there are huge safety concerns, especially with the garages that are everything that's planned on Sixth, which is our building is between Fifth and Sixth. So I would ask, please, that you direct traffic or whoever controls that to make sure that we can cross the street from Laurel, and then and even the tenants in the new building, whoever they are, that people can get across the street to that park. That park is a big attraction for our community, and it shouldn't be the source of accidents and fear for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment.
Our next public commenter is named as the Stratford. You may speak.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi, this is Stephanie from the Stratford. I have two residents here with me that would like to speak. The first one will be Dr. Rubino. He is a resident.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm a resident of the Stratford for the last 7 years, and the discussion has really centered around everything that's immediate. But we're in a small community, and we're anticipating a big increase in traffic and safety-related issues as the graders and the other structures in this area are altered and add significant population. I haven't heard any discussion about what that impact would be, and I'd love reassurance from this commission that they are considering that as an important factor that relates to all of the safety issues that have been touched upon. We suffered one near fatal injury to a resident here in the last several years because of the traffic related issues. And as a physician, I remain very concerned that that threat has not been ameliorated. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. I have another resident that would like to speak. Thank you. Mr. Bellamy.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Adrian Bellamy. I'm Chairman of the Homeowners Association here at the Stratford. I think all has been said about the traffic flows, and I endorse it 100%. We have here approximately 90 residents living in approximately 60 condominiums, and they are, by definition, on the older side. They have issues of mobility, they have issues of hearing, they have issues of seeing, and I do believe that it behoves the commissioners and the city of San Mateo to take all that into account and do a complete plan once this building starts taking shape. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
And our final speaker, David, you may speak.
Me. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'll presume I am being heard, but I can't hear anything. I think you're underestimating the parking and traffic impact in the area. I live at 808 Laurel. Our building is a condominium building. We have 36 units. I know for a fact that there are 50% more cars than we have spaces for in the building, and those cars are on the street. I would expect that you have about nearly 100 units that you are building here, and there's definitely going to be a significant spillover on these streets, which already the parking is impossible. Also, the city is not, there's supposed to be 72-hour parking here in the area, and the city is not doing anything about it. They're not enforcing it at all. As a matter of fact, there's a car around the corner from me that's been sitting in one spot for 6 weeks. 6 weeks without anything. You're underestimating the parking. Sorry, the number of cars in the area. Also, the deliveries from the multiple times per day from UPS, the post office, and Amazon. I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comment.
Through the chair, those are all of our public speakers.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment for this item. I think it's typical for us to give the applicant 5 minutes to respond to the public comment. Is that correct? Yeah, so I'm happy to give the applicant 5 minutes to respond to any of the public comments if you would like. No pressure.
Thank you. We just would like to respond by saying we did take the comments seriously. We worked closely with the city, including our traffic consultant, to make sure we were studying the appropriate effects. Regarding our parking structure and the entries, we are proposing both audible and visual notifications for additional safety on entry and exit at those locations. We also want to note that the location of the higher intensity residential parking entry is off of 7th, and the lower number of spaces is on 6th, to try and ameliorate some of the concerns that were voiced today. But we do understand the importance of traffic safety and in particular pedestrian safety.
Thank you. I will direct a question to staff. So we heard a lot of comments just now about concerns about traffic and pedestrian safety. And in fact, we got a couple of comments, written comments. I'm looking at one from David Messerschmidt with very specific recommendations for specific intersections that I thought made a lot of sense as someone who also walks and bikes frequently in this area. And I guess my question to staff is, can you explain what and when triggers an evaluation of the conditions at these intersections, and when the community could expect potential safety improvements to be made? That might be a public works question.
I know we do have public works staff on, if they're able to speak to that question right there.
Hello, my name is Ryan Brunmeyer, and I'm an associate engineer with the City of San Mateo Public Works Department. I can say that the traffic impact analysis did evaluate the study intersections around the project site, and those intersections did not exceed the thresholds that would necessitate the need to evaluate them any further for additional improvements. Therefore, we're unable to require the project to implement additional improvements at those locations. I think a lot of the recommendations for safety improvements that were not something that the project is responsible. There are policies in place through our traffic engineering division that can be used as resources. So for example, the city has a local road safety plan, which is a good start in identifying potential countermeasures at some of these locations. For example, 5th Street, which includes the 5th and Laurel intersection that I've heard discussed a lot, was identified as one of those top priority segments. And so identification of certain areas of concern in the in the LRSP can help then the city allocate funding for such safety measures if they're not something that can be required of the project. And I'm more than happy to provide follow-up contact information or additional resources to direct people to the proper policies and procedures we have in place to address those things.
Thank you very much. I think that would be super helpful. I completely understand that we cannot require the project to make improvements to intersections that are, as someone noted, 2 blocks away. But I was mostly curious if there is a process in place for city staff to evaluate these intersections. It looks like that would be through the local roadway safety plan.
Yeah, that would be a great start.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Do we have any clarifying questions for my fellow commissioners? I always look right at this moment, so we're going to do it one more time, Margaret. You're
yes,
first.
of course. I have questions. I always do. But my first question would be what you just said, Commissioner Patel, which is that we can't require the project to address intersections 2 blocks away. But the intersection at 6th and Laurel is not 2 blocks away. It is, not quite adjacent, but it's close to the project. And so, yeah, that's my question. Like, can it be expected that the project can carry some traffic calming, improvements to that intersection? I mean, I was going to start by saying that I walk Laurel Avenue regularly, as well as drive it. I also drive from my neighborhood to downtown sometimes. And in fact, I walk with my dog through Central Park, and she actually won't let me go back through the park the way I came until I've turned and gone past the Leslie building onto Laurel and then turned south on Laurel. And so it's like, I know that intersection well. I was actually trying to confirm if it does have a stop sign, I think, at that location, but I can't actually recall because it does have, okay. So back to my original question, like, are there traffic calming measures that can take place there that can be part of the project? And how do we, how does that stand?
Through the chair, I'll also lean on Public Works staff if there's something that I'm missing, since they are the experts on the technicalities of this. But the 6th and Laurel intersection was included as a study intersection in the transportation analysis, and it wasn't found to have surpassed thresholds that would allow us to require improvements as a part of the project entitlement. So I don't believe that it could be linked to this specific development. However, as Ryan shared, there may be other avenues for having the city look at improvements in that location, but it would be outside of the scope of this project.
Okay. Thank you. Let me just see. I have a number of notes that I think are questions. Let's see if I have others. Or does anybody else want to go ahead and maybe I can sort out my other items?
Commissioner Clafter?
Sure, I had 1 or 2 questions. I did have a question about the design of the building and the renderings there. The underside of the upper residential portion is rendered very smooth, clean, but I would imagine that that may not be the case, as there probably will be sprinklers and plumbing and other things potentially coming down from there. Is that possibly true?
If I could maybe get to a specific image may help to explain.
I'm thinking of those renderings where it's like across the street looking towards the building, and you can kind of see yeah, like that one.
Yes, so there would be some piping that would be located on that. Obviously, we'd set it up, and one of the things in part of the design is to do it, a clean layout. Obviously, there'd be some lighting and some sprinkler piping there, painting and other treatments to minimize the impact visually of that would take place.
So you are planning to paint everything sort of solid color?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. And thanks. I think that was the only question I had on that design right now.
I found sorted out my notes.
Yes.
Oh, we can return to you. I'll come back to me.
Okay, thanks. Sorry for the back and forth. I guess another related comment is related to the pedestrian safety issue. On a similar vein, can the project require, as a condition of approval, I guess, that moving trucks and move-in take place on 7th Avenue instead of 6th, as suggested by the public speakers?
So through the chair, I'll maybe check in with the city attorney about whether that can be included as a condition. But I will note, and perhaps Public Works can share more about this if there's elaboration needed, but there is a process by which residents can apply for a temporary permit to reserve on-street parking for move-in and move-out purposes, so that if they plan ahead, they'd be able to reserve the required street parking stalls to park like a U-Haul truck or something while they're moving in or out of a unit. So that would be potentially an option that could take place on 7th or B Street, a little bit closer to the residential entrance for move-in and move-out purposes. I'm not sure if I answered your question about whether that could be conditioned, but that's a little bit of information that I know maybe half answers the question, but I don't know if we have more about the conditions.
I mean, I think it's a really good, I don't know if it's a solution, but it's a really good mitigation measure and maybe it's simply an operational measure, but it would have to be conditional, I guess, and I don't know if that can be a condition of approval.
Through the chair, I think that because the key with the condition of approval, it has to be fully enforceable. And for public streets, I think, as Liz noted, the design of the building and the layout of the on-street parking will be conducive to push parking and loading activities to that side of the project. And really, you will see your probably greatest influx at the start, and then just like any other residential building downtown, periodically as transition, but relatively minimal in the broad scheme of things. But yeah, oftentimes if they're reserving spaces, that gives us an opportunity to push them toward that side. But I think location of the entrance to the building is probably the most conducive, that you will see loading activities take place in and around that area of the building.
The 7th Avenue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I wanted to jump in here because my question, the next question I was going to ask is actually directly related to this, which is the loading zone again. And I was thinking about the public comments and the other things, and the question that I asked was prior to the meeting, and I'll ask it again here, and I think it's probably for Public Works and also for the applicant. Is I guess the question is, my understanding is that we cannot require more than one loading zone, but I guess my question is to Public Works is could we potentially consider, and is there a possibility of considering a second loading zone on the 7th Avenue side in front of that entrance there? Is that something that could be done? Yeah, as an optional thing that, to work with as a negotiation?
So through the chair, the requirement in the code is only for one loading zone for the project as designed. So I don't believe there would be any nexus to require additional loading stalls. Whether that's something in terms of like curbside management that the city could look into, I think that's perhaps a separate question than what could be required of the development. Not sure, Ryan, if there's anything to add from Public Works on that question.
Yeah, I would say that just to reiterate the whole residential move-in item, I do think that, obviously once the building is occupied, the biggest need for loading and unloading is going to be generated by the commercial component, as well as the trash staging area, which is on the 6th Avenue side. So it's an extremely easy process for residents to obtain a temporary no parking sign to reserve any number of stalls that they need for move-in purposes. And I also think that, like I said, enforcement of restricting it to one side would not really be a feasible alternative. There's always the opportunity for individual properties to, at a later time, not through planning application review, to reach out to our engineering department through the transportation group to submit an application for additional loading zones if it seems that for any reason there is a need for additional loading on the 7th Avenue frontage.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any further questions?
No.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shamkel, any clarifying questions?
Yeah, just along the lines of the pedestrian safety as well. Just had a question regarding the crosswalks that are going to be in front to the east of the project along B Street. I know that there's a bulb out between 7th on the intersection of 7th and South B, but were there any considerations made for high visibility pedestrian flashing signals or anything like that were made at the time of working with the staff?
So through the chair, I did pull up the site plan if we can take a look at that. I think it's helpful to see as we discuss. So you'll see, as you pointed out, the 7th and South B intersection there is a proposal for a bump out, and the crosswalks are proposed to be high visibility, and restriping of those will be required as a part of the project construction. I believe that covers the improvements, but I don't, if Public Works has anything to add there, I'll invite them to jump in. But I believe you had just asked about the high visibility, which will be included.
All right, I'll go to my next question. Thank you. At these intersections on 6th and on 7th, not sure about the downtown plan, about what could be added or what's required. Is there any art requirement for the downtown plan for projects?
So through the chair, we do have requirements for public art with development projects over a certain valuation, which this would trigger. There is the option for the developer to either provide public art on site or they can provide an in lieu fee. So in this case, they've elected to pay the in lieu fee. So there's not public art proposed with the project.
I think that concludes my clarifying questions for now.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Bush?
Thank you. Liz, how does, this is a bigger picture question about the original planning application and that they submitted a new planning application while an old one was pending, right? So do we just, the old one just goes away and the new, and all the standards and things that govern the new one are what apply for the new one?
Yes. So through the chair, the standards for the current project will be, since this is an SB 330 project, it would be whatever is in place at the time the project was vested based on their preliminary application. In this case, as you noted, they did submit while the past approval was still active. It has since expired, so that's no longer active, but if a new entitlement was approved, it would supersede the prior approval.
Okay, thanks. This is a question for the applicant. I heard you talk about the condition of approval for the retailers and whether you'd add the venting and the grease thing. I didn't quite understand whether you were in agreement with us adding that as a condition of approval, or you were saying thanks but no thanks, but we promise we will try.
So, yes, we're comfortable with those conditions in that, obviously, just to let you know, we were intending to look at a location during the DDs and permit documentation for a grease interceptor. It's the only time you can do it is in the initial stages. We understand that. We want the flexibility for that potential tenant. The same with all the restrooms. The one item we're not comfortable with is the comment about requiring an additional height on the ground level. We do have some height concerns just regarding construction type and everything else. We actually have a 14-foot floor to floor from grade to the second level parking and a flat slab construction, which does allow that 12-foot that was being noted in that. So we don't feel it's reasonable to require an additional height as was noted there, but the other conditions were things we were already intending to do. We just didn't show any of those at this point because most of those items are either A, tenant specific, as we could have, we could get lucky and have one tenant take the entire space, or we could have, 3 or 4 tenants, and that would require 3 or 4 entries, separate restrooms and all of that.
Okay, so just, Liz, could we see the proposed condition of approval? So just to make sure the applicant's in agreement with all of these except number 5, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. I have another question for you. I don't know anything about building materials, sorry. I'm a lawyer, that's why I'm here, not the architect who's at the other end of the dais. But can you explain to me in layman's terms why having Spanish colonial architectural style is more expensive? Because this does kind of stick out compared to the buildings nearby, and your bonus density bonus letter talks about it says that it's more expensive, which I know. I've read the rules, so don't worry. But I know that part. That's the lawyer in me. I read that part.
Understood. No,
but wait, sorry. But you do say that an 8-story building is not typically, I don't know how you frame it, but not typically in the Spanish architectural style. But the 10-story building nearby, I think, is kind of that style. So just curious.
So there were, beyond cost, there was also one of the, and I tried to speak to it in the beginning, is we had successfully designed and developed a design that was supported and approved before. So we did start with that design. One, it was a style and architecture that we liked, we had received support before. Regarding the Spanish colonial style, one of the challenges with the way we build today, to truly do it justice and with all of the elements to be done, it is a significant increase in cost to get those elements involved. Scale of the buildings are challenging at the larger scale, as well as, again, creating that retail frontage. So that was taken into account. A lot of the very specific details require some skill level and some detail that is a cost difficulty on a project of this scale.
Okay, thanks. I just don't have any familiarity with that. I also, may not surprise you, that I'm new to reading construction plans, and I don't quite understand how the loading zone works. So it seems like in these pictures you can't see anything related to a loading zone. Is it just a yellow striped curb where trucks park, or how does it actually work?
So we work very closely with staff on the location of the loading zone, as well as studying it. So it is a striped curb that doesn't have parking associated in that area. And so basically it's set up as our commercial, our residential, and our trash loading zone. It meets the size requirements and the separations. One of the challenges we faced was, getting that location in between our vehicular access and the corner. So we went through a lot of effort with Public Works to make sure we could get the right sized loading zone striped off and set up as required to fit in that. And as was noted, there is move-in. But most of the loading needs are really on that side of the building, as well as one of the things we wanted to do, again, was keep our access point on the retail and the visitor parking is less intense, less cars than on the 93 spaces on the residential side. So we were also trying to keep those separated primarily as far as where our loading zone was and where our predominant access point was.
Okay, and Liz, could we just see a picture of the corner at 6th and be like looking at the loading zone?
As far
Because
as
I see this plan, but I can't figure out the other corner. Oh, sorry, towards 7th Avenue.
visually, I don't know if you will notice anything in particular in the rendering that says loading zone. Again, the
Well,
curb-
but it would like
It will,
I just want to see.
It will not
where
have
it is.
parking on it. It will have
Yeah.
no parking signs. It will have the striped curb. Those elements signify that is the loading zone. And so all those elements will be incorporated into the improvement drawings.
Okay.
So through the chair, yeah, the renderings, since they're architectural renderings, they don't necessarily have that level of detail of the
Yeah.
the curb
I was
striping.
just trying to picture on the
Yeah.
picture where it is. That's it.
On the site plan here, if you look along the 6th Avenue, it's a little bit hard to see because it's small, but it's that area that's highlighted in yellow. So there's a couple of street trees proposed at the curb behind it, and then it would be striped to indicate that parking would not be allowed there since it is a loading area.
Okay, but in the plans, like one of the last pages of the plan, which is not on the pictures here, but there is a picture of a giant truck like parked at an angle in the loading zone. Is the loading zone intended for trucks to be parallel to the curb to unload, or are we expecting
I
that?
believe that diagram is showing the pickup of the trash.
Okay.
And so again, the loading zone is multi-purpose. Again, as was noted, we're required one loading zone. We worked carefully to locate that in the appropriate place. That's indicating that our trash staging gets put out there in the loading zone. The pickup comes in, picks up and services that, and then puts it back, and they get moved back into the building.
Okay.
And part of our process and part of our approval was going through getting our trash plan submitted to Recology and getting will serve. So we did go through that. For regular loading, whether it would be any tenant loading there, any UPS trucks, any other trucks, the idea is that they would be parallel to the curb. The requirement is that during those servicing times, those loading times, they're parallel, and that's why the city has size requirements that we must meet for that loading zone to work with the types of trucks.
Yeah, great. That's helpful. Thank you. I was concerned about that picture.
Understood.
And to make explicit what is implicit in my questions is one of your waivers is to move the loading zone a little closer to the intersection than typically our standards allow. So I just wanted to confirm that wasn't going to have significant impacts on the intersection, particularly the stop sign, which is now like close by with these big trucks. But I understand that they'll have to be parallel, and you worked closely with staff to make sure that was appropriate. So, okay, thank you. That is all of my questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Bush. Commissioner Williams, I saw you might have one more question.
Yes, I did. And actually, this is great. And thanks for those questions, because that helped me kind of understand things too. So, but I guess this all triggered a question about the garbage. So is what we're seeing in that little room that's to the left of the stairwell, those are a bunch of dumpsters?
Yeah.
Okay, so those would have to be taken out. I see it's like one single door. It would actually need to be double doors, I think, right?
There's the two, if you...
It looks like, I see it's a double door. The other section on the left.
It's very hard. That area just to the left.
Yeah, I see that.
That's an overhead door. That's an overhead coil
Got it.
door, a 6-foot wide door. So
Okay.
Again, we worked with our trash consultant on the path of travel and the needs for that, and this. So yes, those bins will be taken out at scheduled times as required for pickup, and then returned in through that door.
For a building this size, is it anticipated it would be like once a week, like everywhere else in the neighborhood?
I don't have the exact schedule in front of me, but that
Okay.
was all part of our process in going through the will serve and the approval with the city and
Okay.
Recology, was to show our servicing requirements for the different streams and when it occurs.
Okay. I guess one of the things as I was looking at it, I'm like, well, this must take place at, the other tall buildings in the neighborhood, starting with the Leslie and the Stratford and the Gramercy, you know, they all must have similar dumpsters that are brought out and brought back in. So, okay, I guess I just wanted to kind of think that through. I think I had one other question, which is really minor, but on one of the, not related to this, on one of the renderings or multiple renderings, it was showed a really large screen on the common area. And I was just wondering, how visible is that going to be? I mean, I can see it right there. It's that green in the middle. And I guess it's not really visible to the low-rise apartments below. So that's helpful. But are there going to be sort of some restrictions on, you know, when this thing goes on and off and how much it's just running? I'm just not a fan of like screens running when no one's there.
I don't know of any specific requirements for that. As far as screening, we do have specific screening on the
I'm talking about the monitor. I'm talking about the monitor.
No, I
okay.
understand. But those were some of the things that we have included to both visually screen as much as possible.
Okay.
You know, honestly, right now, the intent, if it's not in use, it wouldn't be on. You know, that's not something that's an operationally a good use of electricity. That being said, obviously the project needs to go through, you know, further design and development and this is our initial design of where that is. We can take into account whether that means, you know, maybe we look at a rotation in such a way or other things that would mitigate some of those concerns. But at the very least, the requirements would be that it's off when not in use.
Yeah.
And stuff. So
it also looked really huge in the renderings for the size of the space, but maybe that's just my personal thing.
To Liz's point, and one of the other things is these are architectural renderings. They're also used for marketing and so in purposes of that, obviously showing a large TV screen and a significant size is an attraction. We will be cognizant of these concerns when we're doing the final design and layout of that community space. What we are excited about with that is it giving the tenants some significant amenity space up at a safe level. I think it's one of the challenges that's faced with urban dwelling and getting these types of amenities to this significant scale to downtown facilities, just because oftentimes we don't have the square footage to do it, and this allows us to do it. So we think it's really going to be a positive for the development, as well as giving a bigger buffer to our neighbors.
Right. And I see that, you know, this rendering compared to something else I saw shows that the apartments below or the residences below are, you know, not really affected by it in this on this view. So, okay, those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Clafter, no? Okay. Thank you to my fellow commissioners for all of your fantastic questions. I think there is only one left that I had that you did not already cover. So this is a question for staff. The last time this project was before us, the ground floor space was described as retail in the project plans and staff report. This time it's described as commercial. And I was curious what the implications of that difference are from a use standpoint.
Through the chair, so I think we were using those terms interchangeably,
Okay.
but it is intended to be commercial retail
Okay,
space.
perfect. Thank you. That was my only question. So I will now look to my fellow commissioners for any comments or discussion on this item. If anyone has any comments they would like to add. Oh yeah, okay, I'm gonna look left. Commissioner Bush, any comments?
I'm always starting the comments. Yeah, I have some comments. So I think it seems like a really great project. A lot of great new housing, new affordable housing, right next to downtown, which is excellent. I applaud the amenities as well, exactly as you said. I think those are going to be really attractive. And the fact that those amenities are built in a way to try to respect the neighbor. So a large step back, kind of hiding that 8th floor, hiding the parking deck is really lovely. Adding the retail space to the public commenter who mentioned new businesses and supporting the other local businesses, including my favorite restaurant in San Mateo, Ramen Dojo. So yeah, I think it's a really great project. I am really thankful for the thoughtful public comments. I've been a commissioner now for a little over a year, and these were some of the most thoughtful. Seems like everyone seems to understand the limits of our discretion in making changes to the project and really focusing comments on things that the city does have some power to change. We can't make the applicant change the lights at Ellsworth and Fifth, but the city has the power to do that. And so one thing I wanted to just encourage all the thoughtful public commenters to consider is targeting that energy towards city council, who can try to help to direct some of those comments towards making the changes that you all think will be helpful to make sure you all feel safe and the traffic is well managed. So I wanted to encourage you to do that. And I also just wanted to take the opportunity, now having seen several large projects of this type over the last couple of months, to encourage our staff to consider thinking holistically about these projects as a set. We always, in the Planning Commission, we just have the power to talk about the projects in front of us, but there are really, really large, significant projects in this corridor coming down the line in the next 2 to 5 years. And I want to echo the public comments that encourage the city to think holistically about traffic and pedestrian safety in light of Drager's and Bespoke and this 616 B Street. And is that the address of this? And yes, things like parking enforcement. I heard one of the public commenters say maybe we need, if we're going to be increasing the housing stock, which I very strongly believe in, and I know our city believes in, we should be thinking about these ancillary issues and the things we can control. We can't control this project specifically. We don't have a lot of discretion, but we can control pedestrian safety, parking enforcement, the timing and the number of meetings the developer is supposed to have with the neighborhood. Maybe it'd be great to have them meet with twice, once at the beginning to get input and once before the Planning Commission meeting to really share the outputs of what the project looks like. So the project specifically, I support, and with this broader comment about thinking holistically proactively about how we can start anticipating these projects and making the changes that a lot of the public commenters requested.
Commissioner Schunkel?
Yes, I also like to thank the public comments as well, as Commissioner Bush did. I think these are well-informed comments that were made. Also, you all understand that a lot of things are taken from our purview. So as commissioners, we're trying to do our best to be within whatever discretion we have remaining and utilize that to our best ability. I am excited about this project because I know that this particular parking lot at Kelly Moore is a overflow parking for a lot of the auto repair shops that are nearby. So overnight, you'll see this little parking lot stack up with cars that are yet to be seen from the auto repair shops that are along Railroad. So I think this is a great plus and an addition to downtown and extension of B Street. We've seen activation along this corridor happening quick, and I'm excited to see more livelihood coming into this little stretch of B Street because it does taper off after Fifth Avenue. I do hear and understand the safety concerns of the public, and I encourage you all to continue to bring these up to Public Works and those who have the ability to make these changes for you guys, especially on Fifth and Laurel. I think, those are my comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Klefter?
Yeah, so I definitely agree with some of the other comments about the building. I think it's a very attractive design. I really think it's exactly the kind of thing that I was hoping to see come out of Measure T, and increased density in downtown area, walkable, activating B Street in a way that that section of B Street isn't right now. There's a bit of a disconnect between the north end of B Street and this section of B Street. It's always been a little bit quieter since I've been living here, and there's been a sort of a gap once you go past 4th there, and especially with the bespoke project moving forward, and then this project here, I'm thinking it'll really extend that activity south, which is great. Does the design? I had asked that question about the underside of the kind of the structure there, because I thought, it looks very clean, looks very nice, but I just hope that when all the piping is there and all the various things that are necessary to kind of go in, that it still kind of maintains that clean look. I had initially sort of been thinking, maybe the addition of like some screening or something might be nice, but I appreciate the answer that I got about the fact that everything's going to kind of paint it a solid color there, which I think will kind of address that. I have been thinking a lot, as what Commissioner Bush pointed out, I've been thinking a lot more also myself about kind of the things that we can have more control over, and that's the public realm, the sidewalks, the streets. I noticed something similar here to a previous project we looked at recently, which was 230 South El Camino, where the sidewalk is going to be widened, the setback is being increased for the new structure, and the sidewalk is going to kind of dead end into the edge of the Stratford property, where they have a decorative balustrade there, and I think there's planned to be like a little planting bed and a bench and some things like that. But I feel like I don't see any possibility in the near future that the Stratford property is going to be altered and the sidewalk is going to be widened further. So I think there might be an opportunity to make that planting bed a little larger and kind of taper the sidewalk or something like that. And that's just something that can be worked out during the permitting and the construction phase. I'd asked that question about the loading space. I really think, and again, I know it's not something that we can condition, but I think, based on all the comments we've received and and how I've been looking at this, I really think it makes a lot of sense that, that is something that should be considered for that side of the building there at the residential entrance. I was listening, one of the commenters made a point about food deliveries, Amazon, the mail. A lot of times, these trucks pull up on the street, they double park, they get out, they're there for 15 minutes, 20 minutes, they could be there for 30 seconds. People are being dropped off after getting an Uber or a Lyft home. I just think it makes a lot of sense to have either another loading zone or a short-term parking there, and it's something that could also be useful for some of the other buildings, residential buildings on that street there. I noted that, if we look down the way at Nazareth Plaza, there's a 20-minute parking zone on next to that building, and then Nazareth Terrace, which is right across the street, multi-unit building, and there's not a similar thing there. So if there was a loading zone next to this building, it could be used, for people accessing both properties, other properties on the street, and I think it would just keep double parking to a minimum over there. So I just think it's something that really the city maybe should be looking into in that spot. And then I did want to go over one thing which I had noticed, and this is kind of a very technical thing, and it's not. Again, I should be very clear that this is not a commentary on on the application or anything wrong. Everything, I've already asked some questions to staff and they can confirm everything. If I say anything out of line, that my understanding everything is good, but I was looking at the transportation, the traffic plan, traffic study, and one of the things is the transportation demand management, and the project is required to offset their trips by a certain amount, and there's a checklist, and they can check off different items on there. And one of the items in this case is reduced parking, which counts for 10% of the their obligation. And if you look at the actual checklist, it says provide off-street parking at least 10% below locally required minimums, or else below the locally permitted parking maximums. We do not have a parking maximum in the city of San Mateo. And this project is in the Central Parking Improvement District. However, our Central Parking Improvement District is almost entirely within a half mile of the Caltrain station. And due to new state laws, the parking minimum is now effectively zero. So what we've been seeing is a lot of these projects that have been coming before us have been including parking because it is an amenity that residents are often expecting, and they are usually including a certain amount of parking which they feel is necessary, but it is not something that they are required to do. So I checked into this, and I think you staff could confirm that essentially what is happening here is that the amount of parking that is being included is 10% or greater below our old parking minimum, which was required, but that parking minimum is not enforceable anymore. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
In the AB 2097 radius, half-mile radius around the Caltrain station specifically.
Yeah. Yeah. So essentially for the whole Central Parking Improvement District being inside of the transit radius, we cannot require parking for any commercial or residential projects in most cases. So I personally don't love that idea of this being counted as an offset. It's entirely above board. Everything is correct here, but it feels like I think the city should consider doing some updates to our parking minimums and how they interact with the new state laws, because I feel like we should be getting more offsets for the trips that are being generated through other options in the future. Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Williams.
Thank you. Thanks to staff and the applicant for the presentations, and of course to the members of the public for all the valuable input. I was on the Planning Commission when we saw the project in 2023 that was at this location, and it's not that different except that it's taller, but some features remain. So it was interesting to see the comparisons. Certainly the 94 units with 10 affordable units is great. That's a great increase. But with it, there's a number of things to talk about. I want to start by, although I have a couple of comments, I want to start with the pedestrian safety issue, because that was, I think, a really important concern. So, and as I said, I walk and drive along Laurel and along B Street as well, probably Laurel more, and I'm aware of how many residents walk there. Senior people, dog walkers, people with mobility issues and their caretakers, and most of them are going to Central Park, really. I mean, it's just, Central Park is just so well used. I just love that park partly for that reason. I think that the speakers suggested several things that could be and should be part of this project. The 7th Avenue changes make sense, as we've talked about, in terms of move-in and that heavier use, or equal at least use on that side. I think with garbage on one side and move-in and as much as possible on 7th, where it's a wider street, is really important. I don't know that that changes too much in the project, but it's really partially an operational issue. We discussed briefly high visibility crosswalks across B Street, but I think that they need to be at across Laurel Street as well at the entry to Central Park. I think that that intersection, I have seen as I've been walking, people, you know, drivers just aren't that great. And we need some traffic calming. And I personally think it could be part of this project. I'd like to see that considered in some manner. Let's see, moving on. I think the retail recommendations as conditions of approval were very practical, made a lot of sense to me. In fact, I think, like you said, the 12-foot ceiling height is basically being met in the project anyway. Another thing I wanted to note, just partly for the public's information, I think that the conditions of approval are very robust, and they include many protections that are required of the general contractor, protections for, you know, the general public. So I was impressed with the conditions of approval. I mean, they're somewhat standard, but they're always very robust. And then a couple comments about design. I thought, yeah, the discussion about the concession departing, of the design departing from Spanish colonial style. I mean, I don't really take issue with it, although I do agree it would lose its impact a little bit on a building this size. However, there is a building going up right now on 9th, and I think it's Claremont, that's Spanish colonial, which I forget how many floors it is, but it's, you know, probably similar. And it's looking really great as it takes shape. So I just want to kind of put it out there that it's certainly feasible for future projects, and people should be aware of that. But I think that the project looks good. I think it's certainly, I mean, there's nothing architecturally going on that side or on that site right now. There are currently some other Spanish kind of, or sort of bungalow kind of buildings across the street. And I'm not saying that it needs to match. I think that the modern take on this project can fit nicely into the neighborhood as well. I do think the building has some great steps in the massing, as we talked about a little, as the applicant talked about a little bit. Certainly at the rear, that's very valuable. And at the top floor, that is also really valuable in terms of the sun and the shade studies. And one of the and at the 6th Avenue side, one of the comments, I think, in the study session for the previous project on this location was that 6th Avenue is really kind of an entry into Central Park, and the setbacks, the kind of development of that north side of the project with open space and a wider sidewalk and some little bit more space there. And I see what was one of the comments from before, and I see that still reflected in the site plan. So I was really happy to see that. I think that's a really nice addition, or a really nice massing of the project. It gives more space between the building and the Gramercy across the street. And they've maintained that. All of those things help with the shade that is inevitably going to be, cast on some neighboring sites. I guess the good news is that the worst part of it is in the winter when there's less sunny days anyway. But the wider sidewalk, or the wider setback, I guess, on 6th Avenue helps with that. I guess those are my comments. I think I generally think the project is a good project. I'll just end it there.
Okay, thank you. Once again, my fellow commissioners have provided many great comments, and I don't really have too much to add to them, so I will keep it short. Like them, I want to thank staff and the applicant for all of the work on this project, not just this project, but the previous iteration. It's been a few years to get us to this point, and so I'm glad to see another project here moving forward. I also want to thank the public commenters for all of their input, both in person and written, which I know we all took the time to read and consider. I especially appreciate, this is one of the few times where we've gotten comments from the public with extremely detailed suggestions for how to improve things. And so I found that really helpful. Like has been noted on the dais, we can't require this project to make improvements to the public right-of-way, particularly when the areas we want improvements are not adjacent to this project. But as I think Commissioner Bush pointed out, these things are certainly within the city's control. And so I want to echo the suggestion to forward your wonderful comments, I think, to Public Works, to City Council, and encourage the city to consider this area of B Street holistically and consider making perhaps some quick build safety improvements, like a public commenter noted, before construction starts. And I think especially for this project, given the high volume of pedestrians already and given our population of seniors and children, it's going to be really important that when construction starts, that the city considers alternate pathways of travel. And I'll note several times as I've walked downtown, the sidewalk will disappear on one side when a project is under construction. And so then as a pedestrian, you have to cross to the other side, and then you have to walk down the block, and then you have to cross back. And I'll see many people just not do that and walk in the street because it's more convenient. And that always gives me a little heart palpitations. So making sure, especially for seniors with mobility issues, that we are not having pedestrians rerouted a significant distance around this project. And similarly, when there are detours, I've noticed this downtown quite a few times, where the sidewalk closed sign will appear literally where the sidewalk is closed and not at the last point where you could turn and take a different path. So then you walk down a whole block, you get to the sidewalk closed sign, and then you have to turn around and walk the whole block back and then take your alternate path. So as I think it's like the transportation access plan is worked through, I would really, especially in this case, be considerate of how those alternate routes work, where we're putting the signs to inform pedestrians of where they should be turning to take alternate paths. That was a very in the weeds comment about construction and transportation. I also wanted to note, like Commissioner Williams did, that I think it is possible to do higher story projects in the Spanish colonial style. The project you're thinking of at Claremont and 9th is 5 stories, but I'm pretty sure Gateway Crossing that came before us a couple months ago is fully residential at the 7-Eleven site. I believe it's 8 stories, and they did it in a Spanish colonial style. So it's definitely possible, though I understand it might require a higher level of investment. I'll also note that the loss of the 3-bedroom units in this project makes me a little bit sad. I was one of the people that when I moved to San Mateo, my family wanted to live downtown, and there's just not a lot of availability downtown to begin with, especially if you are not a senior, because a lot of our apartments and condominiums downtown are deed restricted for seniors. And so having more family units downtown is great because it allows people with young kids to live near that great amenity, the park, and all of the great shops and restaurants. So I was a little bit bummed to see those 3-bedroom units go away. That said, I was thrilled to see the increase in units overall. It's yet another example where Measure T is really having a significant impact, positive impact on our community. So I'm glad that another project is taking advantage of the new heightened density limits to provide some much needed housing downtown. And as others have noted, to a part of B Street that currently feels a little bit sleepy. I have a beautiful dream that we'll see more projects like this come to B Street, and that someday our pedestrian mall can actually span to the other side. I think that would be amazing. But for now, I'm glad to see this project move forward. And I also love Ramen Dojo and Anatolian Market and Ravioli House. Those are 3 of my favorites. And I'm hopeful that they'll see some new customers come through because of this project. So those are all of my comments. Would someone like to make a motion?
To the chair, I have another question.
Yes.
So my comment was that we discussed high visibility crosswalks across B Street, and I think they should also be at the other end of the block at the entry to Central Park. What I meant was, I think that should be done as part of this project. How does that happen?
I would direct that question to staff if it's possible to require that, given that this project is not adjacent to that intersection.
Is that, I mean, I guess I've asked it, and I guess I want to just ask it again. If the project is providing high visibility crosswalks across B Street from 6th and 7th, is it possible to also have them at, or move them to Laurel, but maybe also have them at Laurel? Or is that, because that's not adjacent to the project, is it just not something that's feasible?
I'll speak to that, and then if Public Works staff wants to add on. But yeah, I think the key is this is the half block, so that would be a requirement that's more than half a block away from the project's frontage. So unless there was a clear nexus demonstrated, it would be very challenging for us to require that. If we have scheduled improvements, we could potentially look at that as another project, but I don't believe there's a nexus to require that of this project.
Okay, thanks. Sorry to beat a dead horse.
No worries. You're good. Would you be able to put the resolution, and I think it might be on a separate slide than the conditions of approval, but yeah, this would be great. Do we have a motion?
Yes, so I will make a motion for this recommendation, including the additional condition of approval, but without number 5, per the applicant's agreement to this condition of approval.
So we're saying not number 5. We're recommending
Correct.
to include 1 through 4. Okay.
Yeah, we're moving to include it. Yeah.
You're moving to it. Yes. Okay. I believe.
Do we have a second?
Second.
However, maybe have a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Bush,
Yes.
Commissioner Shumkel,
Yes.
Chair Patel,
Yes.
Vice Chair Clapter,
Yes.
and Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And with that, we will go ahead and close this item. I am going to suggest that we take a 10-minute break before the next item. And so why don't we come back at 8:10?
Through the chair, we're ready to begin.
Thank you. Welcome back from the break. We will now move on to the next item on our agenda, number 2, Zoning Code Update Study Session, Single Family and Lower Density Multifamily Regulations. Who's excited? Yay, I am. We will start with a staff presentation, clarifying questions from the commission, and then public comments. Members of the public will be given 2 to 3 minutes to speak, depending on the number of speakers. Once the public comment period is closed, the commission will deliberate and provide input and guidance to staff. This item is a study session, so there will be no action taken on this item. Can we go ahead and start with our staff presentation?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Chair Patel and members of the Planning Commission. I am Sung Kwan, Deputy Director of Community Development. Along with Joanna Jensen, Principal from PlaceWorks, we will provide a presentation on the Zoning Code Study Session feedback request for single-family and low-density multifamily standards. Before I begin, I would like to thank Associate Planner Samin Zakavand and Assistant Planner Stephen Peck, who helped draft the agenda report and this presentation. So this is the project team. Zach Dahl, Community Development Director, myself, Deputy Director and Project Manager, Joanna Winter, Planning Manager, and Elaine Ling, Principal Planner and Deputy Project Manager. And I will turn it over to Joanna Jansen, who will introduce her team and talk about how PlaceWorks has been assisting the city with the zoning code update.
Great. Thank you, Sung. As Sung said, my name is Joanna Jansen. I'm a principal in charge with PlaceWorks. I deeply apologize for creating the presence of both a Joanna and a Joanna for you during your meeting tonight. I am also joined by Amy Sensheimer from PlaceWorks. She's a senior associate, and I'm gesturing to the screen because she's with us virtually. She is the project manager of our zoning code update work for San Mateo, and we're supported by other members of the PlaceWorks team as well who are not with us tonight. And on the next slide, I just wanted to say a little bit about our role on the project and how we're working with city staff. We're supporting staff with technical expertise in zoning and our experience in other zoning code updates. That's included research into best practice jurisdictions in California and beyond. We prepared a series of white papers that are on the Strive San Mateo website, and we continue to maintain that Strive San Mateo website as a resource for this project, just as it was during the general plan update. We're helping with planning and executing engagement throughout the zoning code update, and I'll talk a little bit more about how that looks, including facilitating virtual workshops. And then, of course, ultimately, we're going to be drafting code sections for staff to review. But of course, we're providing input, suggestions, advice, and material for staff review, but ultimately, city staff are the deciders about what to bring forth to the Planning Commission and to the Council for your consideration. So now that you understand a little bit more about PlaceWorks, I'll hand it back over to Sung.
Great, thanks, Joanna. Here's the outline for the presentation. So I will start with the project background and then go over specific topics for single family and lower density multifamily. Joanna will briefly summarize the outreach and survey results, and then I'll go over the discussion questions and then next steps in the project. So let's dive right in. The Strive's San Mateo General Plan 2040 was adopted by the City Council in March of 2024. Measure T was approved in November 2024, and the General Plan went into effect in December of 2024. Concurrently, the city's 2023 to 2031 housing element was adopted by the City Council in May of 2024 and certified by HCD in July of 2024. 2024 was a big year for the City of San Mateo. In July of 2025, the city initiated the Comprehensive Zoning Code update. In addition to implementing the general plan, this effort aims to modernize the zoning code by removing outdated regulations, simplifying and streamlining permit processes, and improving clarity and usability for both staff and the public. The Comprehensive Zoning Code update will assess all elements of the zoning code with the goal of having an updated zoning code ready for City Council consideration by maybe Q3 of 2027. So what we're going to focus on tonight are these 4 land use designations. So the residential very low is the R1 district, and then residential low 1, residential low 2, and residential medium 1 is the R2 through the R4. And for the R1, we're going to talk about setbacks, parking, review process. And then for lower density, we're going to talk about missing middle, setbacks, floor area ratio, height, parking requirements, and review process and notice. As you consider those 4 districts, the Planning Commission may wish to consider the following general plan policies, which are provided on your screen and in your agenda report. These policies provide direction on housing design and processes. So I'll just scroll through these. So let's start with single family. I'll go through setbacks, parking, review process, and public notice. I'm going to go through these slides quickly so that we can review the topics after the presentation. So the setbacks, here's a highlight of the setbacks in the R1 districts. You can see the front yard setbacks range from 15 to 25 feet. The garage setback is like 20 to 50 feet. And you can see in the last column, San Mateo Park has a special set of standards because those are typically larger lots. In terms of parking, AB 2097 applies. You can see the areas in yellow in the map. And then also ADU law allows for demolition and removal of existing garage carports. And it's just an allowance that's set by the state. In terms of our current zoning regulations, we prohibit tandem parking, we prohibit parking in the front and side yards, and we include the garage space as part of the floor area ratio. In terms of the process and noticing, you can see on the first column, there are several tiers of review processes, and then there are different notice and neighborhood meeting requirements on the third column. One of the things that the commission may wish to consider is that there are 3 entitlement paths for the various single-family projects. So we have the SFDDR, we have the SPAR, and then we also have a special use permit process. Having discretionary review for single family adds to the cost and the processing time and complexity for homeowners. We already talked through noticing and the neighborhood meetings. So moving to lower density, I'm going to go through missing middle, setbacks, floor area ratio, height, parking, review process, and noticing. There are some slight differences and similarities between single family and the lower density multifamily. Again, I'm going to go through these topics really quickly, and we can come back to the slides after the presentation. Missing middle can be based on income or affordability, or project typology. Since the zoning code can't really address larger economic issues, the focus of this study session is limited to zoning standards for missing middle product types, such as duplexes, triplexes, townhomes. Here's a graphic of the various product types that the Planning Commission may wish to consider. And again, the missing middle is really focused on the R2 through R4 districts. The next topic is setbacks. Generally, the R2 and R4 has lower setbacks as the base, but then if you look at the heights, it increases the setbacks. And that's something that's unique through R2 through R4 compared to single family. If you look at the FAR ranges from 0.6 to 1, and then you can increase the FAR in R3 and R4 with a special use permit. In terms of height, the general plan has height in stories. So R2 is about 1 to 3 stories, R3 is 2 to 4, R4 is 3 to 5. And so we want to translate that into specific heights. One of the things that the Planning Commission can consider is that generally like the first floor is 11 to 12 feet, and then upper floors can be 10 to 11. And we can talk through the specifics after the presentation. The 5th topic is AB 2079. That also applies to R2 through R4. In addition, in those zoning districts, the density bonus law applies, and so there are further restrictions in terms of the parking max requirements. And here's a table of our current parking regulations by unit type. In terms of the review process and noticing, the review process can actually go all the way up to City Council if there is a density bonus that requires that the height be above the general plan. And so that's something that our City Council wants to review. And then you can also see that the noticing and the neighborhood meetings are outlined there. There's a higher notice radius, particularly in the tier 3 to tier 4 requirements up to 1,000 feet. And so what that means is that multifamily residents, almost everything requires a planning application, and there isn't any exceptions for small scale development. Like everything has to have a planning application in the R2 to R4, which creates a longer approval timelines, and it's a bit more work for even smaller improvements. And there's also challenges around state mandatory deadlines. So that's a highlight of our current regulations. I'll turn it over to Joanna Jansen to talk about outreach and recent survey results.
Great, thank you, Sung. So I wanted to just start by making sure that we've shared our outreach approach with you for the zoning code update. As Sung mentioned at the outset of the presentation, many of the fundamental decisions about how San Mateo will look and feel over the future have really been set by the adoption of the general plan. And the zoning code is really implementing what we've heard from the public throughout that process. So our public engagement takes the form of Planning Commission and City Council study sessions, as well as stakeholder focus groups where we're really looking to talk kind of in depth on a technical level with frequent code users like architects and developers. We've had one round of those already. We do plan to do some more. 2 virtual workshops over the course of the project. We had one back in January. 2 in-person workshops. Online surveys, we've had 2, and I'm going to talk about those. And then we're always available for questions or comments at zoningupdate@cityofsanmateo.org. And again, I just want to really tout strivesanmateo.org as a place where interested parties can find out about upcoming meetings, review background documents and draft documents once those are released. And when we do have opportunities to participate online, those are also at strivesanmateo.org. So on the next slide, I'm going to talk about surveys, the online surveys we've done so far. 2 of them. Survey number 1 was open back in January through March. It was really paired with the release of the white papers, which gave some technical background about topics that we know the community and the council and staff are interested in adjusting in the zoning code, including some of the ones that we're talking about here tonight. And it was relatively technical. I don't know if any of you looked at this survey, but it was really kind of like a virtual option to look at similar questions as we were asking the stakeholders. We did hear from the council that it was too technical and not approachable for the general public. So we added survey number 2. That was open April through June. We got 238 responses to 10 survey questions. They were aimed at a much broader audience and intended to be much less technical than survey number 1. Both surveys have gotten great input. Both surveys, I'll talk about the results in just a second. Survey number 2 in particular, we really heard that over 90% of the survey takers live in San Mateo. Many of them own property here. Some of them own businesses here. So we were really pleased to hear from folks and appreciate the effort of those who took the time to fill out our surveys. So in survey number 1, in both surveys, we really heard a similar kind of range of perspectives that we heard through the general plan update, and that I know you hear in your debate discussions as well. Those who support preserving R1 characteristics and R1 districts pretty much as they are today, and those who are really interested in seeing a little bit more flexibility. That goes for the parking standards, that goes for the noticing that we asked about in survey number 2, different perspectives on setbacks. I think one piece of survey number 2 that came out maybe more strongly than some of the other questions was the strongest public support in survey number 2 for requiring notice within 300 feet. But other noticing requirements, for example, we had pretty even numbers of responses about the range of different kind of multiple choice options for what folks could support in terms of more noticing, less noticing. So continue to hear a wide range of opinions and perspectives from the public. I do want to just highlight that these are online surveys, totally voluntary. Neither of these is like a statistically valid survey or a scientific survey. They're just intended to be an option for folks to offer input in a way that's convenient for them. And with that, I will turn it back over to Sung to present some of the questions for tonight.
Great. Thanks, Joanna. Now that we've given Planning Commission quite a bit of information, let's dive into the questions. So question number 1 for single-family districts. How should the R1 district development standards be updated to provide greater flexibility in how properties can be developed, while still maintaining key requirements that align with community expectations and are important for supporting neighborhood character and context? 2, should the parking requirements for the R1 district be updated to increase flexibility and incentivize off-street parking? Opportunities include, but are not limited to, allowing tandem parking, allowing parking within required setbacks, and exempting garage area from floor area calculations. 3, how should the thresholds for when a single-family project requires a planning application be updated? Or should planning applications for the single-family projects that fully comply with zoning code be eliminated? For single-family projects that require a planning application, what's the appropriate level of notification that should be required? And then for the lower density multifamily districts, How should the development standards in the R2 to R4 districts, including setbacks, FAR height, be updated to align the general plan and the housing elements? Are there specific development standards and or incentives that could support the production of small scale and missing middle residential development? How should the parking standards for duplex and multifamily projects be updated to align with state law while encouraging more off-street parking to reduce the demand for on-street parking? And 3, how should the review process for public notification requirements for duplex multifamily projects be updated to streamline and simplify the process while supporting appropriate public awareness and public engagement? Should certain alterations and additions to duplex and multifamily dwellings that comply with the zoning code not be required a planning application? And these questions were drafted to kind of guide the Planning Commission's decision. The Planning Commission can provide other feedback for R1 through R4, and what staff is really looking for is high-level direction on these 4 standards. And so we can come back to the questions after the application, or after the presentation, but just wanted to give the Commission just an outline of the next steps. So we will summarize and evaluate all the input collected up to tonight's hearing, and then we anticipate publishing the draft zoning code, the draft zoning map, and engaging the property owners starting in Q3 of 2026. During Q3 and Q4, city staff and Placeworks staff will be drafting the administrative draft of the zoning code, and we are hoping to have the public review draft to Plan Commission and City Council at study sessions in Q1 and Q2 of 2027, and having adoption hearings for the zoning code in Q2 and Q3 of 2027. Thank you. This is the end of the presentation, and staff and consultants are available to answer any questions that the Plan Commission may have.
Thank you so much. Actually, I think next we're going to go to public comment. So any members of the public who are watching online, because I don't see anyone here, who wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand now.
Through the chair, we have one request to speak in our virtual environment.
Great. With one speaker request, that will be 3 minutes.
Ken, you may unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, this is Ken Abreu, resident of San Mateo for over 40 years, and we have a business here as well. I just want to say this topic of the comprehensive zoning update is very important to get a handle on the housing shortage we have on the peninsula and in San Mateo as part of the peninsula. And I think looking at the staff report, I think they've done a good job of identifying ways to lower the costs, lower the time for proper developments to move ahead. In terms of the parking issue, looking for ways to incentivize more off-street parking and give them flexibility to do that with the tandem and parking in setback areas, and not including a garage in the FAR all look like good ideas. So I would also say that the work they've done on looking at other cities that are models of what we could do that might be less restrictive while still maintaining a good community structure is very good. So I just want to encourage, let's look for ways that will lower costs. Let's look for ways that will reduce time, consistent with having a good structure, but not causing additional unnecessary costs and time delays. So thanks you for the opportunity to talk.
Thank you for your comment, Ken.
Sure.
Through the chair, those are all our public commenters.
Thank you. I will go ahead and close public comment on this item. So at this point, I would like to poll my fellow commissioners and ask, how many clarifying questions do y'all have? I'm going to look to the left this time. first. Commissioner Bush is still counting, so I may have the answer to what I'm getting at.
I have a bunch of questions, but some of them have been answered. I don't need to ask them, so I'm just culling. I have maybe 6 questions.
Okay, great.
Like just bigger picture.
Yes, yeah.
I have a handful of 5 questions.
I think for me, because it's such a big topic,
Yeah.
I think things may come to me as we
Yes.
kind of go through, but I don't know that I have any questions off the bat.
I have 5 questions, although they're kind of, some are pretty general, I guess. So
Okay,
they're not-
so if my fellow commissioners are good with this process, I'm going to suggest that since we don't have too many clarifying questions, we do all of our clarifying questions first. And then I'm going to suggest that we tackle these topics in the order that they were presented in the agenda report. So we start with single family, and then we go through setbacks, parking, et cetera, and then we move to multifamily and do the same. Does that make sense?
Can I suggest one
Yes.
potential? Could we do to the extent there are like my questions are grouped by
Yes.
single family and multifamily.
Okay, yeah, then let's
and
do
I
that.
worry that I'll forget.
Yes,
by the
okay.
time.
So let's split our questions up by single family and multifamily.
That would be helpful.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to look left.
Okay.
Commissioner Bush, do you have any questions about single family zoning?
Yes. So thinking about allowing garages to be excluded from the FAR, could you just generally give us a sense of how much buildable area would be gained on like a sort of representative house if we were to exclude garages from the FAR?
Mm-hmm. So if you're looking at a 2-car garage, it's about 500 square feet. And if you're looking at a 3-car garage, it's about 750 square feet.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any way of estimating, even anecdotally, how many of our discretionary review and SPAR applications per year involve projects that fully comply with all of the development standards but still require the discretionary review because they trigger one of these criteria?
Yeah, I think Elaine has a number in terms of how many single-family related projects we have. Most of our projects are compliant. We don't get very many variance applications. Elaine, do you have those numbers?
Yes, through the chair. Typically, we receive 40 to 60 single-family residential planning application a year.
Okay.
And those are a range of small additions all the way to new houses potentially.
That is correct. Anything trigger planning application will be counted in this category, including ADUDR, SB9, 2-lot subdivision, and so on and so forth.
Okay, so it's probably not a fair follow-up question to ask if there's a average or median amount of time it takes to process one of these, because it depends entirely on what the application is for.
Yeah, it just depends on the complexity and how big the project is.
Okay, those were my big picture questions about.
Thank you, Commissioner Schamkel.
Yeah, I just had a question. With our current regulation, which provisions generate the most confusion for applicants when pulling a permit for, say, an ADU?
Through the chair, one part of confusion starts with the neighborhood meeting and then what type of project require noticing a neighborhood meeting. And the second component is the floor area calculation. The city's floor area calculation is way too complicated. Same thing goes to daylight plane. What part can have exception, which part cannot have exception. The fourth challenge is basement definition. What is considered as a basement, whether that counts into floor area calculation or not. And then lastly, go with front yard paving. So we have limitation on the hardscape in the front yard, which is also a challenge for some developers.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to ask that so that we can address that with this. Would this be the appropriate time to address those concerns for applicants, just to make this a little, since we're doing the work, let's do the work that's needed.
Yes.
For applicants. My second question, from, I don't know how far back we can query this, but let's say within the last 2 to 3 years, is there actual, or you know what, how about we go back to as far as the ADU zoning update, the ADU update. How many applications have we received for permits for ADU build outs?
I want to say it's around 90 in the APR, somewhere around that.
If we go back to 2002 or 22 when we adopted the updated ordinance, I believe we're around 350 applications and we have around 300 permits issued from that.
God. And just for my own edification, how many of those actually are seen through and built out of those applications? Is there a rough number that, or do any of those fall through the cracks and don't get built out?
Yeah, there's always a certain number for various reasons that either permits, they're approved but don't get issued. Sometimes permits get abandoned, but I believe in the last year we were north of 90 permits that were finaled. But yeah, I think it kind of, the number dwindles at each level, but oftentimes once you get to permit issues, you don't see a huge drop there because at that point there's been a meaningful investment in the construction drawings.
Got it.
One point of clarification, because of the nature of our ADU ordinance, and we actually just went through that process, our code update won't be focusing on any changes to that other than just aligning it with the updated scheme in the zoning code, but we'll just be rolling that forward, obviously, because any changes would require state review and approval and compliance with state law. So in that regard, that particular chapter won't be seeing any changes as part of this comprehensive update.
Okay, and just to piggyback off of that, so since everything's been certified by the HCD, was there anything that was agreed to from that's going to be required for us to implement now with this zoning update? That, let's say, were there any amendments or anything like that in what was already certified by the HCD for, okay, when you guys do the zoning update, you must address X, Y, Z?
Yes, there are different facets, maybe not directly prescribing. We'd have to go back and look. But yeah, I think generally streamlining the process, simplifying standards. I don't know if we're looking so much in the single family context in this regard, but in our multifamily, we definitely have some policies and programs related to how we can support and facilitate missing middle. And I'd have to go back and look, but there was a couple other pieces, and part of our comprehensive update is making sure that any applicable requirements or code amendments as part of our housing element would be folded in.
Okay, thank you.
You can reference Housing Policy 1.6, 1.7, and 1.12. And that's to streamline housing application review, update zoning code development standards, and encourage the development of missing middle housing.
Okay, thank you. I think that was my questions for now.
Thank you. Commissioner Clafter, do you have any questions? You said none, if I remember correctly.
I think I said they were going to come to me.
Oh, they're
so
going to
they
come
went
to you.
up, but-
Okay, great. That's fair. That's fair.
No, just one though, just one right now, which is for R1, which is like the agenda report says primarily single family, but I think it would be good to kind of clarify that various new state laws allow for a greater number of units in R1 zones. Is that correct?
In R1 zone, SB 9 does apply, and so that can be up to 4 units of, I think it's like 800 square feet. And then also ADU allows for 3 ADUs in addition to the main house. So that includes JADU, attached ADU, and a detached ADU.
Okay, Great, thanks.
I want to kind of piggyback on earlier questions, I guess. We were talking about discretionary review, and I want to make sure I'm understanding that correctly. Like, what exactly does that mean versus a project? I'm thinking about this from my past experience as an architect, where, you know, a past project where you don't need to submit separately to planning, you submit to the building department, but it gets routed to planning for, you know, review of compliance. And so tell me, can you sort of elaborate on those differences? Because if it doesn't need discretionary review, it still needs a planner to approve it.
If I may elaborate, I had a very similar question. So I think I'm going to piggyback off of you, which is you mentioned there's 3 pathways. There's the single family design review, there's the SPAR, site permit, architecture review application, and then there's a special use permit. Oh, there they are. I was trying to figure out those 3 pathways, how they map onto that chart that you have as attachment 3 with the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, because I noticed some of these things say like SUP, but I didn't notice where these things require single family dwelling design review versus a SPAR application.
Through the chair, to answer the first question, the difference between ministerial approval and discretionary review. So all building permits are ministerial review. Even if we engage a planner to sign off on the permit, which we just check off the zoning standards, hardline zoning standards such as setback, height, daylight plane, which there's no appeal process. The decision is made final because all the standards such as building code and then public work standards are objectively defined with quantifiable threshold.
Is that the single family dwelling design review? Is that the ministerial path?
It is not a discretionary
Okay,
review.
so that ministerial path is not one of those 3 that are shown on that list?
That is correct.
Okay, great.
All the items shown on the list is discretionary review process, which means planner primarily is a planning application. So planner will use so-called subjective decision in review of consistency with the policy and guidelines, such as the design shall be compatible with adjacent buildings, neighborhood, and then not detrimental to the development patterns, which will involve certain level of discretionary review.
Got it. So if we go back to that chart real quick.
And I was just going to say, my point in asking that is that I guess I want to point out that it will still be seen, every project will be seen by a planner, even if it's only at a ministerial level. So,
and if I'm understanding correctly, it's the building permit that is the ministerial review on this list. Then once we go down to the next section, planning application, that means a SPAR.
SPAR or single family design review, SFDDR, or SUP, which is special use permit.
Got it. So all 3 of those things are considered a planning application. Do projects ever, sorry, I'm asking 1,000 questions. I just totally took over from you.
Go ahead.
Do projects ever do all 3? Like, would you have both a single family dwelling design review and a SPAR application?
It can be, but it's really rare.
Okay.
It's either a SPAR with SUP or SUP with SFDDR.
Okay, thank you. That was my question that I totally hijacked the floor from you. So please, Commissioner Williams, go ahead.
Part of the conversation. No problem. I guess the other question, when you were talking about how, what areas caused, I know this is sort of like a weird question, but as an architect, I have to ask, like, how many of the projects that you were talking about where they're confused about FAR or they're confused about, the various things you were just mentioning, how many of them are submitted without an architect? And, is that just a homeowner or, do you feel that the applicant is inexperienced or unfamiliar with what they're doing.
That is correct. We have never done a survey to identify which are done by licensed architect or which one are done by designer and the homeowner. But typically speaking, if they are doing it the first time, they'll definitely have some confusions. Even if they are hired architects, that architect have to have some experience with City of San Mateo to be able to pull the permit really fast.
Mm-hmm.
I can confirm that.
Let's see, I had a related, I guess related to that, I mean, maybe this I was kind of touched on. Is there a lead time, a current lead time, or does it just depend, like one of you guys asked this already, like there's not I mean, is there a lead time, I guess, from the various, from submitting to getting approval that you can reference?
It depends on whether they need a neighborhood meeting or not. So if a neighborhood meeting is required, that costs typically 2 to 3 months just to get a neighborhood meeting done so that they can formally apply that planning application.
Why does it take 2 or 3 months? Like, that's not on the city, that's on the applicant.
Partially it's a process. For example, in the beginning, it will take a couple weeks for them to understand the whole process, which include a long conversation with a planner, explain how to fill out the notice template. And then once that's been done, they need to formally submit it through the portal. And then we have a DRT, our technician, to review that template and make sure they submit all the information. That will typically take a week. Once that's approved, we will provide a mailing list. And then they need to mail out that plan and the notice at least 10 days prior to the neighborhood meeting. And then just print out all the plans and then put them in an envelope, mail them out. Will typically take another week.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Could I also add through the chair? We've limited the number of dates that they can have the meetings because we want to make sure that they're at times that are actually going to be available to the public. So sometimes actually just scheduling the meeting is complicated and push it out quite a bit.
Okay. One other question that's different than all of that, which is, Joanna, you mentioned on one of the slides, like all the different public meetings in your process, but I wasn't clear where we are in that process. That slide had a lot of things on your list.
Sure. Through the chair, we have it's closer to the end, right before the questions. There we go. So this is our first Planning Commission study session out of the 12 total that we're going to have with the Planning Commission and the City Council.
Oh, wow.
We have had one meeting with the City Council as well. So we've done 10 out of those 12 so far, I would say. Stakeholder focus groups are a little more flexible. We had 3 focus groups in January and February of this year. Like I said, we had 1 virtual workshop back in January, so we have another one of those. My current thinking would be that that's likely to happen after the draft code is published, but we're just we don't have that like nailed down. We want to remain flexible for when we can deploy that when it's needed. We have not had an in-person workshop yet. Again, I think in my experience, this is pretty technical information and it can be hard for the public to grapple with. And so we find that folks tend to get a little bit more interested, engaged when we have something to share. So again, I would anticipate those in-person workshops being most likely to happen after the code is published and we have something for folks to react to. And we have, I believe, a total of 4 online surveys anticipated. We've done 2 of those, but we want to very much remain flexible to be responsive to any public concerns or community ideas that come up.
If I may interject for a moment, I think you might have just answered one of my other questions, and perhaps I missed it, which I was curious if there's going to be any study session with the City Council before you develop that draft zoning code.
Through the chair, I can weigh in on that. Specifically related to the comprehensive zoning code update process, no. However, we do have a couple of very parallel and kind of tangentially related topics that will be going to City Council. We have one that's going to be looking at zoning code regulations related to potential food trucks on vacant lots. We also have a study session that will be looking at single-family review processes. This is more focused on the building permit side, but I think there's a lot of overlap if the goal is streamlining and simplifying. And so actually a number of the topics here I could see coming forward and being part of the discussion for that study session before council. And I think there's a third. We're also looking at doing a citywide economic analysis, and there'll be a council study session or two on that. And I could see overlap or potential topics that would get folded into the zoning code there. So I think that those are three topics that will be related or could inform the code update between now and when the code is published.
Thank you. Super helpful. Okay. Thank you. Anybody else have any additional questions related to R1?
I had a question. What happens at a neighborhood meeting? Like, it's just, hey, neighbors, doing this thing, let me know how you feel about it, and I'll try to make my daylight plane different.
Yeah, that's kind of it.
Did I nail it?
That's my experience.
Having attended one or two on my street in many years in the past, it usually consisted of the getting to know your neighbors and saying, here, would you like here's a cheese plate and some wine, and we'd like to show you our plans, and then me looking at it and saying, okay, sounds good, nice to meet you.
I've conducted them as the architect for homeowners, and they are often not that well attended because I haven't done any very controversial projects, and people just want to see the plans, and then they appreciate any help like walking through the plan and seeing what it is. So it's just a chance to talk, and mine have not been that well attended, so which is all good.
I imagine it's a little bit like when your neighbor has an open house and you're like, I'm going in the open house because I want to see what's going on.
I think one thing I might add to that too is the neighborhood meeting is conducted by the property owner and potentially their architect or designer. City does not attend. The city staff does not attend. So it really is just like, hey, neighbor,
Yeah.
here's what I'm doing. What do you think?
And are there certain things they're required to do or talk about? You mentioned a template. I assume that's just what information goes out to other homeowners. But is there something they're supposed to cover while at the meeting, or?
We don't require any content to be covered in the meeting. However, we require the neighborhood meeting to last 40 minutes for single family and then at least 1 hour for non-single family. Typically, if there's not well attended, the applicant have to stay online and record a meeting so that we can receive a recording as a proof they have done the neighborhood meeting. But we updated the notice policy in 2025. So the neighborhood meeting for single family have been streamlined. Currently, they're only required for a new 2-story single family residence or a single family residence converted into a 2-story single family residence.
Mm-hmm.
So the number of the neighborhood meeting reduced significantly.
In your experience after neighborhood meetings, do the applicants ever come back with like input that they receive from neighbors? Have you ever heard that? Or
I mean, they're supposed to, aren't they?
Yes, occasionally if their neighbors provide comments
Yeah.
for any improvement.
Okay, thanks.
And just to clarify, Elaine, for these larger projects, staff observes the neighborhood meetings, but for like the single family ones, staff does not observe or attend?
That is correct.
Through the chair, just kind of building on that discussion, I think speaking more to the non-single family neighborhood meetings, in this new realm where state law drives, and as we saw with our earlier project tonight, I think these neighborhood meetings have taken on a larger role, and because they, in a way, can be more of the forum an early learning opportunity. And so interestingly, I think in the non-single family realm, they have evolved. And I think staff has been working to kind of evolve our requirements. We do now have a staff. We didn't used to always have a staff present at these meetings. We now make that a requirement. And depending on the nature of the project, we might also work with our public works team to have someone there. So we kind of have identified them as an opportunity to provide resource and information. So we're still observing, but we may answer questions or engage or help support the discussion as it comes up.
And I agree that it's really helpful for the neighbors to, get familiar with it sort of over time. So they're not, so by the time the thing is built next door to them or whatever, they're used to it. And I would tell my clients to, if they don't know their next door neighbor, go talk to their next door neighbor and say, hey, there's going to be a neighborhood meeting and we're going to do this thing. Because otherwise they get something in the mail and then they're already kind of like on defense or offense, I guess I should say. So they're really valuable, I think, to start getting the neighbors familiar with what's planned.
Yeah. From personal experience, I showed all my adjacent neighbors my plans before I even submitted them. I'm curious how many people do that. It just seemed like a good idea.
It is, yeah.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I got a question.
Sure.
Is there a community advisory group or outreach group that is involved in this process at all, aside from Planning Commission here? Is there any other, they're not a governing body or anything, but just a community group? Like I know that we have other boards and commissions. Is there anything else that the community could provide input on in regards to this process?
We do not have a special committee for the zoning code update. We've been taking direction from council.
What about the neighborhood associations?
I reached out to all the HOAs and invited them to this meeting.
Thank you.
You're here.
And through the chair, just kind of adding a little bit more color to that question too. During the general plan update process, which took approximately 7 years, we did have a general plan subcommittee in addition to the Planning Commission and City Council. And so I know there was definite council interest in balancing outreach and engagement with expediency, because obviously this effort is kind of a key piece of implementing the general plan. And so that's kind of what we're balancing. And so why for this particular effort, we didn't look at a kind of standing up an ad hoc committee or something else like what you were asking about.
Thank you.
If no other questions, I will ask my one question related to the R1 zone. Scrolling through my notes. Okay. So I just want to confirm I am understanding our current code, specifically with regards to the daylight plane. I was curious what residential zones the daylight plane applies to, and if I am interpreting our municipal code correctly, I think it is only R1 and R2, because if you look at the R2 zoning code, there's a section 27.20.080, building height and daylight plane, and it says all regulations of the R1 district as to height and daylight plane shall apply to two-family dwellings. And this is where I think there was a different project where I asked this before. Oh, it came up in the ADUs. So if you were to, this is a little bit in the weeds, so bear with me. If you do a single family home on a R2 district, I think the R1 rules apply. And now in the R2 district, it says all regulations of the R1 district as to height and daylight plane shall apply to two-family dwellings. So I think if you were doing a duplex in an R2 zone, this would kick you back to the R1 zone with respect to the daylight plane. But now we live in a world where you can do a primary unit, you can do two primary units on a R2 zone, and I think you can also do 3 ADUs. You can do a JADU, an attached ADU, and a detached ADU. So that is the potential for 5 units on an R2 zone. if you were doing a project in an R2 zone that had 5 units all at once, like someone's scraping a property and is coming back and they're like, I'm going to build my 2 primary units and my 3 ADUs all at once, would the building height and daylight plane of R1 apply or not, because it's more than a 2-family dwelling?
Through the chair, the daylight plane and height still apply. However, for ADU, we do have ADU DR process to allow them to encroach into the daylight plane. State law also carve out exceptions for by right ADUs.
Yeah.
By right ADU means 800 square feet, so they can encroach into daylight plane.
Okay, thank you. That is helpful. So basically, yes, all the 80, yes, okay, yep, got it. But if you were to do 5 units on an R4, the daylight plane would not apply because the daylight plane only applies to R1 and R2.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to get into that later, but I just wanted to make sure I understood that correctly. Okay, that was all my questions. So shall we move into comments? And I'm going to suggest that we start with the single family development standards, and we start with setback requirements. So who would like to go first with input on setback requirements?
I have one bigger picture input that I think applies to all the requirements from my perspective, which is I don't think we should be the most restrictive jurisdiction for anything. So there was at least one suggestion, one setback where we are the most restrictive, and I would suggest that that not be the case anymore.
Do you recall which setback that was?
I'm sure it's in my notes here.
Yeah, it was the one that it was the rear setback, but I think in multifamily zones,
sorry, yeah, that's
because it said it was potentially double or triple other jurisdictions.
And there was something about garages too, where
Yes,
sometimes
yeah.
the setbacks are greater than the primary dwelling setback.
So I would agree with that comment. I also think we should not be the most restrictive.
Yeah, I guess, and
jurisdiction for
even
anything.
to be even more, to share an even more whatever, to share another opinion about it. I think we should be. My perspective, writ large, would be we should be like 75% of the way towards not restrictive. I don't know how that's going to play out with respect to each specific standard, but that's where I would fall on the general scale of there's some jurisdictions that seem to be quite restrictive for certain things, some jurisdictions that seem to be quite capacious.
On the bell curve, you want to be at the 75%
that's where,
point.
So that's just like a big picture thought. I do not have specific comments off the cuff about like specific setbacks currently, but I will maybe later.
There's no second story I'm not seeing a second story setback, a different setback for second stories.
Corner lots. It's for corner lots.
But just in general, I'm not seeing a different second story setback in the R1 zone, right?
It is for corner lots. There is.
For corner lots.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Through the chair, we do have second story setback, further setback, even if it's not on the corner lot.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
The rear setback.
In the R1.
In R1 zoning district, the intent for the further setback is to tear off the second story massing from the ground floor so that we don't end up with a box-like single family residence.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, if we're into comments.
Yeah, we're into comments. Go for it.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense because that was my understanding. I think that there is like second story setbacks that plus that and the daylight plane. I do think it tends to result in some pretty odd-looking second stories.
This is where I'm going to interject and ask staff to show the diagram that is in section 27.18.090. I asked this to be put on a slide. Oh, it's actually the next one. No, wait, go back one.
I think it's that one, isn't it?
No, previous one. It is this one. So Yes. So you will see on this diagram that there is a ground floor setback, and then there is an additional second story setback. And then the planes of the roof are meeting the daylight plane requirements. This is what I would say, like I was going to have an overall general comment. I'm just going to jump in and say, up until this point, my one overall general comment is it feels like up until this point, we've kind of had a lot driven set of regulations. Like, here are all these things that you can do with respect to your lot, like framed from the perspective of your lot. And I think what that does is it creates a building envelope that you can play in. And this is the building envelope for corner lots. And we often get asked questions. I often get asked questions, why do new homes look so weird? And my answer to that question is because of this building envelope. Because people are trying to maximize the amount of space in their home. And so they build the most that they can. And this is the envelope we give them. And so they build to this envelope. And my general comment, although I realize this is maybe not what staff was going for, is I actually think we should take a different perspective and think about what are the forms that we are trying to build, and then what regulations do we need to make to allow those forms possible. Because I think what people, like what the average person really cares about is what does a home look like? They don't really care about what is the angle of the daylight plane? Does it start 12 feet above the ground or 10 feet above the ground? Is the second story step back at 5 extra feet or 10 extra feet? At the end of the day, they just care that it's a nice looking home.
I disagree with some of what you said. So, I mean, my experience as, 40 years of being an architect is, I think, the lot is that is important. That's where we start. That's what we're looking at, the adjacencies. We're looking at like the landscaping, the trees that are there or on neighboring sites. I mean, we're paying respect to the adjacencies, and that's why these setbacks are there. There's reasons for all of these setbacks, and maybe they're not the current way of thinking, but they do have to do with like privacy, noise, fire safety, light, shade, air, things like accessibility on a sidewalk. If you have the front of the house setback continuous across the garage, you have the cars blocking the pedestrian path of travel, sticking out into the driveway. So, yes, this diagram looks funny, but that's not what the architecture looks like when it's done. When it's done, it's detailed, it's got, obviously lots more to it, overhangs, windows, whatever. And then there was something else you just said. Oh, that people don't care about, the shade, the daylight plane. Well, they do. I mean, I've been in neighborhood meetings where they're like, okay, your window's looking into my window, or this is shading this. And I mean, that is what people care about.
Yeah,
so.
I to clarify, I didn't mean that they don't care about privacy. I meant they don't care about the technical details of the daylight plane.
Yes.
Right? Like what they actually care about is like, does this building look nice? And do I have a sense of privacy?
Yeah.
I do think people start to care about some of these rules when they go to build a second story addition.
That is when people care.
And if you have to set in your second story wall from your first floor wall by a certain amount, there is a structural cost to that, which can get pretty difficult to cover, because you have to, a lot of times people are you have to rip off your entire ceiling, your entire roof, and restructure your entire, top of your entire, plate above the first level. And, that would be a lot easier if you could just go straight up. I don't think that, I understand the idea of avoiding boxes. To some extent, you can do that by articulating the massing. But we're going to get to the missing middle, and I'm going to make a comment there, but I'll just really quickly point out, like, we have these images of buildings which exist all over this country and in older neighborhoods in this city where, they've got flat roofs. It's 2-3 stories just stacked on top of each other. They generally have a nice aesthetic appeal. People either don't notice them or walk by and say, oh, that's a nice little duplex or whatever. And older homes, older single family homes too, usually are
Victorians. I've never seen a Victorian with a second story step back.
Boxes tend to be the most efficient form. I'd love to see. I still love to see things that aren't just a box myself. But I'm my concern about these setbacks and things, especially when you go above the first floor, is that there's a cost to that, and it does result in forms that I walk by, and I don't want to shame any specific homes. I'm looking at a house on my computer right now. I'm like, I don't know, that clearly was dictated by code. I don't think they would have chosen to do that otherwise. There's other ways to achieve privacy goals too. There's I was looking in preparation for this. I was looking at places where, they're switching from the setbacks and daylight planes and things, and they're thinking about window placement and landscape screening and other types of things that achieve similar goals without being quite so restrictive in terms of the design.
I'm sorry, I keep interjecting, but
go for it.
Please.
Through the chair, I live next to a box where the second floor was added to a kind of 1920s bungalow house, and so I have a giant 2-story stucco wall next to my house and yard, and wonderful neighbors. I love them, so I overlook the fact that the side of their house is really ugly. But but I also have, to your point, I have done numerous second floor additions, and that was one of the first things we talked about is how destructive it is to the first floor and the cost of adding shear walls and footings below and all of those things. But in the scheme of things, they get a full another floor over the house. So everything's costly.
Yeah.
So are we, we're talking about, the specific comment is referring to the fact that that the second floor requires a greater setback from one or multiple sides.
And so I derailed us because I made this general comment that was I don't love taking a lot-based approach. I would prefer to take a form-based approach. Commissioner Williams disagreed with me. That's cool. That's what this is about. But yes, we were supposed to be talking about setbacks. I do have very copious and detailed opinions on setbacks, but I don't want to dive into my list before everybody else has a chance to discuss their opinions on setbacks in single family zones.
I will just say that I think the setbacks are satisfactory.
Okay, I did have some that I found. I just finally found my notes, lots of notes. I guess I agreed with the things flagged in the agenda report as maybe not making a ton of sense. So the garages having setbacks sometimes that are greater than the primary dwelling setback, with the understanding that there would be, you would want to try to think about people parking and not blocking the sidewalks, but I think trying to make that more uniform makes sense. There was a comment about San Mateo having larger street side setback requirements for primary structures than most jurisdictions, or maybe some other jurisdictions. So I would be fine mirroring more of the other jurisdictions and reducing the required setback on the street side particularly. And then we don't have a mechanism for reducing side and rear setbacks, and some other jurisdictions have that mechanism to do so on irregular or small lots. And I would be comfortable with that, creating a mechanism for doing so. with the understanding that I do think that privacy is like maybe, if not the most important thing to a lot of homeowners, and that it should be of paramount concern to, I think my goal with setbacks particularly would be, to the extent the goal of the comprehensive zoning code update generally is to streamline and make things easier, I'm fully in support of doing whatever we can to do that. But I think that maintaining people's privacy in the R1 districts, I think, would be a paramount concern of mine, because I think most people would say that that is critical to their enjoyment of their home. And so I think setbacks are a place that can start to encroach on privacy if we get too liberal with them.
I will make one quick response to that, which is I think it is a little bit odd that we are generally more concerned about privacy in R1 zones than in R2, R3, R4 zones. Is it that the privacy of people who live in multifamily homes doesn't matter as much? Is it that people who choose to live in multifamily zones do so knowing that there's going to be less privacy and they're okay with that?
Wait, who said that we don't care about privacy? And
Well, we don't have as many of these requirements, right? We don't have daylight plane requirements in R3, R4. I don't know if we have window offset requirements. Like, it's never come up before. I mean, just now when we did 616, nobody talked about, like, are the windows offset to the Gramercy next door?
Right, but that's a much bigger distance. But that's something that, you know, I look at all the time when we've got, you know, an L-shaped building, and it's like, well, those people are going to look in those people's window.
Yeah.
And actually, there's
across the street is not usually as critical.
Well, in some of these, like, some of these bigger projects are coming to us and getting a waiver for no setback, right? Even on that project, 616, had a 0-foot setback on the rear lot. So it just seems, it seems odd to me that we're so concerned with privacy in the R1s and we don't have similar requirements for the other zones.
Well, we can't have similar requirements. They can request waivers and concessions, and we can't say anything about it. So, I mean, you're asking the wrong person.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But I wanted to just comment on the comment about the, you know, creating the same plane across a garage as the rest of the house. That brings the garage front and center, and, you know, what I love to see is when the garage is less important than the front door, and you see the front door and the entryway first, whatever kind of zoning it is, whether it's R1 or R2 or whatever, you know, the garage door should be recessed, and not just for protecting the pedestrian zone in front of the house, but also to, like, create some articulation in the front of the house. So I feel like that's really important, to maintain 20-foot setback to a garage door.
Well, that's kind of interesting, because in my neighborhood, the front doors are on the side of the house, or they are set back farther than the garage. So I think,
yes,
I think creating the flexibility to allow the garage to be as far up as the primary, but then allowing homeowners to design it in the way that they think looks best is, I think, to the extent we're trying to create efficiencies and flexibilities, like, that would be a way to do it.
Yeah, and I would respectfully disagree with you, because I live in a neighborhood that homes were built in the 1920s and the 1930s, and all of the homes around me have garages that are either flush with the front door or actually more prominent. Oh. Yeah, and Spanish colonial style, right? And so I look at these old Spanish colonial homes where, especially on corner lots where the garages are on the side and they are more prominent, they're not set back, or even ones where the garages are on the front and you've got, like, the garage and the porch in a pretty equal plane. And those are, like, beautiful old Spanish colonial homes. I don't think that they're ugly at all. So I think it completely depends on the architecture.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have more detailed thoughts, but I don't want to get into my laundry list until other people get to talk.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me in the R1, because I think in the R2, some of these, especially like second story setbacks, like, really start to make a lot of missing middle, I think, difficult
Yeah.
if not impossible. But in the R1, I think it comes, it's like if, again, I'm thinking more about people who want to renovate, want to expand, want to go up, and find that it is a lot more expensive than they anticipated because of some of these daylight plane plus the setback happening at the same time. And I don't think that loosening that or reappraising that or thinking about how to make that a little bit, and I think I imagine there are ways to do that do not infringe on people's privacy to a grievous extent. Sometimes that can mean just like going up, maybe part of the addition can go up, directly up, and maybe part of it has to be set back or stepped back rather than just set back based on the edge of the lot, for instance. And again, like maybe some of these kind of newer ideas, like, if you have a neighbor and their, bathroom is windows directly across from where you want to put a big window, maybe there would be something say, well, no, you actually kind of have to angle that window a different way, or you have to move it over a little bit or something like that. And that gets you the privacy without, being quite so restrictive on the form. Because again, I see a lot of additions going up. I'm pretty sure I'm in an R1 area, and I see a lot of additions going up, and I'm like, why does it look like that? And it's like, oh, it's because they did not have any choice.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. I remember when we were talking about ADUs, like some of the options were, oh, you can't have a window if you're going to be within this. So I'm totally in alignment with other opportunities to maintain privacy, even if we do decide that it would make it easier and cheaper for people to build a second story if you didn't have to have the setback. Where on this chart? Oh, on the chart. Where does it talk about the depth, or maybe on this, about the depth of the second story setback?
Bottom left corner, 10-foot minimum.
Oh, 25 feet there. Okay, yeah.
Yep.
Is that true of all lots, or just because this one has like weirdly two garages? I get it's a corner
Oh, it's
lot.
just showing you that if you have your garage on the side, you would have it. It would still have to be 20-foot setback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do think it's funny. I mean, I imagine this diagram is about that old, but I'm looking at this diagram and I'm thinking this looks exactly like a lot of homes in my neighborhood, which are from the 50s, and probably they were building exactly that box with that garage up through the 70s or 80s or something like that. Like I'm seeing the age of the house just looking at this diagram, and I think that also kind of speaks to yes, I'm glad we're working on an update now, because architecture has changed a little bit, and I don't want to be in a position where I'm dictating to people every single little detail of style in every case.
In the interest of moving us forward beyond the first bullet point of 12 bullet points, I'm going to go through my laundry list now, and
please.
That'll help.
And then maybe that'll spur some additional comments. So I already went through my general comment about thinking about form-based codes rather than lot-based codes. Talking about garage setbacks, I was trying to figure out, and this is where I've mentioned before, I mentioned this in the staff meeting, it would be great to have intent written down somewhere, like ideally in the zoning code, because sometimes you come here 50, 70 years later and you're like, why did they do that? Why was this like this? So I was thinking about why was there this requirement that the garage be set back so far and farther than the primary dwelling? And so one thought I had is maybe you mentioned, Commissioner Williams, garages can be kind of ugly and I don't want them super prominent in the facade. So maybe this is about hiding ugly garages. And I think if that is the goal, we can solve that through design requirements, right?
But a parking space is typically 18 feet long.
Yeah, I'm getting to that too.
So
yeah.
You're parking in the public right of way then.
And so then the next idea I thought was, well, maybe the goal of a garage setback is a way to force providing off-street parking because you need a driveway to get to the garage without running afoul of state laws that prohibit the requirement for off-street parking. So then I worry that if we require this really large garage setback, right, like an 18-foot setback, that people who are within that half-mile radius of major public transit that they will try to fit an 18-foot setback or a 20-foot setback or 15-foot setback and then a garage on their lot, and will be like, this is really complicated. I can't get this like Tetris to work the way I want it to, and will instead decide to forego off-street parking. So I'm a little worried if we make the garage setback requirement too onerous, people just won't provide off-street parking within those zones. And at the same time, sorry, again, this is really in the weeds, I don't know how to square, like at first I thought exactly what Commissioner Bush said, let's just have the garage setback match the dwelling setback, right? Then it's simple. But then a lot of these setbacks, like for R1B and R1C and R2 are 15 feet, but a legal parking space is 18 feet, I think, right?
Right.
So then you've now created 15 feet of wasted space because you cannot legally park a vehicle on that driveway without overhanging the sidewalk.
Yeah, people are going to walk into it.
Yeah. And so then I'm like, maybe garages should have no setback, because the idea of requiring an amount of space that is less than the distance of a legal vehicle just feels like forcing people to have wasted paved space on their lot. I don't actually have an answer here. I'm hoping to have a discussion, because this was one of the ones where I went around in my head a million times of what the right answer is. I don't love the idea of forcing people to have a setback that is wasted paved space. But I can also understand why some people might recoil at the idea of a 0 garage setback. Although there's one directly across the street from me and it looks lovely.
I mean, I see that on the alleys, like in my neighborhood.
Yeah.
And then some, the garage is right up to the alley, to the property line.
Yeah. What I finally came up with is maybe the right answer is to align the garage setback to the property setback, but to somehow incentivize people to voluntarily provide a greater setback that would create a legal parking space in the driveway.
That's going to happen. I mean, we couldn't even get the last applicant to voluntarily put high visibility crosswalks somewhere.
I had a concern that I think touches on this, which is that a lot of people in a lot of our neighborhoods use their garage as storage space.
Yeah.
And so reducing the setback so that there's not parking in the driveway, I think, is gonna lead to a lot of people parking on the street, because a lot of people do not use their garage to park.
Yeah.
Maybe that changes if when we get to the discussion about the garage not counting towards FAR, so that your house can be a little bigger, and then maybe that accounts for the storage space. But I would say the majority of people in the neighborhoods I frequent do not park more than one car in their garage. So I don't know, just adding that to the mix here. I am not sure about the 0 foot setback, but I could see I could get behind like a 5 foot setback on a garage in the front. In the rear, maybe no setback, or wherever these alleys are that you're talking about.
So my next item in my very long laundry list is I think we need to consider properties that abut an alley as a special use case, because right now they're not. And so I think garages facing an alley should be allowed to have a 0 setback. And the rear yard requirement currently constrains the size and placement of a garage abutting an alley. So you can have a 0 foot setback as long as you don't cover more than 50% of the required rear yard, and as long as the garage is not above a 9 foot plate height in R1. So that's just a lot of extra constraints that don't exist if you are putting your garage on the front or the side. And if people abut an alley, then to me, it makes sense to just let them have the 0 foot setback. And clearly that used to be the case at some point, because, clearly a lot of this is new from 1930s, because again, I look at my neighborhood and every property on my alley has a garage with a 0 foot setback.
Isn't that currently allowed?
But only if you don't cover more than 50% of the required rear yard, and if you limit the plate height to 9 feet. So
I
there's like
have.
extra requirements that aren't present for garages in other locations. And I think that makes sense if you don't abut an alley, right? Because there's a yard right next to you. But if you abut an alley, there's not a privacy concern of the plate height. There's not like, your garage isn't going to be looming over someone else's property.
Yeah, I mean, my garage is an 8-foot plate height. It's adequate. And it's a single car garage and it has a zero setback
Yeah.
to the alley. And
But if we're trying to incentivize more off-street parking, we probably
Yeah.
want to have people provide more than one space. And I've brought this up before, but like commercial vehicles are theoretically they're supposed to be parked in covered off-street parking. They're not supposed to be parked on the street. And many of our commercial vehicles these days are taller than an 8-foot plate height garage would fit.
Could I get a quick clarification on the, I can't remember the distinction between R1, A, B, and C? Yeah.
Parcel size.
Through the chair, so R1, A, B, and C refer to different zoning district. So each of the zoning district type refer to different minimum lot size, different setback,
Okay.
and height requirement. Well, height requirement typically are the same.
Okay. Thank you.
Parcel size, I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah.
And I think the big thing here is like, notice the difference between the garage setback distance and the street side setback distance. So that means like what you end up happening is that people who have corner lots that want to make a garage end up having to basically put the garage in the middle of their backyard if they want the garage to access from the street side. It's just an incredible amount of wasted space. Okay, I've beaten the garage. We don't have to talk about the garage anymore. I think I gave my thoughts. So street side setbacks. I'm not done yet. Okay, I don't understand why street side setbacks are larger than interior setbacks. I would have thought the purpose of a setback, to Commissioner Williams' point and Commissioner Bush's point, is privacy impacts and not having people feel like there's another property looming over them really close to the property line. On a street side, you've got sidewalk and a street and another sidewalk between your property and another property. And so it's never made sense to me that our street side setbacks are larger than our interior side setbacks. I would have actually thought it would be the reverse. And so I asked my little planning commissioner hive mind, and it turns out in other jurisdictions, they're not larger. So San Bruno is an example, and someone should double check me on this because maybe he was not accurate when he told me this. But my planning commissioner friend in San Bruno was like, oh no, in San Bruno, the interior setback and the street side setback are the same. There's no difference. So
I always thought it was to maintain sort of the pedestrian experience along the sidewalk so that.
Yes, I can weigh in on that. The general principle is that a corner lot, you're relating to two different blocks. And both of those blocks for the adjacent interior lots have front yards. And so your corner exterior side yard setback is kind of bridging the difference. Obviously, a corner lot would be significantly constrained if you had two front yard setbacks. But on a block where, say, maybe you have an adjacent interior lot on each side, a larger exterior side street corner lot, you're bridging the gap. So maybe you're a 25-foot front yard setback on that adjacent lot on either side. You've got your 25-foot on one. Putting 25 on both would really create a constrained envelope, but you don't want a house that sticks so much further out than the rhythm of the rest of the street. And so that's why you have that exterior side setback the way it is.
Okay, we have yet another opportunity for edge case consideration, because in my neighborhood, you only have two lots between the two streets. So there is no changing rhythm because you have a lot, you have an alley, and then you have another lot. And so both of there's not like a middle property between the two corner properties that would have a deeper front yard setback. So that's why, like, in my neighborhood, I was always like, why is this street side setback bigger? It doesn't make sense to me.
Or was your comment specifically about corner lots, or it's all the?
So street side setbacks only apply to corner lots because that's what a street side is. It's the secondary street on a corner lot property.
Okay, thanks. I got it.
Yeah. So that's
But
just
I
my
think
comment
the,
there.
the point about
Yeah.
edge cases, I think the goal here is uniformity.
Totally.
Yeah.
But
Not-
uniformity, but like flexibility at the same time.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Because like that, in that neighborhood, that requirement doesn't make sense. And it just feels like.
I mean, that argument doesn't make sense, but I think that the increased setback may still make sense because you're walking along the street, let's say, or riding your bike or your trike or whatever, I mean, children, like it gives more green space. It gives more breathability to between the sidewalk and the person's, bedroom window or something. So, why not? Why not provide a little more breathing room between the public and the windows of the house?
So again, I'm obviously very biased by my own experience and knowledge, and this might be different in other neighborhoods, but in my neighborhood, the property lines are 4 foot setback from the sidewalk. So then when you have another 7.5 foot setback, that's like 11.5 feet.
It's because the right of way was never built to the full width.
But then meanwhile, on the interior side, like both my home and my neighbor's home are built pretty close to the 5 foot setback. So it just feels like when you look at from the front of my lot, it's like, why is this whole building shifted over in a weird way?
But you can't rely on, your property line. Like you have to think of it from your property line because your right of way was never built to its full potential. And someday somebody 10 years from now might say, that street should be wider. And they could go in and make the street wider. Maybe nobody would like it, but I'm just saying it's a possibility. So your property line is your guiding principle. And if you build your house closer to the property line, then you're closer to the cars in the future.
I guess I will just respectfully disagree and say that like I don't think 2.5 feet is making because it's 5 feet and 7.5 feet is the difference. I don't think 2.5 feet is adding appreciable breathability, but it does make laying out a property weird sometimes. Like you get into weird, like again, the building envelope ends up looking weird, and so then you end up in these like weird designs. So that's just my comment. I would consider, and people could disagree with me, like simplifying the whole side setback thing and just making them more uniform. And so that goes into my next note. I don't love the percentage-based setbacks. It doesn't make sense to me why a larger lot would have a larger setback. Like to what Commissioner Williams is talking about, like there's a human plane element to this. Like as a human, like there is some distance that feels good for the property to be set back. Maybe it's 5 feet, maybe it's 10 feet, maybe it's 15 feet. But every time I see like one of these requirements that's like X percentage of the lot width or 15 feet, whichever is less, like it just doesn't make sense to me why we'd want a bigger setback on a bigger lot. Like the number should be uniform to whatever feels right for a human, in my opinion.
But I hope this is correct. Aren't the allowable size of houses dependent on the size of the lot based on FAR?
Yeah, they're based on FAR.
So then if you have a larger lot and a larger FAR and a larger house, it does make some sense to me that the larger the house, the farther back you might want it set in order to have that same atmosphere of whatever, just space and breathability. That does make some sense to me, but I also see your point that
I just think it's a complication. And if we're talking about streamlining, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. And I think the percentage-based requirement is what's making us have a rear setback that is 2 to 3 times bigger than other jurisdictions, because it's like half the building height, or 25% of the lot width.
Yes.
Yeah. There was a suggestion from staff about reduced side and rear setbacks to accommodate site-specific constraints. Love this idea. Big fan. Also agree with having it granted at the administrator level.
Yes.
Yeah, there was a recommendation. I think they mentioned Palo Alto. I'm trying to remember what city they said does this, but if you have an oddly shaped lot, or if you have a particularly small lot, there's a provision. Like one of our neighboring jurisdictions have a provision to allow the administrator to grant a reduced side and rear setback to accommodate site-specific constraints. So again, that's flexibility. Big fan of flexibility.
Yeah, has that been the case? Wasn't that the case before? For small, undersized, like substandard lots?
Through the chair, we don't have that exception currently in our zoning code, but many other jurisdictions do have that. And then piggyback on the previous discussion about the percentage, setback defined by the percentage is also speak to the straight yard setback, so that if you have a narrower lot, then you can have a smaller straight side setback, so that you don't need to align your your side yard to the front yard of your neighbors. But if you have a wider lot, then we encourage people or mandate people to align their side yard with their neighbor's front yard if you're in a corner lot.
Yeah. I just think it's overly complicated, and
that's what architects are for.
I'm here to offer streamlining solutions. The next one on the setback list, I noted the combination of the daylight plane and the step backs or second story and third story setbacks, to me, I think are redundant if your goal is privacy, right? I think if your goal is privacy, if your property follows the daylight plane requirement, that seems sufficient. Requiring additional second story or third story setbacks, or requiring step backs if you make it be about the property itself, I think has the problem that Commissioner Clafter described, where it just significantly increases the cost of doing a second story or a third story, because you have to restructure, as you pointed out, right?
Well, I think it can increase the cost. It complicates the floor plan.
It complicates the floor
It just
plan.
makes everything. It makes everything.
It's less energy efficient. Actually, somebody who works in green energy should double check me on this, but I've heard from people that anytime you have like any kind of step back in the massing or articulation, like from a heating cooling perspective, that it makes it less efficient. So my opinion is, I feel like if the goal is privacy, I think the daylight plane is sufficient, and we should not have second story and third story setbacks or step backs. And if the fear is like ugly boxy buildings, then we should solve that through design ornamentation. And there's many old historic pre-war buildings that are lovely boxes and very beautiful, and we can use those as inspiration.
I'm suddenly thinking of a classic American housing type, which is called the four square, which is literally 4 square walls, 2 stories, maybe got a porch slapped on the front, and you see them in every architectural style, and you see them in every older neighborhood in across the country, and they were very inexpensive to build a lot of the time. And I think people generally think that they're nice and they exist in neighborhoods, and I don't think they cause privacy problems.
And if someone wants to build a brand new Victorian, they should be able to, right? And it would look really goofy if you had a step back.
I agree with what you're saying. 4 square kind of craftsman homes typically or oftentimes are really great. I don't think that us using the argument that adding a second floor to a 1-story house is expensive if you have to set in the sides, increase the side setbacks. I mean, it's not our job to worry about the cost.
That's one of the goals of this, though, is to reduce costs of construction of this zoning code update.
Well, I don't think that I mean, the whole project is very costly to add a second floor to a 1-story house. And so I don't think that's significant enough to have that be the only reason. I mean, I think the reason that you don't want to increase the setback at the second floor is not just cost. It's because it limits how big of a house you can have. You want to be able to have a bigger house.
I think there's many reasons. I think there's cost. I think it limits what you can do. It creates goofy floor plans, and I also think the energy efficiency is another reason.
I mean, I can look at the list of general plan policies, CD 7.2, which is encourage single-family additions, new dwellings that address the preservation and enhancement of neighborhood visual and architectural character through context-sensitive building scale, materials, architectural style, and details, and privacy. So privacy is on there. I'm just not sure that it's in balance right now with these other considerations in that list. I don't know that the resulting designs are always an enhancement, and my personal view is that oftentimes they fall short because of some of these restrictions. And so yeah, maybe that's how I would frame it, is like I want to see those different things on that list in better balance. And I feel like this is an opportunity to providing some more flexibility in how setbacks and how second stories are allowed to be constructed will help achieve that balance.
Through the chair, I wanted to offer a comment and a thought. Recognizing the balance of robust discussion with also getting through all of the topics at hand tonight at a reasonable hour, I wanted to offer a couple of thoughts or suggestions on continuing moving through. One, we are still at the front end of this process. I think there'll be much more robust discussion once we put pen to paper. We have more draft ordinance for everyone to review, provide input on. And so providing higher level direction to staff to say, hey, we think these setbacks should be reduced. It doesn't need to be a defined number. I think that gives us direction to then work with stuff as we then develop the code. I think there's a lot of different things, comparable jurisdictions, other things where it doesn't need to be exactly defined tonight so much as, is there a principle you want us to achieve, or don't touch it, it's perfect as is. That is good productive feedback that helps us keep moving things forward. The other thing is recognizing the objectives of what we want to do with the single family versus the R2 to R4. And there is different objectives there. Part of the goal of the general plan was balancing growth and change, focusing on our higher density areas, maintaining kind of intensity density in our lower density areas. And so I think direction aligned with those two overarching principles is kind of important to align with kind of where the general plan was going. So a couple thoughts to keep the discussion moving.
Thank you. With that, shall we move on to parking requirements in single family zones? My list is shorter on this one.
I support all three of the recommendations in the agenda packet. Which I can say for the benefit of the group, tandem parking, allowing parking in the required setbacks and not requiring garages, I think, and allowing garages to be exempt from FAR to encourage garages. Although, as I mentioned, TBD, in my opinion, how much of an impact that actually has on whether people use their garage to park their cars or not. But I see why it incentivizes it.
I would say that to your point, I was thinking the same thing. I thought, okay, you could build a very large garage, and I mean, depending on how this
Can I pause you? I think
Yes.
the idea is there'd be a maximum amount of the garage that would be exempt from FAR.
Yes, I was just, that was my exact thought when I read this. I said, okay, I think it could be like
Isn't it typically 400 square feet?
like standard space for 2 cars or 2 point whatever cars or whatever the calculation is would be exempted. And then if you want to have a storage area, that might be a different story, because I just don't want to see someone building a 1,000 square foot garage and saying,
No, I think it's typically like 400 square feet. I mean, I've seen this in other jurisdictions, and
Perfect.
I agree. These all make sense to me.
I would suggest we leave it to the discretion of staff of what that number should be,
yes,
without being overly prescriptive. But I think, yes, we're all in general agreement that I also agree with the 3 suggestions that staff recommended.
Yeah, I do too.
But I have a couple more detailed comments.
Do you want us to?
If you have any parking stuff, yeah, I would talk about it now.
Tandem parking, great. Parking in the required setbacks. I don't always love. Like I'm fine with cars and driveways. I don't always. Yeah.
That's in
Yeah.
the setback, though.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, it is the front setback.
That's
yeah,
what we were
yeah,
talking about.
Yeah, but you know, sometimes we'll see. Sometimes I'll see, not necessarily in San Mateo, but I'll see, you know, around, you know, the whole front yard is covered in cars. I don't think anybody wants that. Maybe a percentage of the front setback.
I don't think that's what this means, though. It means that, like, you can have, it doesn't mean you can have parking everywhere. It just means that your parking can be within your 15-foot or whatever it
Yeah.
is. I mean, or
Okay.
20 if it's supposed to be.
Yeah. Then
Well, and I think too, if there's my understanding is there's some cap on the amount of hardscape you can have, and
Exactly.
so yeah, then those two combined makes my comment redundant. So I'll
So
let someone else comment.
I agree with allowing tandem parking, and we clearly did at some point because the first house I lived in San Mateo for 7 years had 2 tandem parking garages side by side with a living space on top. So I don't know why that went away. Tandem parking's great. I agree with allowing parking in required setbacks, but I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. I have a required side yard setback, and I have a side access garage. And my required side yard setback is 7.5 feet, but also my property line is set back 4 feet from the sidewalk. So am I correct that it is currently not legal for me to park a car on my driveway in the first 11.5 feet of my driveway? And I'm bringing this up because I'm worried that this is not enough of an incentive, because everybody is already parking in their driveway within their required setback. And so just saying, hey, we're not going to come after you for doing this thing that we're already not coming after you for, to me doesn't feel like an incentive.
I do support removing rules that are only selectively enforced.
I think kind of the objective here is you've got 2 parts. It would be you would still need to have a sufficiently sized parking space, whatever
Right.
that is. So I think in your case, if your car is overhanging a sidewalk, that's potentially a code violation. So you might
Totally.
get a notice from code enforcement if someone complains. We're generally more reactive than proactive on the enforcement side like that. So I think for the purposes of this, it's right now even though I don't know that we always do this, in general, the code doesn't recognize parking in a setback. So
Yeah.
you can't get credit for meeting your on-site parking requirements, but it still occurs.
So if I were to submit a planning application and I were to show you like 2 parking spaces in my driveway, planning would come back and be like, no, the first 11.5 feet of that driveway don't count for a legal parking space. So you'd actually have to have a 29.5 foot driveway if you wanted 2 legal parking spaces in your driveway. So that's the part that we're fixing.
Yeah, I think it goes hand in hand with the idea that there could be a recommendation that you don't have to have a garage.
Right.
So in that circumstance, if you were allowed to park in your driveway and it was allowed to count as your parking on site, you would need a garage to cover your parking requirements.
Totally.
Which I support.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to be clear that I think a lot of people are already parking in their required setbacks if their driveway is.
But that
in
doesn't mean
their
they're on the
required
sidewalk. I mean, that doesn't mean they're on the sidewalk.
No, totally.
Yeah.
This is also something that affected San Francisco up until recently, and they made the change to officially allow people to park in their setbacks, which previously had been subject to selective enforcement. And this is a very similar fix.
Yeah. And then I had this note about there was this comment about reducing covered parking requirements. And yes, I'm just all for more flexibility. So reducing covered parking requirements sounds like a good idea to me. But then I was like, well, just more flexibility in general. Like if someone wants to provide covered parking within a setback, maybe let them. Maybe not if it's a garage and that feels too imposing. I don't know. I don't have a clear direction here. I think my direction is more flexibility. Consider more flexibility. And then, yes, I think that I agree. I think exempting some amount of garage space from the FAR calculation is a good idea. I don't actually think it will incentivize people to park in their garages. I think the only thing that will incentivize people parking in their garages is when street parking in their neighborhood becomes painful. Then they'll clear out the garage.
When people have less stuff.
Yeah. And the next item is review processes and public notice requirements.
Okay, so
it sounds to me like the neighborhood meetings are just city encouraged block parties. So I think
poorly attended.
Poorly attended.
Generally speaking, I'm in favor of again, in line with some of the suggestions in the agenda report.
Yeah.
Streamlining, perhaps reducing the distance of notice to be more in line. I know there was a jurisdiction that required 300 feet instead of 500 feet. I did a quick little scan of what 1,000 feet and what I think 1,000 feet applies to these big projects, which makes sense to me. But some of these smaller alterations or whatever that require 500-foot notice, I did a quick kind of scan and I was like, I do not care what's happening at that house 500 feet from me. So I'd be supportive of certainly reducing the distance. And then I think, reducing the number of times, meaning the number of situations in which notice is required and these neighborhood meetings are required. And probably the number of situations in which a planning application at all is required, given that one of the questions I asked in the response was, these people are meeting all of our development standards. Now the balance with that, consistent with what I've been saying, is that discretionary review does allow for consideration of things like privacy and things like that. Like, are you consistent with the people next to you and that type of thing? So I do see value in the discretionary review for certain types of things. So I think one of the suggestions in the agenda was about whether we might get rid of discretionary review for second story additions over 200 square feet, if I got that right.
200?
Did I say that right? Or maybe noticing requirements?
I do know so it says, second story ADUs processed through a ministerial building permit do not require any notification. And what's the usual size of those ADUs? How many square feet is that, if I could be reminded?
ADU typical, through the chair, ADU typically is 800 square feet in size.
Yeah, so for an 800 or 900 square foot ADU, state law, ministerial, and then if you want to do a 200 square foot second story addition, you have to invite all of the neighbors over for a cheese platter.
Zoom.
Yeah, I'll just jump in and I'll just say, I think we should do what Mountain View does. I thought that was a great idea. To quote the staff report, in Mountain View, remodels, additions, and new single-family residences that comply with applicable zoning development standards generally do not require a planning application, except in limited cases such as additions to non-conforming homes, exterior changes to historic homes, or development adjacent to creeks. I don't know why creeks. Maybe that's not relevant for us. Maybe it is.
But creek.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
And so to me, that seems great, really streamlines the process.
Yeah,
because if it conforms with the zoning requirements, then what is the point of the cheese plate party? Your neighbor's going to be like, I don't like what you're doing. And you're going to be like, well, it conforms with zoning requirements. Well, so I'm sorry.
Well,
I'm not disagreeing necessarily, but I think there's value in the neighborhood meeting as a homeowner. I mean, as an architect, I would tell the homeowners, talk to your neighbors. And if a neighborhood meeting's not required, they're not going to go talk to their neighbors probably. And they should. They should tell their neighbors what they're planning to do, because it just makes the process easier. When construction's noisy and people are thinking everything's difficult, well, they've talked about it in advance. They've started a rapport. So I think the neighborhood meetings have a place and a purpose, but I don't think they're that well attended, so I'm not.
Do you think both the neighborhood meeting and the noticing, like, what if the noticing was like, heads up, this is happening, but there's no invitation to the cheese plate party?
I mean, that's how, well, first of all, there's Zoom usually. They're not really hard for people to just jump on a Zoom and hear, like, see what's happening.
I was told they were cheese plates. What the heck?
This is what he says. I have not seen
I'm
that.
the only one here, like, build in my neighborhood. I want
Maybe
cheese
that was
plates.
maybe that was the old code. I don't know.
Yeah, the new code does not require cheese or certainly not wine, unfortunately. But I mean, the noticing, it's not like, I don't see how that is really like a burden on the applicant, no matter whether it's, 500 feet, 300 feet, 1,000 feet, whatever it is, because you get sure, you have to pay some money on postage, I guess, but you get the names from either the city or from an outside service, right? It's not like you have to look everybody up. It's not a lot
I hear
of,
you, but I'll just also point out that the goal of this is to reduce costs and to reduce time. And we heard from
Pay more
staff
postage, yeah.
that it takes, like, doing a neighborhood meeting adds 3 months on average to the process. So that's
I disagree.
costly
That is
from
not,
a time standpoint.
I mean, I guess it's possible if you have someone that's not really on top of your project, but that's frustrating then.
I will also add, in terms of noticing, you mentioned 300 feet. For R1s, not higher, when we're literally talking about a single family home or a single family home addition or like maybe an ADU, to your point, why even 300, right? Like, at that scale, I think the people who are going to care the most are the adjacent properties, because they're the ones who are going to, like, notice the difference. Like,
yeah, but there's like construction. If you're building a second story addition, there's going to be dumpsters, there's going to be construction. So yeah, I totally agree with respect to the finished
I guess that's
product.
fair from the construction impact standpoint.
Yeah.
But
I had a question. I mean, there's reference in the report, and Commissioner Clafter mentioned ADUs. Can the discretionary review for the single family homes, there's some subjectivity from the planner. For the ADUs, we're not allowed to use subjectivity under state law, right? Like, there's not like objective design standards, or are there objective design standards for the ADUs? I'm trying to figure out, like, whether, if we went the Mountain View approach, whether we have in place like objective design standards that would apply, that would, protect some of the interests that we heard from the survey that homeowners are concerned about. One of the things that the survey responses showed was that people wanted notice, and people wanted there to be a planning application for second story additions over 200 square feet. So I'm just trying to figure out how would it work in practice if we got rid of the discretionary review for the additions larger than 200 square feet. What is it they have to comply with in order to proceed without a planning application? Are there like objective standards they still are applying, complying with?
Yes.
We do have through the chair, we do have an ADU ordinance, which the standards largely controlled by the state law. Typically, especially to the by right ADUs. However, if you create a two-story ADU and then you need to encroach daylight plane, that's not protected by the state law. And we review those type of application by single family design standards. That is a discretionary process.
For ADUs as well?
For ADUs, yes.
Oh, okay. So I think the point still stands. I think there's maybe some value in certain such situations to the discretionary review of second story additions, but I could be persuaded that the size of the addition should be larger before it triggers. I also could be persuaded that it's not necessary as long as the standards that are being applied account for some of the things that the discretionary review is intended to protect. Like, I don't know, having more objective design standards that would make it like you shouldn't have windows that align with one another or whatever it is. I don't know.
And Are you talking about noticing right now?
No, well,
Or just
sorry,
in
I thought it was
general?
two
We're talking about review process and public notice
so
requirements. So
one question is, should it be subject to a planning application at
Yeah.
all? And then for things subject to a planning application, what are the notice requirements? So I was talking
And
there
I will
about-
just say, like, if it meets the zoning standards, to me, I don't know why it should have to submit a planning application.
Mhm.
Like, I don't know why it should have to go through discretionary review if it meets the zoning standards.
So, what do people think about transparency in, like, I guess it's a question for staff, like, when things happen in the city, people get surprised and complain, and, the best sort of, response to that is, transparency. And so if I understand that's not the goal, I'm just curious what your thoughts are. Like, are we creating like less transparency when things, change in someone's neighborhood and they haven't been told about it, they don't know anything about it? Like, I'm just wondering what your thoughts are about it.
Can I add to that real quick though? But like, is it possible to require noticing or a neighborhood meeting, but also do ministerial approval?
That's a good question.
I'll offer a couple thoughts, and then other staff, feel free to jump in. And this is two jurisdictions I'm familiar with. Redwood City, just went through the process myself. That was, I think, to your point, the transparency piece. So before, there's a planning application required for a 2-story addition, I think over 50 square feet. And you have to provide proof that you connected with each of your adjacent neighbors, shared the plans with them. So and then they sign it, you go in. So then Los Altos, prior jurisdiction I worked for there, you had to notify for a 2nd-story addition of any size or a new 2-story house, the 12 adjacent neighbors, kind of 3 across the street, 2 on either side, 2 or 3 behind. So both of those, the objective was, I think, to what has been noted, is the property owners most adjacent, both in terms of near-term construction impacts, you'll be feeling those. So you're creating the opportunity for advanced awareness, neighborhood engagement. Ideally, you're being sensitive and connecting with your neighbors to help stay engaged throughout the process. But then also the longer term, you've now got a new 2nd-story addition, those privacy, visual impacts. It is the adjacent properties that feel it the most. So those are 2 different ways that kind of overlap the kind of some of the concerns, objectives of the notification process. And I think there's some interesting thoughts, if the commission wanted to recommend it, of what is the objective of the process and the notification, because that could help inform what then gets brought forward too. So I think there's some interesting questions there.
Can I ask a follow-up to that, Zach? What would happen in those other jurisdictions if, let's say, the adjacent property owners didn't sign off on?
They don't have to, though.
Is it just a good faith that the other adjacent property signed off on it for the city, or is that an actual requirement that they would have to, give their approval or their nod of that?
If they won't, in Redwood City, if they won't sign off, I believe you have to provide proof that you mailed them notification and a set of the plans. And then I think what happens is that property might also get a notice of decision when that planning application is approved, I think is how that process works. And
The neighbor doesn't have to sign off.
the neighbor doesn't. They're encouraged to, but if they don't have to. So, and they even say in the disclosure, this isn't approving of the project, just an acknowledging that you were contacted by your neighbor and they showed a set of plans. They might still choose not to, and then you would share that with them. And I think it doesn't become an obstacle to the process, but I think in there, the objective felt like it was as much connect with your adjacent neighbors. So 1, they have awareness, and 2, maybe there's a connection facilitated to help have an open line of communication during construction. Or if there's windows or acute privacy challenges, maybe there's an opportunity to address something.
I like both of those better than the current. Both of those options better than the current. I think
the current meaning
the 500-foot plus a neighborhood meeting. I don't see the value of the neighborhood meeting really at all. But I hear that there has been value in your experience. I think the 3-2-2-3 structure sounds
make some good sense about that 3 in front, 3 behind, 2
I agree
on
with
either
that.
side makes some good sense. If you're required to provide notice, and
people most
go
impacted
chitty chat with them in person, that's great. Get their
And I'll reiterate that if there is an option, I agree with Commissioner Williams in the value of people not being surprised. That is, I think
that
the
what we're
biggest
here for?
biggest source of tension for us is when people feel surprised. So if there is a way to like match what Mountain View is doing, where like that whole list of things that doesn't require a planning application doesn't need a planning application, but you are required to do like, you have to let the 3 properties know so that it's not a surprise to them. I think that could be balance.
just to be clear, there's 2 topics. I agree about, like, for notice for planning applications, I think this 3-2-2-3 could be great. I also agree it might make sense in some situations to require, if we're going to reduce the number of situations that require planning applications, like let's say we say any second story above 400 square feet, I'm just saying, then it might make sense in situations where you have any second story addition, you require the same notice, but it's not, you don't require a planning application, right? You get rid of the discretionary review. I kind of agree that could make good sense. But I would say I do still believe that there are probably some situations where a discretionary review makes sense. So I'm not sure I would go as far as Mountain View goes.
Okay.
Unless I could be assured that we had, sufficient objective design standards that they have to meet, not subject to discretionary review, to protect against some of the things that we care about. That's how
Okay.
Through the chair, it sounds like the Planning Commission is asking staff to look into courtesy notices.
Yes. Yeah.
Great.
Way of putting it.
All right. I think your summary was perfect. If we're okay to now move on
Yes.
to multifamily development standards.
Before we do that, I just want to say, like, one thing, I kind of made some notes to myself that I've been wanting to, like, say, you know, I've thought about this a lot over the time I've been a planning commissioner. Like we hear a lot about, like, the delays and how long the process takes. It's not on the planning staff. I'm just going to say, I mean, I know that it takes a while and you described all that stuff, but it's the applicant, it's the homeowner, it's the architect, it's like, it's changes that somebody decides to make. And so the process could still be long because the homeowner might be indecisive and want more than they can afford. And then they need to get an estimate, and then they can't afford that. And then they need to backtrack. And I'm telling you, a lot of the delay is on the owner and applicant and architect side and not on the city side. So we hear a lot about this, like we hear about it from Sacramento and everybody, you know, like streamlining the process. I just want to say kudos to this, not just this city, but cities do a lot of work to get projects through. We already have timelines. They already have timelines in place for, you know, declaring when an application is complete. And, you know, I mean, they have timelines they have to meet. And so, I mean, it's great to try to streamline it, but there's only so much you can do. That's my thing I've been thinking about a lot over the years.
Okay. Shall we talk multifamily?
Multifamily.
Yes. So the first section in the agenda report.
Were we going to do questions?
Oh, yes, please. Let's do questions. Sorry.
Do you think the questions, the way we did it, still makes sense?
Yeah, if you have questions related to multifamily, I would go ahead and ask them now. I do not have any, so
I have a
will
lot
pass.
of comments. I don't know that I have any questions at the moment.
So I had one big picture question, which was, is it possible, putting to the side for 1 second the this creating inefficiencies, which I know is the exact opposite goal, but is it possible to create a set of standards or a set of exemptions to standards that apply to missing middle housing such that, as a way to incentivize missing middle. So it sounds like missing middle housing can fit under at least R2 and R3, maybe even R4. Is there a universe in which we can create a set of, like an overlay of exceptions or standards that are more lenient for missing middle housing than they are for other types of housing in these types of districts?
I mean, the answer is yes, if that's what the Plan Commission would like to do. What I would recommend is start with the base district standards for R2 or R4. And then if you think that some of those base standards are too restrictive for certain missing middle product types, then that's when you can add the exceptions.
What are some of the reasons why we might not want to do that?
I think it's many of the things we've talked about before. Like if you were to look at the examples of missing middle housing that are provided in the attachment, many of those examples are not possible under our current regulations, I think because of setback and step back requirements.
Yeah, no, I'm asking, so yes, which is why I want to do it. I'm asking why we might not want to add any kind of specific exceptions for missing middle housing to these.
One thing you could consider is if you want to have special standards for missing middle product types, why not make it universal for the zoning district in general instead of just missing middle? So it allows for all sorts of different types of products, not just missing middle product types, if that makes sense.
Yeah, there could probably be some negative consequences of that depending on the style of whatever the thing is, but yeah.
Well, like things like maybe I'm getting a little out of order, but like the sliding FAR scale suggest like that's a way where you're basically saying if you're doing a single family home in the R2 zone, you don't get that additional FAR. If you're doing a 6-unit building, you get that additional FAR to make that possible. And in that way you apply that to the whole zone, but it only is relevant if you're doing missing middle.
Right. Yes, that's a good example of a standard that would apply uniformly throughout the whole, what do you call them, districts, or throughout the whole district, but incentivizes specifically missing middle, which I agree seems like a good idea. My question was, is it possible to have specific standards for missing middle that are not applicable to the whole district? The answer is yes, but maybe it makes it more cumbersome, I think.
Yes.
Do we have any other questions about multifamily? Okay. My general comment is, and I kind of said this before, but it's hard for me to offer suggestions for how to streamline or make missing middle possible without understanding beyond a vague setbacks, like what is actually preventing them from being built today, or what is causing, maybe preventing is a strong word, but like what are the biggest disincentives to producing missing middle? And this is where I again look at the examples that you provided, which I think might have been this lovely Alfred Twu illustration, if I know who made this. I believe it was Alfred Twu, planning commissioner in Berkeley. So, for example, one of the sample photos that was shown in the presentation is a cottage court on Idaho Street that's 2 blocks from where I live. I love that cottage court. Every time I walk by, I am jealous that I do not live there. It is the most adorable thing ever. And I look at that and I don't understand, like, why could that not be built today? I would suspect that it is not conforming to some of the rear and side setback requirements. They are largely 1 and 2 story dwellings. So I think that they're complying with, well, I also don't know if a cottage court would have to comply with a daylight plane requirement. It's an R2 zone. Got into that whole question before. I'll just skip that for now. But if I were to try to build a cottage court today, I don't understand, like, what are the impediments to doing that? And that makes it hard for me to suggest changes to make it more possible. And that's why I kind of said I think we need to start by looking at this and evaluating, like, and going outcome based. I would love to enable more cottage courts. I would love to enable, I think in Boston they call them triple deckers, where it's just like 3 units stacked on top of each other straight up, but with porches and beautiful like ornamentation that makes them nice. Yeah, flats. I would love to enable more townhomes, and I think you had this idea for a townhome court where the townhomes face an interior courtyard.
Yeah. Are we jumping around now, or are we?
I mean, we're still talking about missing middle. I think what I'm
Generally,
trying to say is
okay.
like, yes, I think we all want to support missing middle, but I am struggling with what to suggest changing to make this more possible, except that I have this vague sense that you can't do some of these things today. There's a really, under multiplex, like there's a really cute triple decker, right?
The next two slides in that attachment 7 that we got, where it shows the palette of missing middle housing types, and can kind of look at them and say, okay, what is allowed, what would be allowed and not allowed, right? Like most of them have a second story or or third story or whatever that goes straight up on the sides. They've got light wells or insets there, but then some of them have like 0, are shown in the illustration with right up to the lot line.
Literally all of these examples do not have a step back on the second or third story.
Yeah. A townhouse, in this case with a detached garage with a backyard in between, which is something that I was going to touch on later. You've got the courtyard housing, and there are examples of these types of things already existing in San Mateo, and most of them are older. And then there's a huge gap, and then there's the stuff that we're seeing being built today. But yeah, I mean, I think creating a separate for the R2 and above, if you're going to add the units, then maybe along with the FAR scaling, maybe it's like, okay, you start to get some flexibility where your setbacks are, how deep they are. If you have a cottage court, like is shown in some of these illustrations, and the homes are facing towards the interior of the lot, the rear of the home is technically the side setback. Yeah. And so usually in the examples that we were given, there's almost no setback on the sides.
I mean, you can look at this example, right? And what I'm thinking about is like, we have this rear yard requirement, which would preclude you from doing those, like a final cottage at the rear of that lot.
Yeah.
Because the rear lot requirement would be the rear of the lot and not the rear of the cottage court units.
And in the Idaho Street example that you cited, the 2 units at the very back, which are actually, the other side is the alleyway there. Those are a little bit larger, and I believe there's additional parking on the alleyway, and I think there's an additional kind of apartment there. In this example, in this palette here, there's a slightly taller, larger kind of building at the back of that cottage court. And then most of these cottage courts, it's 1 story.
Yeah.
So if you have a 1-story building and the setback is a lot smaller, it's not looming over the neighbors. There's not as much of a privacy issue if you have a decent fence. It's not, I'm
sorry.
Yeah.
I was just going to say sort of a more modern interpretation of this might be that instead of a 1-story set of cottages, they could be, 2-story townhouses or something. Maybe that's not, and then they could be held back and have a individual patio space that's slightly more than the setback, somewhere in between a full setback.
I mean, something which is approaching this, which is modern and in town, is the other example that we got, which was 737 Second Avenue, where it's not quite a cottage court, but it's got at the back of the property, there's a kind of a landscaped area. Mm-hmm. But I think some of the some of the current kind of conditions are holding these things back because they had to have they usually have the entrance on one side and the garage on the other side, and so then you have to have this sort of landscape pathway, and it's not usable for anything really, and that's probably being dictated partly by setback and partly by other code things.
I think we should, I think it sounds like we're all supportive of figuring out how to enable more missing middle housing.
Yes.
And we maybe are struggling, like me, a little bit to say how to do that. So why don't we go to the next section, which is setbacks for multifamily.
Maybe we've provided enough direction, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Through the chair, just one thought. Yes, I think what you're highlighting is the challenge with missing middle housing.
Yeah.
I think the main impediment to missing middle right now isn't the zoning regulations. I think there's broader economic issues at play. There's liability insurance.
Yep.
Anecdotally, I've heard that the small home builder was decimated in 0809, and
Yep.
they were a big provider of these, and so costs. So I think there's a lot of factors beyond our control. So I think saying, hey, let's make sure our zoning regulations aren't an impediment, but also recognizing there's probably other issues that are kind of obstructing the production of these housing types. So we can definitely look at it. We've got a housing element objective to try to facilitate. Yeah. So I think if you're giving us the thumbs up, we can continue to explore and support and move forward at regulations that could help support them if they're economical.
Before we move on real quick, is there a way for us, are there provisions now that are precluding the builder from building these middle income? Is there anything that we have now that's a barrier for them to get over? I guess I'm trying to address, is there a way for us to incentivize with extended concessions and waivers for that product type of the missing middle?
I mean, I can maybe speak to my personal experience a little bit here, which is I own a property in an R2 zone. I intentionally looked for a property in an R2 zone because I wanted to build more units, do my part to help the housing crisis. And when we decided to build a second unit, we were originally thinking, because we have a single family home in an R2 zone, we would just build a second unit. You know, we're allowed up to 2 units. But the R1B standards applying to R2 zones, including the daylight plane, the setbacks, and the stepbacks, created a very, specifically the rear yard requirement, you know, with the I think it's like a 15-foot rear yard, created a very small build envelope where that second unit could go. And so what we ended up doing is doing an ADU, because the requirements for ADUs are much more permissive. Right? We could now go, you know, within 4 feet of the setbacks. And I think particularly this is like one of my little in the weeds comments somewhere, but especially for these multifamily lots, and maybe this is only affecting R2, like we need to rethink the rear yard requirement, because when you're trying to do multiple units and privacy is a consideration, like for us, we wanted the 2 units to be as far apart as possible and have a shared yard in between. But having to do a 15-foot required rear yard at the rear of the lot, and then a unit, and then another unit, meant the 2 units were really squished together. Like the only real way to do it was as an adjoined duplex, where it's like really one building, but then there's a wall separating them too. And we didn't want a shared wall for sound and privacy reasons. So,
well, and it's just interesting too that some R2, you know, are like on the standard size lot is like 5,000 square feet, and you know, to be zoned R2 it's tough to do that.
It's particularly tough for small lots, and that's why I was like, again, this is very in the weeds, but maybe for R2 and above, the rear yard is not a rear yard requirement, but it's an open space requirement. Because part of what you're trying to solve for with the rear yard is requirement is privacy. Like you don't want a building close to the property line into the adjacent neighbor's yard. But part of what you're trying to solve for is outdoor space. Mm-hmm. And I think if you're trying to do multiple units, having more flexibility where that outdoor space goes and making it so that, you know, there can be one large shared outdoor space, like a little park for your lot, would provide a lot more flexibility in making missing middle work.
I also was thinking about, like, you know, state laws affecting the viability of missing middle and other state laws which are coming into effect soon. I'm really hoping that like some of these missing middle types, you know, lend themselves to condos, and condos are very difficult right now for legal reasons, and there is some traction on that in Sacramento. So I'm very hopeful that that will help us locally. But you know, obviously can't plan for that right now. But we could try and set ourselves up for success if that were to come to pass. to some extent. And then also just, SB 79 is coming soon. And my thinking with relation to missing middle is, these are usually, it's fewer units, larger units, family size units. SB 79 is likely to encourage people if this is not the path of least resistance, or if it's not an easy enough path, people are going to go into R2 zones, particularly close to downtown, which will be going straight up to FAR 3 or 3.5, and they're going to have to maximize the number of units that they can put on that lot, and they're going to request all of the waivers that they need for the density bonuses, and they're going to ignore setbacks, and they're going to ignore height restrictions, and they will be able to do that regardless, because that's state law. But I would like to, whatever we do here, encourage people. It's very important to me that this is a viable alternative path, that our local missing middle rules work, that they function.
I'm going to start talking about setbacks in the interest of moving us forward through this list. So one high level comment as I was thinking through setbacks, which is, to me, it makes less sense to categorize these regulations by zoning district, R1, R2, R3, R4, and it makes more sense to categorize them by the number of units you're building. Like, if you are building 1 unit, you should follow the single family zone requirements, the R1 requirements. But and I brought this up earlier, if you're on an R2 lot and you're building 2 primary units and 3 ADUs, you're subject to a whole bunch more regulations than you would be if you were building 5 units on an R3 lot. And so my high level idea was figure out how to make these regulations apply to the number of units and not to the zoning districts, because I think that would provide more flexibility. That may be really complicated and really hard. And so my other idea was maybe group R2 with R3 and R4 instead of grouping R2 with R1. Because right now, a lot of the requirements for R1 apply to R2. But if we want people to do missing middle housing on R2 zones, I think we need to make it less restrictive, like R3 and R4. And then I also had under setbacks rethinking the rear yard requirement for missing middle, and instead making it an open space requirement to provide the most flexibility in how the buildings are sited and how you can maximize privacy between multiple units.
And I like the idea of finding a way to incentivize, in the cottage, the cottage court model, incentivizing contiguous open space or usable open space. We see a lot of we see a lot of projects where, again, it's a very nice landscaped pathway to the front door of the house or the homes, and it's not really usable for anything else. I look at a cottage court or any of those types of older things where they've sort of concentrated the open space in a way that's a little bit more functional, and then they really kind of reduce the setbacks on the edges, and it just makes for a better experience for the residents. And I think it can be done in a way that doesn't overwhelm the neighbors.
Yeah, I agree with reducing the setbacks generally. The staff report says that San Mateo's setback requirements are in some cases double or triple the length of its peer jurisdictions. This kind of goes back to my first comment of the day, which is, let's not be the most restrictive jurisdiction out there.
I was to echo that, I was gonna say, I also have in my notes, yes, let's align with our peer jurisdictions and not be the most restrictive. But I like your idea of, you were I'm comfortable with us shooting for 75% on the bell curve towards more lenient than more restrictive.
Yeah.
I would love for us to be, one of the least restrictive jurisdictions in order to incentivize all the developers coming here. But I understand like maybe other people would have more comfort with choosing 75% instead of 100%.
Yeah, and my bell curve honestly might be because, you know, I'm 50% in R1 and I'm 90% in R2 through 4. But yeah, and then, you know, there's a lot of information in the staff report about the buffers between R1 districts when R3 and R4 are adjacent to R1 and R2, and how that can be really restrictive, especially for small lots. So I'd be in support of less restrictive requirements even when adjacent to R1 and R2 for smaller missing middle types.
Yep.
But maybe a little less in favor of less restrictive requirements for larger R3 and R4. You know, so still being respectful of the R1 single family homes nearby by not having this huge, not incentivizing some larger, you know, 20 unit, whatever, but would definitely be in favor of encouraging townhomes, cottage, whatever we're calling it. I keep thinking cottage core every time you guys say it.
I know.
Cottage core, yeah. I keep trying to resist to say that.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
I'll say it, don't worry. And then just the last thought is, there is a note in the agenda that the city could adopt reduced setback standards for small scale missing middle housing types in R2 to R4 districts as an incentive. And that goes back to my big picture question of like, can we have specific setbacks or specific standards for missing middle? I think I would be in support of less restrictive standards generally for R2 through R4, but also I'm much more comfortable with significantly less restrictive standards for these smaller missing middles that fit into a neighborhood, fit into, you know, a location a little bit better than a mid-rise apartment complex.
Through the chair, can I bring back the graphic?
Yes.
If the commission can clarify what they mean by smaller, are we talking duplex through courtyard apartments or bungalows?
Yeah, to me, it's like maybe through townhouse. I don't know. It's more like definitely through bungalow. These, I think it's the types that allow for design that can, you know, still feel like every example in the I don't think the examples included a live work like 40 unit. They included like bungalows, and so it's more of that nature, the kind that feel like, look, if this got added down the street, I wouldn't be like, what the heck is this doing here if it was designed well. But if it, you know, a multiplex, I think is starting to push the boundaries of that's an apartment building, like So
I think through townhouse, right? Like we're starting to see a lot of townhouses pop up in neighborhoods, and they feel okay. They don't feel out of place.
Like that one at the corner. Yeah, I guess I'm not 100% sure how you define a townhouse, but that one at the corner where that convenience store is, that feels perfectly reasonable there, and it's designed in such a way that it doesn't seem to encroach on kind of the single family homes that are on there in right east of downtown.
So one of the things I'm wondering about is the lot size. So when we look at, if you, you know, that span of different things, I think it makes sense to consider these, you know, changes to the setbacks, as you've said, unless we're, you know, looking at a really small lot or, you know, because then you have less, just trying to think, I think then you have less choices, I guess, on a smaller lot, and you're, which, I don't know, I guess I'm kind of torn. It's like on the one hand, you're going to be crowding and if it's a series of small lots, the you know, adjacent properties are close as well. So I feel like that should be a consideration,
The
lot size. Because all these things that we were looking at on the example, the little renderings, were larger than, you know, kind of a normal single family, or just a minimal single family lot.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much you can fit on like a 5,000 square foot lot, like in that.
And all of those little
duplex,
drawings.
triplex, maybe, but like.
No, not, I mean, they're like, those were all lots that are greater than 5,000 square feet, would think, according to the little diagrams. I know they're just generic, or they're just, diagrammatic, but.
Through the chair, typically when I see a percentage of the lot width for setbacks, it's typically when there's like narrower lots.
Yeah.
So if there's we can take a look at if there's thresholds. So let's say if it's like 50 feet wide or 40 feet wide, and we can look at percentages or even straight numbers for narrow lots.
Okay. Any other comments on setbacks, or should we move forward to floor area ratio?
Just real quick on the on the R2 on the R3 R4 buffer zones, if I'm like looking at the zoning map, and we have a lot of situations where you have R2 where it's just it's like one parcel deep and it's immediately next to a large R2 zone, or a couple of R4 properties next to R1. And so like it really can restrict it's kind of basic. Basically what you're really doing is you're extending the lower density zone into what is supposed to be a higher density zone.
You're creating, in some cases, maybe an empty lot, right?
Well,
because
what you're
like
doing
if you're
is
trying to build,
you're just preventing projects
Yeah.
from happening.
Yeah.
So you're basically freezing whatever's there in place. I would say is probably what's most likely. And and again, like for these sections that are in the transit zones, the path of least resistance becomes density bonus, becomes waivers and concessions and all those sorts of things. So I'm not sure if maybe the compromise is just to instead of having it again having it be like the setback be based on the height, maybe just have a lower height for the transition properties or something like that. I don't know. Or I mean,
I still think people will use SB 79.
well, that's
right?
the thing, right? Like I'm trying to think of a compromisation. I think probably the cleanest thing is just to say, reduce that setback substantially at a minimum, because otherwise those properties are not buildable to what supposedly they're zoned for.
Yep.
And again, people will just revert to density bonus, and then that will result in outcomes that I think people are less satisfied with at the end of the day than a slightly taller building, slightly closer to their house.
Any other comments on setbacks? Seeing none, I'm actually going to ask if we should take a vote to extend the meeting. Yes. Okay.
And by how long?
Want to aim for an hour? Let's say an hour.
Okay, I move to extend the meeting till 11:45. Is that what we're doing?
Oh, sorry. I was going to say midnight.
Oh, midnight.
Yeah, an hour past the normal time. Yeah.
Second.
And for the vote, Commissioner Bush,
Yes.
Vice Chair Clapter,
Yes.
Chair Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Shumkle,
Yes.
and Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Yeah, let's do a bio break. I will also note that I have lost the bet because I bet 11.
Well, when you talk about how excited you are.
I was super excited. Yes. Why don't we return at 10:51? 5-minute break.
What was the bet?
I bet 11.
Through the chair, we are ready to resume.
Great, thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We are discussing multifamily development standards, and I believe we just finished talking about setbacks and are going to move on to floor area ratio. Who has comments on floor area ratio and would like to go first?
Just stare. Well, I heard our wonderful planning staff say that our floor area ratio is a nightmare to calculate. I'm paraphrasing. Didn't you say that? That it's very difficult to apply or something?
It's really complicated to calculate, and then single family floor area calculation is separate from multifamily and non-single family floor area calculation.
So
cool.
I can jump in if nobody else has extremely detailed thoughts on floor area ratio. Love the idea of a sliding scale FAR that increases with unit count. I think that's great.
I second that.
Super flexible, incentivizes more units. Love it. My in the weeds comment, and this I think hints it to what you were just saying, how FAR is calculated differs from R1 and R2 through R4. I am very intimately familiar with walking an architect through our zoning code, trying to properly calculate the FAR, and it is, in fact, very difficult. And I would say that we should examine it with a fine-tooth comb and see if it makes sense for the calculation to be different for R1 and R2 and R4. I'll highlight two examples that kind of threw me for a loop that I did wrong the first time. Covered balconies are included in the calculation of FAR in R1, but not in R2. Sweet. Bonus balconies if you're in R2, I guess. And the way I read it, other one, front porches get a 100 square foot exemption in R1 from FAR, but not in R2. So, and then the other thing that I found confusing is even if you're building a single family home in an R2, R3, or R4 zone, you get the FAR calculation of the multifamily zone. You don't get the FAR calculation of the single family zone. So my single family home in an R2 zone has a different FAR calculation than if that same home were to be plopped down on an R1 lot. And I don't know why. It seems like maybe something we should look at and simplify.
Well, I mean, the R2 is a bigger FAR than R1.
I think the overall FAR number is larger, right?
Yeah.
But my point is that what is included in the calculation is different. Like, why is a covered balcony not included in R2, but it is included in R1? Why is a front porch get 100 square foot exemption in R1, but not in R2, especially when in both cases, like in my case, it's a single family home?
Yeah, that is interesting. I wasn't aware of that actually till I think you had mentioned that once before.
Yeah.
And that's odd. But I mean, it makes sense that the FAR would go up as we go,
Yes.
So to me, that makes sense.
That part makes total sense. The sliding scale makes sense. I'm just talking about like how you do the math does not make sense to me.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. You unmuted first, sir.
Did I? I wasn't tracking. Just want to throw this out here, and I think this is kind of my main comment on this topic. Thinking about the sliding scale, I like the sliding scale a lot. Thinking about our earlier discussion about exempting garages from the FAR calculation, and maybe a way of sort of combining the two. An idea would be to also consider sliding scale exemptions or some other kind of exemption for some of the other support areas as one starts to go up in height. In these buildings, you have movement quarters, you have stairs, you have utility areas, other areas which are often increasing in size. The larger these buildings go, the higher they go. So creating some additional, or thinking about maybe some additional exemptions for some of those areas to allow that space to be put back into rentable, saleable areas, which will improve the economics of some of these projects.
Aren't stairs counted only once, not twice in a two-story building?
Okay, well, you could once you like corridors, mechanical areas, those sorts of things.
Those doesn't count into floor area calculation for non-single family.
They don't.
For single family.
For single family, those are counted, but single family don't have complicated mechanical system.
No, we're talking
about multifamily.
Multifamily.
Yeah, multifamily mechanical system. Those type of floor area doesn't count into floor area.
Count.
Already. Oh.
Don't count.
Okay.
Oh, amazing.
And stairs only count once.
Only count once.
You don't count that space on
For
each
every floor.
Oh, well then, never mind.
Idea implemented. Check that box.
On the sliding scale, which I also think sounds like exactly the type of innovative thing that to incentivize, building more units, is one thought I had, but I don't know if it's true, is that I know though that we also want to incentivize larger units sometimes. So we just had the applicant say, oh, look, this one, we were able to keep some 2-bedrooms. So I just wonder at what point we don't want to over incentivize maxing out the FAR every time to the detriment of having more units that would be for like families. And I don't know how that plays out with respect to the sliding scale. I don't think it changes the fact that you use a sliding scale here, but that's just one thought I had when I thought, oh, that sliding scale looks great. What could be a downside to that? It's like, oh, are we, because the Jenner report said that it incentivizes more smaller units and fewer
I think it
large
does
units.
the opposite, because you only get more FAR if you are providing more units. Now I have to think through this. So you would get more floor area, but it's not like...
But it's not proportionally more, I think. My understanding is that it incentivizes you to not build one large unit a house, and instead to build up to 11 small units on the lot or whatever. So what I mean by not proportionally is I don't think it's 11 times.
You're right.
It's
not 11 times.
Right. So it is by necessity shrinking each unit, every unit you add, which is maximizing the number of units, which ultimately we're aiming for, but also just thinking about, is there either a maximum distance we want to go on this scale, or is there some way to think about how we also incentivize making some of those units larger for families?
I think if you combine that sliding scale, if you combine that with other realities like the size of the lot, the realistic amount of units that you can fit on there, if we have this in concert with other requirements like a certain amount of open space somewhere on the property, obviously parking. Even if parking is not required or cannot be required, we are seeing people want off-street parking, and so developers are intentionally keeping space for that and for the movement of vehicles on and off the property. And so like these types of things ultimately would limit what people can do. And then once you go above 3 stories, you have to have a second staircase. People don't want to live in a 5th floor walk-up. So then you have to get an elevator, and elevators can be something that some people may not want to deal with when they're looking at a development project. So I think it would probably still kind of limit us.
I think all of that makes sense, but I still think it's sometimes going to be more profitable to have 6 small units in the building you just described instead of 3 mid-sized units. So it's just a thought. That's my feedback.
Yeah, I think if I may interject, the feedback is this seems like a great idea, but maybe a little bit more examination to determine if it might have unanticipated negative effects.
Can I add one little tidbit? With Sacramento being the example, was there a quantifiable amount of new construction of these smaller missing middle with these increased FAR or the sliding scale? Was there an increase in that type of product in Sacramento?
Yeah,
Through the chair, staff haven't done any research or survey on Sacramento's current planning projects. And then this sliding scale policy is fairly new as well. It's an innovation which has been learned by jurisdiction across the state.
I have one more comment on FAR. Sorry, I'm going to start to try to push us to go a little bit faster, coming up on this midnight deadline. My last comment on FAR is that there is a chapter in our municipal code 27.20.065, which creates a separate FAR for portions of the central neighborhood and north central neighborhood. It is called the central neighborhood variable FAR and the north central neighborhood variable FAR. I don't understand how it's variable. There's literally no explanation in this section of why this exists, why it's variable. There's just a map with some boundary boxes where the FAR is smaller. And I think that this is an opportunity to kind of clean up these weird little exceptions that no one seems to know why they exist. So I think this one should get cleaned up, but I also didn't do an extensive look in the rest of the zoning code. So I'd also I don't know, do a quick pass to see if there's any other weird FAR exceptions elsewhere that should get cleaned up and simplified at the same time. Any other comments on FAR, or should I move us to height?
Height.
All right, let's do height. I think there was not a lot of direction in this section, except that the general plan has stories, the zoning code needs heights. We may want to opine on how to convert stories to heights.
Yeah, so it's that we want to, we don't want to change the zoning code to not have feet, right? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah. So, I think the question is, do we have an opinion on how to convert stories to feet?
I don't think we agreed on it at the time that we were doing the general plan. I remember it's an opinion with John.
I'm only thinking about the, in my experience on the commission, that discussion we had about that one project where we were talking about, I think it was coming back to daylight plane, but it was like floor plate. Commissioner Williams had some things to say about floor plates and trying to figure out exactly where we were measuring from.
Yeah, I feel like there was during general plan discussion you were talking about.
No, this was it was the SB9 project, and we were talking about for properties that are on a slope, how do you measure the plate height? And it's from the lower part of the grade, if I remember correctly.
I guess that was per the building code, I think. That says that.
But I think maybe we should not revisit that discussion and talk about edge cases, and in general just talk about how do we convert stories to height.
What is the so currently in front of us 24 feet to 32 feet, 35 feet, 35 feet to 55 feet. I guess I'm wondering what is the problem with that? Why do we need to change that? Or do we need to change that? What is the problem with the way?
Well, I think these are the old height limits when the stories were smaller, maybe, because 55 feet and 5 stories is 11 feet per story, which feels tight.
No, I mean, it could, I don't know. I guess it could be tight, but I'm also have a different opinion sometimes on that.
I don't know enough about multifamily construction to actually say like what is a reasonable gap between stories for like mechanical equipment and all that stuff.
I'm looking at the.
I feel unqualified to have an opinion here.
I'm looking at the white paper, which was on the Strive website.
I really enjoyed the white papers, just to throw that in there.
That
I thought the white papers were great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
and it was a question on building height, and there is a nice little diagram there, and it's showing basically to the.
What's the floor to floor?
Yeah, so like
Floor to floor height.
fifth floor residential here to the height of the next floor up, so basically to the height of the sixth floor is 57, is showing 57 feet.
But like,
I
what
think
is
it
an
would-
individual floor to floor? Like the second floor, the top of the floor
Yeah.
to the top of the third floor.
I think what would be helpful to me is just like, what are the alternatives we're choosing amongst here? Is it that do we want to assume floors are 11 feet, or do we want to assume floors are 12 feet? Is that as basic as it is?
Yes. So yes, floor to floor. So typically with new residential construction, you'll see ceiling heights of 9 to 10 feet, and so you'll probably want to add another foot for floor to floor.
For the structure.
For the structure. And so the way we measure height is to the top of the plate. So we're looking at floor to floor. One of the things that the commission may want to consider for R4 in particular is if you're going to have 5 stories, I mean, you could have like a podium level at the ground floor. And so if you're going to have a podium at the ground floor, you could potentially have a higher like first floor height limit.
Which would mean it'd end up being like 60 feet or whatever you're saying.
It could be. Mm-hmm.
When you say a podium at the first floor, are you talking about the structural design, like the fact that it's like a flat slab versus a?
Not necessarily the construction type, but just like having like an expression where you have like a more pronounced ground floor and then 4 stories
I
of.
see. Okay.
Sometimes
I find developers, when they talk about podiums, they're talking about the fact that the construction type changes above, and they might have like a flat slab, and then they might have beams and something else above. And so that has to be taken into account, I guess.
I don't have any. I have no
I
idea. how to
honestly
answer this
don't feel
question, so-
qualified to
Yeah.
chime in on this. I kind of leave it to staff to suggest something.
I do think the comment about the first floor, the podium, you know, is like, and you know, like you might see it like it's different, you know, like type 1 or like, you know, it's like a different construction method. And then on top of that, you've got like you're switching to like conventional framing or something like that. And so like, or if you have like a garage level, and then you have, which might need it, you might want to have a slightly taller first level for that or something. Yeah. So maybe something where it's, I would agree. I'm maybe not entirely qualified to go deep on this, but I would say, yeah, like maybe the idea of having slightly different rules for the first floor, and then on top of that, you start calculating at a more regular sort of number per floor.
I think that's too restrictive. I think that like a designer wants to be able to know, okay, I've got to make it work however I do, and this is my top point. And, you know, maybe I want, you know, I just think that's creates unnecessary restrictions. To have just a maximum height that you have to meet is good. I guess these numbers are a little bit low if we're looking at kind of today's standards of higher ceiling heights. I mean, you know, people want really tall ceiling heights, even if it's a small space. But also, I think with R2 and R3, I don't know how these numbers work for like R3, like a 4-story, and then doesn't give you opportunity to do something different with the roof. R2, you're probably gonna, you know, you might have lots of those little images we saw had some kind of gabled attic, you know, roof with an attic space. So I think they probably are a little out of date and need to be increased.
You make a good point about new construction favoring returning to kind of taller ceiling heights, because I think I see that a lot, especially in higher end construction. Though I think also like it can make a smaller apartment feel bigger when you have a taller ceiling. And I think if you're talking about someone trying to maximize return on a smaller project like 2 units, or where they're taking a property and building 2 townhomes, they're going to want like when I've gone to recently completed townhomes, open houses in town, they tend to have taller ceilings, especially on the main living level.
Yeah. I mean, my issue with that, which I mean, this is just sort of a side note, not really related, but was like in my neighborhood, for instance, there was a neighbor building a new house with really high ceilings, and it's not, they're not huge grand rooms. They're just, basic size house rooms. And next door, the neighbor was not too happy about it because they had just installed solar and they were concerned about shade on their solar. And it was like, even, if they just were a little bit considerate about that, they might have had a little bit lower ceiling height instead of, super tall ceilings for no particular reason.
I think we're saying that we're going to look at staff to provide some conversions here and maybe consider for R4 a different height on the ground floor.
Yes, we can do that.
Okay. I have one more comment related to height, which is, and this may or may not be related, it's a process thing. As was noted in the 616 South B that came to us today, any projects that are above the general plan height limits go to city council for final approval. And I've sort of noticed that since Measure T passed, pretty much every project coming before the city and the planning commission is taking advantage of state density bonus to go higher, which means planning commission is less and less becoming the final decision maker for multifamily housing projects. And it feels like a little bit redundant. Like we're spending a lot of staff time to have both planning commission and city council review every multifamily development project. And so I was going to suggest, and I realize this is not part of the zoning code update, it's a process thing, but either one, have those projects just go straight to city council. Like why have them go to both? Or two, and if you did that, you actually would end up having the planning commission focusing on the missing middle projects, which is kind of an interesting idea. Or change whatever rule that is to allow planning commission to approve projects that are exceeding the general plan height limits. Yes.
Yeah, I think that actually is a good element to note. And what we did was obviously the general plan 2040 was very transformational in terms of how the city looks at height. I think just regulating by stories and not by feet, that was like the first step. And let's get height measurements out of the general plan, move them more into the zoning code, which is more typically how you see that relationship.
Yep.
So that's why it's like, we're not doing feet in the general plan, we'll do stories. Then the zoning code can get into that more granular measurement. Recognizing that for the past 30 plus years, the general plan has controlled height very specifically.
Yep.
We were mindful of, okay, now the general plan's controlling by stories. We're updating the zoning code. In that in-between time, we want to say, okay, within the general plan limits, it can stay at whatever level it is. If it goes beyond, it goes to council. But I think the goal is that we set a more uniform standard, say, okay, only projects over 8 stories go to council, everything below. So it's that kind of tiered threshold, I think, was always seen as the interim piece until we get the code update done. But the objective would be to set a threshold that makes sense. We'll get planning commission and council input, but probably just have one threshold, because I don't think it functionally makes sense that this many projects go to council. They've got a lot on their agendas already. Save those projects that are the highest profile, the big tall buildings. So where that threshold is, there'll be some discussion.
Okay, perfect.
But that's kind of the long-term objective. Yes.
Fantastic.
And you're thinking that threshold will apply regardless whether the project is one on which we do or do not have discretion, meaning the city council doesn't have, we always have discretion, but like these Housing Accountability Act projects that are coming down the pike, like those are going to, the one we just saw that's across from the Shriners, that's going to council, which, is to like, so there it's going to council because of this requirement that it's over a certain height. Wondering if it also makes sense to consider whether projects that are subject to the Housing Accountability Act, regardless of regardless of whether they meet whatever threshold you pick, whether it's worth those going to council or not, when the discretion is so limited.
I mean, I'm the person who, when we discussed streamlining our development review process, said, I don't think projects that are subject to Housing Accountability Act should come to Planning Commission at all, right? Because we have very limited guidelines under which we can actually deny them. But it was staff that pointed out that the public hearings before Planning Commission are really the community's only chance to have their concerns and input be heard in an open forum. And so that is a valuable purpose. But I think, to your point, having it go to both of us when it's protected by the Housing Accountability Act, that may not make sense.
And I'm like, that's what we're here for. That they got other stuff to do. So.
One thing process-wise, the Planning Commission is the legislative recommended body. So there's certain process requirements, and I'll look to our assistant city attorney to clarify. But generally, I think there could be some challenges with projects going straight to council without going through Planning Commission, given the way our process works, unless we were changing the roles. But I don't think we want all of these other decisions going to the council level.
No.
So there is a legislative role that the Planning Commission plays, where just like a zoning code amendment has to come through Planning Commission before it goes to council, unless we were to change the role of this body in council.
Right.
And one example of that through the chair is a map. A tentative map must come to the Planning Commission. So just as an example.
One comment I was just going to make is it says Planning Commission may wish to discuss converting stories to heights. But that's like changing the general plan terminology. And we don't want to do that, do we?
I think it's more in the, should we, I think you would highlight it. We're not looking to regulate height by story, but use a formula that translates the stories to height. So if we're thinking, okay, on average, we want 11 feet per story. All right, 8 stories equals an 88-foot height limit, 7. So I think it's kind of more, how do we want to translate it in this mode of we've already made the decision, the general plan stepping back from really focused height regulation more generally. Now it moves into the zoning code, but there still needs to be some rhyme or reason about how these story limits in the general plan get converted to height limits in the zoning code.
Is there a way to have the best of both worlds, where we just follow along with the general plan with the stories and then cap it at a height limit for each zoning district? So that, 1 to 3 stories capped at X amount of feet. Is that a possibility to?
Yeah, I think that's what, if the Planning Commission has input, you might, this one I know is probably the thorniest, and there's strong opinions on it. It was a strongly debated topic throughout the general plan update, where that sweet spot is, where we land. At our next Planning Commission meeting, we are bringing forward code amendments for our high density zoning codes. And we actually have taken a first pass at how these translate in a mixed use district and a multifamily. So you might have some initial thoughts now. This is obviously going to be a heavily discussed topic throughout the process. You could also say, there's actually specific examples that we could maybe see how this translates at the next meeting. So that could also be a possibility, where maybe you don't need to get into it as much tonight, knowing that you'll have a chance to kind of see it translated for these higher density districts at your next meeting. But whatever thoughts you have tonight, that also gets logged, and we'll continue to factor that in as we move forward.
Any other comments on height, or can I move us forward to parking requirements? Woo!
Parking.
I can condense my comments
Yes,
down
please.
to a very quick little thing, just for the sake of keeping us moving. So I think flexibility is good, particularly on smaller lots. I don't know about visitor spaces. I think visitor spaces can be probably tricky to accommodate, and so just flexibility and allowing for less, and of course, again, we have all these R2 and in other areas that are now in transit radius, and as we discussed earlier this evening, cannot require any parking at all. I also was thinking about form of the parking, particularly with townhouses, and I just wanted to bring up something interesting which I was looking into while preparing for this meeting, which is I've been thinking a lot about some of these townhomes that I've been seeing where The garages are on the first floor. And I find that it, results in less than ideal sort of conditions usually on the properties in question, where you have these sort of narrow landscaped area on one side where you can go into the property, into the front of the townhouse, and on the back you have the road/driveway, which is just lined with garage doors, and there's no backyard, and you're looking out onto your neighbor across the way and their garage door and the back of their townhouse. And I just think that, it would be great to provide a little bit of additional flexibility, and allow for the parking to be split off, because I believe right now, especially if you're doing like small lot splits, in our current code, and let me pull up the language here because I copy and pasted it, which is 27.64.060. Location of off-street parking facilities. Parking facilities accessory to dwelling units shall be located on the same parcel as the use served. So I believe that language is basically forcing, in these cases, the parking to be on the same, like if you were going to do like a SB 684 small lot split or something like that, it's basically requiring the parking to be underneath the townhouse. Am I correct in that?
SB 9 units only require 1 parking spaces, which can be uncovered.
Yeah.
So it can be anywhere on the lot. It can be in the setback too.
I think what you're looking at is a provision. So say you've got a parcel,
Yeah.
and you want to utilize an adjacent parcel for parking. It's kind of that it's not that for a townhome, the parking has to be on the townhome footprint. You can do different subdivisions where your parking go. I think that provision is more, it's related to, and we have certain provisions where you can have utilize parking on an adjacent parcel up to a certain distance. It's like 500 or 1,000 feet in certain, depending on the configuration of the business or the use.
Through the chair, we don't allow share parking for residential development, only for non-residential.
Oh yes, for like daycares or other businesses.
Yes, I think one of the reason is they need to provide parking permanently for the residential development, which is hard to ensure. It's easier for business to obtain parking from the adjacent side as long as they continue in operation.
But I'm thinking about like these. I'm thinking about like when if you're sort of splitting up you're taking a parcel and you're sort of splitting up the title of it, essentially.
I think you have a specific example from LA, right?
Yeah.
I would suggest, again, in the interest of time, that like you could share that with staff, maybe like over email.
Okay.
And say like, basically look at this example and would something like this be possible?
Okay. I will do that. Other than that, I think I just think flexibility is really good. And I think that allowing for developers and for project applicants to basically do what they're already doing, which is within the transit areas, is that basically they're saying, like, we've looked at what we believe is the necessary amount of parking in order to attract people to rent here or to buy here. And that is what we are going, based on their experience, that is what we are going to include. I think that sort of flexibility makes a lot of sense broadly.
Anybody else have thoughts on parking?
I think the visitor space is hard. 0.2, yeah.
0.2 per unit.
Yeah, so they can do like an in-lieu fee instead of that, or do they have to do a full parking space?
It's actually a good question. Do you round up or round down for the visitor parking spaces if it's 0.2 per unit? Do they typically round up or round down?
Let's say you have 4 studio units, 0.8. Do you have to provide a parking space, or can you do a visitor parking space?
0.5 or above, we typically round up.
round up.
For one parking.
I mean, I'll say that there was a table in the agenda report, and again, I was like, these numbers generally seem right to me outside of transit-oriented zones. So I don't have a good sense of whether it's worth changing what the current requirements are outside of that half-mile radius where it doesn't apply anyway. I guess looking to Placeworks, maybe, like, how do our requirements compare to other jurisdictions? Do we generally require more parking or less parking?
Yeah, I think I want to call on my colleague Amy, who has been listening in and who has more of the direct hands-on experience with both other codes and doing a lot of the research that we compiled in the white papers. Thanks for the shout out. Hi, Amy.
Hi, good evening. We didn't actually evaluate parking in the white papers, so we don't have anything to call on there. I think I probably would have to take a look back at the AR, which I can do for a minute, or if staff has any immediate response, since staff did more of that research.
As an adjunct to this effort, we actually have a separate pool of grant money that we haven't been able to utilize to a variety of things, but that where we actually are going to be looking at the parking areas of our code is much just kind of like dimensional requirements. A lot of those are practical standards, but also just the ratios.
Yep.
And so we will be doing some targeted technical work on the ratios and looking at them as part of this effort. So I don't know that we've got a good answer for you now, but the goal is to have that when we have the draft code update or at a later date closer to that.
Okay.
So try to be consistent with other jurisdictions.
Totally.
1.3 seems a little high to me for a studio, but I'll be curious to hear the results of that.
And I'll just make another plug for, I believe in our housing element, we're going to explore parking maximums, and I'm intrigued by that and looking forward to us doing that. Okay,
I would agree that anything over 1 is high for a studio.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, approval process and public noticing requirements for multifamily.
So I had a thought that the first agenda item raised for me, which was for some of these Housing Accountability Act projects, which I think are just going to continue, that maybe actually more than one neighborhood meeting. I'm taking the opposite approach here. More wine and cheese for the large projects.
I'm telling you, there's no wine and cheese.
More Zoom wine and cheese. If I'm on Zoom, there's always wine and cheese.
Okay.
Because I do think for those types of projects, that is the main way for folks to be getting information, to be giving feedback, particularly earlier in the process when the developers may be willing to listen. Now I recognize that I'm not sure we can draw a line around, the HAA, I don't know the assembly numbers or whatever, but cases, but to me, this noticing in these contexts makes a little more sense to me when you have a very large project that's going to have a substantial impact on the community. And then I'd be curious to hear about requirements for the timing of neighborhood meetings. The one from the project we just heard happened like a year before this approval happened, which I gather is because you want to get input before you finalize the plans and things. But I'm not sure if that timing is like mandated or if that's just how it works out. But I could see value in, particularly if there's multiple neighborhood meetings, but I could see value in just like being purposeful about when those meetings should be occurring to like maximize their effectiveness. So I want to add more things instead of streamlining to this would be my thought.
Okay.
I do like the ideas mentioned in the report of exemptions for duplex multifamily projects of a certain size, maybe up to a certain size. It mentions that Burlingame and Redwood City allow for certain alterations and additions to be exempt from discretionary review as long as they don't exceed a certain threshold. And I think that those sound pretty good to me.
Yes, I agree. My comments were about large projects, but I'd be very comfortable with
Yeah,
some
but
of these
again, like we're
missing-
talking about drawing a distinction between the really big stuff and the missing middle and below, which I think is exactly in line with everything else we've been talking about. So,
Were you going to reply to something that she was saying?
Well, it was an interesting thought, and I've heard a couple other jurisdictions playing with this idea, especially with housing projects, where you're saying like second neighborhood meeting, and it's like, well, could you rethink the planning commission meeting? Does the planning commission meeting happen before the final action of the project? And then actually, like the zoning administrator, administratively, you're actually taking action on the project, but the planning commission meeting is maybe after completeness, or there could be other ways to think it. There's also the notion of, if we are making findings on ODS, by the time it gets to planning commission, the window where actually someone could question, is that the right determination, has already passed.
Totally.
So is there a different point where we're coming to PC? So the challenge with that is there's a lot of production that goes into the AR and the aggregation of materials, and that's the pressure that staff has been under with these new state laws. Is we are crunching to get this full packet together, all the information to you, get it out published. So there's trade-offs, and that puts different kinds of pressure on staff. But I think with the different process, there's different opportunities to rethink the timing of some of points like this where the public gets informed.
I would respond to that as well, and I would say I'd probably agree, especially for the really large projects. I feel like I don't want to add another level of critique necessarily, but I feel like sometimes by the time these large projects are going to come to us, and with the limited number of meetings that we have, we are voting on we're voting on projects oftentimes where we have legal requirements on how we're supposed to proceed, and we're also at a point where even if we don't have the ability to require certain things, if we had suggestions, by the time we have the opportunity to voice those suggestions, they're moot. So I think it would be nice for some of these larger projects sometimes to be like, have an opportunity to have the public get an opportunity to make, again, ideally constructive comments, and for us to have the opportunity to make some constructive comments.
Yeah, I mean, I think to your point, we have had some projects where the applicant and the developers, one of the things they've said to us is, we listened to what they said in the neighborhood meeting, and here's how we met, what their requests were, and maybe not everything, but, that was, something they were trying to show how they've done that. So, so a good developer is listening and doing, trying to incorporate things that are important to the neighbors. So that's a good point. If we can get that done a little earlier, I think the timing, like if there was like on this project we saw tonight, if there was a neighborhood meeting, whenever you said a year ago,
April
was it a year ago?
2025 or something. Yeah.
That's just because, like I said, the project, it's not necessarily anyone on, in planning or whatever. I think it's just that the project goes through changes, or it goes through estimating. That takes forever. I mean, there's all these steps that the applicant and their team are doing that are taking a lot of time, and that's just the way it goes.
I wasn't attributing it to anything. I was wondering, it was more of a question of whether it's whether there's any sort of rule about when it has to be, like, or is it that the meeting is early enough, and let me just state what my goal would be. Have the meeting early enough to receive and implement feedback if you can. Like, I get that on the Housing Accountability Act, once there's a streamlined process and a limited time and whatever, but I would think you would want to make sure, if you're only having one meeting, that it's well-timed to actually receive feedback.
I'm very much in agreement with that.
Okay, sounds good. I have two in the weeds comments on this one. One is, I've brought this up over the years, and I'll bring it up again because we're talking about public noticing requirements. I would really love it if the notice for these large development projects, or actually any development project, includes the applicable state laws, just like it does in the agenda report. because I always feel so bad when we see this happen over and over and over again, where a neighborhood is noticed about a large development project. They are not thrilled about it. They band together and organize and have their own meetings and strategize and decide what they're going to do to come to planning commission meeting to stop this project from happening, not realizing the state laws at play. And then they show up at the planning commission meeting after months of organizing, only to hear at that meeting, we actually don't have very much discretion to deny this project. So I think anything we can do to educate the public early and often about the state laws at play would be amazing. And if those state laws are listed, like literally how they are in the agenda report on the public notice, that might help with people understanding what they can and cannot affect for these projects that are coming to their neighborhood. And then, yeah.
And through the chair, what I'm thinking of is maybe just like listing that it's a SB 330 project, listing it's an AB 130 project, that kind of stuff, not doing a extensive analysis. It's really more of a kind of highlighting that these state laws could apply. Is that what I'm hearing?
But in layperson's terms.
But in layperson's terms, right? Like there's,
I mean,
like it could be one sentence, like this project is protected by the Housing Accountability Act, which means it cannot be legally denied unless findings are made with respect to a specific and adverse impact to public health and safety. That is not normal English, but like whatever is the normal English version of that.
I thought it sounded great.
You're a lawyer.
I think it can be fairly minimal, even more minimal, less than that, because everyone has Google. We can like people can look it up. Like if I got that and it was stated pretty clearly, it's protected under the, or it falls under these. It has to be pretty minimal, I think.
Like the CEQA disclaimers after each one.
Mm-hmm. Say we're not allowed to make changes to this project unless we find that it's going to kill you, whatever it is.
All right, one more super in the weeds comment. I was looking at attachment 3 and I noticed on one of the rows that it said detached accessory structures containing more than 2 plumbing fixtures, R1, requires zoning administrator approval. And I actually was told at one point that if you're not in R1, if you're say in R2 and you want more than 2 plumbing fixtures in a detached accessory structure, it requires a special use permit by the Planning Commission. That seems like overkill and something we could streamline. Like if, for example, someone had a garage and wanted a shop sink and a toilet and a parts washer, you would have to ask the Planning Commission for approval. And that seems a little nuts. I think that requirement existed when there was concern about garages being used at living space and wanting to make sure that like people weren't putting in a shower and a toilet and a sink and turning their garage into like an uninhabitable living space. But
it may also predate
ADUs,
laws.
right? Like it, to me, that seems not as relevant anymore. And if that's the concern, maybe the requirement becomes if you want to put a shower in your accessory structure, then that's what requires a special use permit or zoning administrator approval.
I'm like, why? Just let people do it.
Or you could just recommend the whole provision go away.
I would just think the whole thing go away because, like, what if you want a dog washer? Like, that's a really nice amenity in garages now. The like
And also,
doggy
like,
shower.
Some of these things, it's like, what's the rationale? Why do we care? Why do we care whether you're washing your dog and your?
Yeah.
I care whether you're gonna sell snacks at the gas station, but why do I care
I know.
about you washing your dog?
Okay. That was the only other thing I had. I have some general comments that don't fall in any of these categories because I do. Any other comments from anyone else? Any general comments? Otherwise, I'll just dive right in.
I'll just say I look forward to thank you to staff for all the work on preparing all of this material. It was extremely comprehensive. I really enjoyed the report. Really appreciated a lot of the recommendations and the attachments. Thank you to the our consultants here for all the white papers and everything else. And hopefully we'll be able to take all of our incredibly insightful comments and synthesize them into something that we can review at a future date.
Okay, a few more things. We did get a public comment about fees and missing middle housing. And I think it might be interesting as part of this, how do we reduce costs to consider a reduction in fees for missing middle housing? So I'll just throw that out there as something for staff to consider. I have two recommendations for more public outreach. One is you listed all of the different surveys that were done, and there was one category of people, like a focus group maybe, that was like power users of the building code, right? Like architects and developers. I actually think it would be really interesting to reach out to people who've recently submitted or completed SFDDR project and ask them, because I've had many people reach out to me in my time on the Planning Commission to say, I'm trying to do an addition on my house, and this thing is really hard, and do you have any, how do I get approval to do this? And I'm like, you're talking to the wrong person. But it would be really interesting to survey people who've done like a single family home addition or a single family home full stop and ask them, like, what were the zoning requirements that most impacted your ability to do your ideal design and why? Like, what did you find the most confusing, and kind of get that input from them. I also would suggest that when you provide examples to city council, like that missing middle, what do we call it? Portfolio palette. That be really clear with our city council. They're not in the weeds of the municipal code like we are. What is possible and what is not possible under the current zoning code. Like, if we show city council a photo of a triple decker, like, they might not realize, like, actually that's not possible right now because of the step back requirements. And they might just see the picture and think, oh, beautiful, that's what we're doing now. So just be really careful with the information we show them. And then I'm going to make one final plug on my one final time on the dais for accessory commercial units. So in the R1 zoning code, section 27.18.020, permitted uses include subsection E, home occupations subject to the provisions of section 27.16.040. Which, if you go look at that section, allowable uses, home occupation shall be accessory to the primary use of the dwelling. Allowable uses include offices, professional services, instruction, food preparation, handicrafts, and other similar uses as authorized by the zoning administrator. Auto repair and retail sales from the dwelling are prohibited. I hear you on auto repair, but retail sales. And then also when it goes to allowable area, the home occupation shall be limited to either 400 square feet or 20% of the floor area of the dwelling, whichever is less. And then there's a subsection on client visitation. Client visitation shall be limited to the hours between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. and a maximum of 5 client visitations per day. So I'm telling you, ACUs are the new thing. They're the new thing in like live, work, walkable urban design. I've mentioned this story before, my neighbors own a bakery. They bake in a commercial kitchen, but then they would sell at farmers markets. And during the pandemic, when all the farmers markets shut down, they set up a pop-up tent in their front yard every Saturday morning. And I met more people in the first 3 months of the pandemic in my neighborhood than in the previous 7 years I lived in the neighborhood, because everyone went to that pop-up tent every Saturday morning. And I think our community would be really receptive to being able to walk in their neighborhood to a mom and pop bakery or to get their hair done at their neighbor's salon. I have a neighbor, I don't know if any of these are legal. I also have a neighbor who runs a dog grooming business out of her garage, and I'm pretty sure there's more than 5 dogs a day because I walk by all the time and there's a different dog every time. And so I would just consider some more flexibility around this. I would allow retail sales. I would consider more than 400 square feet, like matching it to an ADU, which is 800 square feet, makes sense to me. And then the client visitation, right? Like, especially if you require that for someone to do an ACU, they provide like one off-street parking space, because I think part of the client visitation is limiting the street parking impacts. Like, I think there are ways to open up home businesses and neighborhoods that really create a very vibrant and dynamic atmosphere. So that's my final pitch for ACUs.
I just have to add one thing on top of that, because when we were looking at the historic ordinance update, and I was looking at the list of some of the properties that were on this 1989 survey, and one of them is an interesting little sort of mixed-use commercial building on Tilton. and has an interesting history and connection to the city's Japanese community. But more than that, it represents a really interesting use, which is like this little sort of commercial, market that's been there for almost 100 years now, I think, in the middle of a residential neighborhood. There's a lot of those kinds of things seem to stick around when they do exist, and yet they seem to be very, very difficult to introduce now.
Yeah.
So and I think those kinds of things can really be valuable in a neighborhood if you just need to, like we were talking, in a previous meeting about going to the gas station and they have a slightly bigger convenience store to get some eggs or something like that.
So convenient.
I mean, it's the same kind of idea minus the gas pumps.
Right.
I think, and or like, corner cafes and that kind of thing. And there are code reasons why, that kind of make those things difficult, but we could allow those types of things to happen.
An 800 square foot coffee shop, like on my block, is the dream, right? Just like walk over, get an espresso.
If someone is prepared to create a space like that meets all the other, food safety and fire safety and all the other types of restrictions, I think that those should be the only barriers potentially.
So just noting,
yes,
it's 10 to midnight.
Yes.
Should we extend for like, I don't know, another 15 minutes or until 12:15?
Have we concluded with this?
Yes. Well, there is one more item on the agenda.
Yes.
But
So then
if people are tired,
will 15 minutes do it?
No, that sounds good, but do we need 20 minutes to do it, or? Because can we adjourn it, do it? Can we call it, say it, adjourn and do it?
We could. I mean, I had some thank yous I wanted to make.
Why don't we give ourselves some extra time? Yeah.
Okay. All right. But I think we'll have to vote to extend the meeting.
I move to extend the meeting to 12:30.
Hopefully not that long.
Well, we don't need the whole time.
Yeah,
We don't.
that's fine. We don't need a roll call vote either. Oh, okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. All right, are we done with this item? Is this everything? I feel a little bit anxious. This is like a big deal and my last chance to have comments on this item.
Thank you guys so much.
Yes, thank you, staff. Thank you for the white papers. Those were amazing. Thank you for all the preparation that went into this. It made it really easy to noodle through the topics. So with that, I will go ahead and close item number 2, and we will move on to item number 3, which I think I'm turning it over to Vice Chair Clafter.
Oh gosh. Yes. So this is Chair Patel's last Planning Commission meeting, and we could not possibly close without recognizing all of your effort and years on the Planning Commission, and we'd like to give everybody an opportunity if they have anything to say, and of course yourself, to say some words. I have this. Am I presenting this here? Yes. We do have a certificate of appreciation to present to you. The San Mateo City Council hereby presents this certificate of appreciation to Seema Patel in appreciation for your service as a volunteer commissioner appointed from June 2021 to 2026. Thank you for serving the city of San Mateo and all that you've done. And,
Thank you so much.
There you go. Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Do we have public comment on this item? At midnight? I don't know.
You have someone from the public.
You have to do a public.
I told my husband I would text him when this was coming up, but I would not be surprised if he's already asleep.
I believe we discussed this and said that if there was anybody who wanted an opportunity to speak, that we would give them an opportunity. If there's anyone watching who would like to raise their hand.
Is there actually anybody watching right now? Okay, fine. I think that's sufficient. I will go ahead and close the public comment.
Close the public comment. Nobody in the audience?
I'll keep my comments private.
I mean, we had an opportunity. We did end up having an opportunity at our previous meeting, but I'll just start by saying a big thank you to Commissioner Patel. I have never ceased to be impressed by your level of preparation going into every meeting. I have always valued your opinions, and I think that your use of this podium to advocate very strongly for positive change and growth and just, working to make this city more vibrant day by day, I think has been extremely valuable in this role. So, and I have to credit you with putting the idea into my head that maybe I should, I think because we met pretty early on and you said, hey, you should consider applying for this. And I said, oh, that's an interesting idea. So I have to thank you for that as well. I hope that you will keep the lines of communication open, because I am sure that even as you leave the dais, you will still have very interesting things to say about what we were discussing, and I hope that I can still get some of that input as we go forward. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate you, all that you've done. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll jump in. Seema, if I can be candid, I was surprised that you won't be continuing your tenure. But as I stated at the last meeting, you presented yourself as a leader to me from the very get-go, and took me under your wing and kind of showed me the ropes. And appreciate you taking the time to spend that with me and kind of put me at ease about being on the commission. You are an example to me. I see your level of professionalism and your preparation coming in, and I love, if you were to go through my notes that I jot down, a lot of them are just your follow-up questions, and from all of you, but in particularly you. I'm grateful for your leadership here on the dais, and once again, thank you for everything you've done. I think you have made an impact while on the dais, and I think you are going to continue to do big things. Excited for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have much to add to what I said last time. Appreciate everything. I think it's a real loss to lose you from the commission, and we'll be texting you regularly.
I look forward to
try to figure out how I should needle staff over there about the zoning code or whatever it is.
I don't have too much to add either, other than just thank you for your service and all that you do for our city. I know that you do. The planning commission is just one part of it, so thank you.
Of course.
I was just, as others have said, impressed from day one when how prepared you were and knowledgeable. Everything that comes before us. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Thanks. Well, it wouldn't be me if I didn't have some things to say. I missed some thank yous last time, so I'm going to make sure I don't miss them this time. But first, I'll just sort of note that this is my 72nd meeting and my 18th as chair. It has been an incredible ride. In my time on the Planning Commission, we have approved 48 projects covering 2,315 units of housing, 1,100,841 square feet of office, and 60,708 square feet of retail, in case anyone was wondering. And I've also had the opportunity to work on significant and complex land use programs and policies, including the general plan, the housing element, our ADU ordinance twice, SB 9 ordinance, objective design standards, the by right housing opportunity overlay district, the historic context statement and historic preservation ordinance, and now a little bit of our zoning code update. As a land use nerd, this has just been such a fun and rewarding experience. It's one of the most meaningful things I've done as a San Mateo resident. I came onto this dais 5 years ago hoping to learn more about the entitlements process, because in my day job, I only got projects after they were entitled, and then they were handed to me to actually design and build. And so I wanted to know more about the black box that was entitlements. And what I didn't expect is how much I would come to love this work and love the deliberative nature of the work, reading every single staff report and packet super carefully, listening to all of the public comment, validating the information that we get, trying to think through all of the scenarios and edge cases, and, applying our standards and guidelines. It has just been so much fun for a nerd like me. I hope that I'm leaving a legacy of bringing a rigorous and data-driven and highly researched approach to every policy and project we review. And I also hope that I'm remembered for trying to fairly represent all San Mateans, including the voices that aren't able to be in this room on a regular basis. So I'm going to try to get through my thank yous quickly because there's a lot of them. Hopefully I don't forget anyone. Thank you, number one, who I forgot last time, Christina Horaceberger. When I thought about applying to the Planning Commission, I reached out to her and I was like, I don't really know much about this. I would love to grab coffee and just ask you a few questions. And she chatted with me for 90 minutes. And I was like, I just was shocked our community development director would give a random person who just emailed them 90 minutes. And she made me so excited about the position. And it was one of the reasons I applied. So thank you, Christina. I really appreciate that you took the time to do that. Eric Rodriguez, Rick Bonilla, and Sandy Council were on the appointments subcommittee that recommended me for the appointment. So thank you to them for giving me this opportunity. Have to thank staff. I've learned almost everything I know about city government and the development process from staff. I know it takes a lot of time to answer these questions and explain these complex topics to people and to get people up to speed. And I really appreciate all of your patience over the years as I have asked my 1 million cumulative questions. My first couple planning commissioners I served with, Ellen Mallory and Ramiro Maldonado, we didn't overlap for very long, but I called out that when I joined with Ellen and Margaret, we became the first women majority planning commission in San Mateo's history, and that was kind of a fun little time. John Ebnetter, I thanked him last week. I know. John Ebnetter, has been amazing to me. He was my first mentor in this space, one of the original pro-housing champions in San Mateo, and I cannot thank him enough. Margaret, I was thinking since last week, something I really admire about you is your ability to listen to all of the public comment and really synthesize everyone's concerns in a very eloquent way while also gently explaining to them why there's nothing we can do about it. And there's so many times I've been in conversations with my, neighbors or with other people who are asking me about projects, and I find myself thinking, how would Margaret explain this? Because she's really good at this. So thank you for that. I called out last week, Martin Wiggins. I felt like I got smarter every time he said something. I learned so much about environmental air quality from him. Same with Adam Nugent. Learned so much about state law and the portfolio of examples. Adam Clafter, oh my gosh. I have what have we known each other for 2 years at this point? And I've learned so much about San Mateo's history from you and historic preservation. Every time I walk past a building, if you're with me, I learn something new about that building. The amount of knowledge you have in your head is incredible. And actually, Adam stopped by my house a few days after the appointment subcommittee meeting with a gift. And it was a framed original ad from a magazine, the actual original paper from 1906, 1907, advertising the upcoming population growth in San Mateo and all of the great development opportunities. And what a perfect gift for me. You nailed that one. And I still got to find the perfect spot to hang it. And for those of you who don't know, Adam Clafter is an amazing artist. you should ask to see his wood carving prints of a Victorian-inspired designs. They're phenomenal, and he does all of these wood carvings by hand. I'll stop talking about your art, but it's amazing, and you should sell it. Max, I appreciate, like I said last week, you're just really direct and no-nonsense approach. You have your opinion, you know what it is, you state it, and there's no pontificating. I love that. And a fellow commissioner, Katie, learned so much from you about what's going on at the county and where we can learn from what they're doing, and I really appreciate your legal and analytical mind on the dais. I feel like you always think of things that I don't think of, and so I appreciate all of your comments, because there's always something there that's new for me. And finally, I forgot them last week, and I can't believe I did, so I'm going to say it again. My family, my husband Colin, my kids Mayuri and Remy. I realized after last week I've been on the Planning Commission for over half of my kids' lives. And Colin has put in just as much work as I have, if not more, holding down the fort while I have prepared for and attended these meetings, especially in the early years when he was solo parenting 2 toddlers through dinner, bath, and bedtime. For my kids, the first year I was doing this, every time I had to leave, they were sad a little bit, and they were like, why do you have to go? And then they realized they could watch mom on TV, and they thought that was the coolest thing in the world, so they would start asking to put on the Planning Commission meeting after I left. So thank you to them for letting their mom not do bedtime routine for 1 night a week. All right, I'm almost done, I promise. You know me, I am not one to shy from addressing the elephant in the room, so I want to chat a little bit about this moment in time in our city. San Mateo is a city in transition right now, from one that didn't change very much for many decades to one that has received applications for nearly 7,000 new units of housing in the past 18 months. Part of that transition is due to a rapidly increasing number of state laws that really limit our ability to deny housing projects. And part of that is due to changing community sentiment. So in 2004, we passed a ballot measure P, which extended our height and density limits, and that passed with 70% of the vote. 16 years later, in 2020, we again extended the height and density limits, but this time it passed with 43 votes out of 43,000 cast. And then 4 years after that, in 2024, we passed Measure T, finally increasing our height and density limits, which passed with 60% of the vote. So to put that in simpler context, in the 16 years between P and Y, our community sentiment swung 20% towards higher height and density limits. And then in the 4 years since, it's swung by another 10%. That is a rapid amount of change, both in the built environment and in community sentiment. And I can completely understand why, for longtime residents who love San Mateo the way it is, this feels like a terrifying loss of control. It's like I said, it's not just that the physical environment is changing, it's that the majority opinion has changed at the same time. And so as a result of both these changing laws and the changing sentiment, a large part of our job now as the Planning Commission is to be an outlet for that frustration over the loss of control. I mentioned earlier that when we discussed streamlining the development process for large projects, I asked if housing projects should even come to us if we're not legally able to deny them. And staff pointed out that we provide a valuable service of providing a public hearing where people can make their voices heard. And so here we sit, right, as the outlet sometimes for frustration. Our job, I think, in a way, was to act as a shield for city council. You kind of alluded to this, Katie, that we provide the honest and necessary recommendations that they can accept or reject, like we're really going to have to increase our zoning capacity to meet our RENA allocation, to speak the hard truths that need to be said, to make the unpopular decisions to follow state law without the fear of political backlash that can come at the voting booth. We can vote to not illegally deny housing projects and to protect the city from costly lawsuits like 4 West Santa Ynez, because we don't have to worry about being recalled or voted out. Except things started to change last year. I think our city council started to experience more and more pressure to do something about the change in housing. And unfortunately, as a result, we've started to see pro-housing planning commissioners not get reappointed to this commission. And aside from the loss of expertise, I worry that this trend is going to put a chill on the recommendations and votes of this body. At the end of the day, it doesn't hurt us, the former planning commissioners, not to reappoint us. It hurts the city by denying the city valuable expertise and authentic opinions and recommendations. The other thing I want to call out in my 30 more seconds here is that in 2021, the City Council established the formation of a DEI task force to offer solutions to diversifying city boards and commissions, among other things. A few years ago, that task force produced a report, and I was surprised and disappointed that it didn't address what I believe is the biggest barrier to recruiting commissioners from underrepresented backgrounds, which is the increasingly hostile environment for commissioners, particularly planning commissioners and sustainability and infrastructure commissioners. Every time we've had a vacancy on this and other commissions, I have tried my hardest to recruit applicants from underrepresented backgrounds. And every single time, they almost always say no. I keep hearing, no way, I see what you go through, and I can't do that. I can't put myself out there like that. Katie, I had to ask you 3 times to apply to this planning commission. Max, you and I met when you were considering applying to the planning commission, and I gave you the talk. And then I heard later from a mutual acquaintance that I scared you and you were considering not applying after all. And a funny side story, I actually also met with James Horsman when he was considering applying, and then I didn't give him the talk because I freaked out about how much I scared you. And then when we met on Saturday, the first thing he said to me when we sat down, we chatted for 3 hours, he was like, so I read all of the public comments from the appointments subcommittee. Is this typical? And I was like, not always, but sometimes. And part of the reason I didn't give him the talk is I didn't want to scare him, but he'd been a planning commissioner in Virginia before he moved here. And he said to me, it's not like this in Virginia. And yeah. So people from underrepresented backgrounds already experience a disproportionate amount of hostility in their lives. I think asking them to volunteer to take on more is a big ask. In this last round, we had 6 applicants, including me. The other 5 were all men. I believe they were all white, and it wasn't because of any lack of effort on my part to recruit candidates for underrepresented backgrounds. I really tried. Part of the challenge is that as volunteers, we don't have access to the resources that the employees of San Mateo have. There's no HR or ombudsman to provide guidance when people show up at your home or post photos of you and your children on social media, which has happened to me and former Commissioner Adam Nugent. We have to figure out how to handle this kind of thing on our own. And unfortunately, I think this problem is going to get worse before it gets better. And I hope that the city figures out some way to both turn down the temperature and provide resources for commissioners so that they don't have to figure out how to navigate this on their own. All right. To close, I've got some final advice for my fellow commissioners. You may not get a second term. You may not even get a full term. Katie and Max, unfortunately, we're already seeing requests for you to recuse from projects because you often express support for much needed housing. Every day is a gift and an opportunity. And so my advice to you is to do the most good you can in the time that you have. My second piece of advice is to live your values. The reward for doing so is amazing. As you all know, there has been some discourse about what I said during the hearing for 415 Fairfax when that project came before the Planning Commission. And I wanted to share one story from that project, which is that I didn't know the Alston family before that project came before Planning Commission. I've since gotten to know them fairly well. The day after that Planning Commission meeting, I got an email from Jean and Nicole Alston, and they told me that they have 3 children and that their daughter did not come to the Planning Commission meeting because she was so apprehensive about the atmosphere surrounding their project. She was afraid to be in the room. And so she watched the meeting from home over Zoom. And they told me that when I gave my comments, she started to cry because it was the first time she felt like somebody in San Mateo was standing up for her family. That is why I do this. That is why I put myself out there, because I want all San Mateans to feel supported and welcome in this city. My last piece of advice, don't forget about the people who are not in this room. You represent them too. So thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, staff. Thank you to anybody who might be watching. It has really been a joy working with my fellow commissioners. Truly, I've had so much fun with all of you. I said this last week, but almost all of the planning commissioners I've worked with have become friends in my personal life. And I know this isn't goodbye because we are all friends, and I know I'm going to see you again. So thank you. Not a goodbye, just gratitude. Thanks. And I think, notes and announcements? Do we have any? It doesn't?
Are there any other reports and announcements from staff?
I don't think anything's so important that it can get in the way of the sparkling cider
Let's
to
do
celebrate
it.
you.
With that, I will adjourn this meeting. Thank you.